No. Liam shook his head. She's not that sort of a robot. Not all wires and motors and metal bits. She's an organic unit, what the agency call a genetically engineered unit. He looked around at the pale faces. You've heard of that term, haven't you? Well, duh, sighed Keisha. Any kid who watches the Cartoon Network knows that term. Liam shrugged apologetically. Anyway, she's what we call a meat robot. Flesh and blood, so she is. But she has a real computer up in her head. And what? You saying her programming made her go for Laura with a spear? Said Juan. That's right. She was concerned about all the contamination we were causing. And without me being there to discuss it with her, she had to make a decision on her own. Concerned? Said Jonah. Concerned? Dude, I'd hate to see what she's like when she's really mad at something. Liam ignored that. Liam, you said contamination, said Kelly. You mean creating evidence we've been here? Like our camp and the bridge? That's right. Every cut, every scrape, every footprint, in fact, everything we do, just our being here could potentially alter history in such a way that the future is totally destroyed. Liam glanced at the motionless silhouette of the support unit standing guard in the middle of the clearing. It's a basic command for, like, I suppose one of the 10 Commandments would be to us. Thou shalt not mess around with time, chuckled a dark-skinned boy named Ranjit. That would be a cool 11th commandment to have. Yeah, said Jonah. Thou shalt not kill your ancestor, for he begets. You think it's funny? Cut in Howard sharply. The group looked at him, taken aback at the outburst. Thus far, Leonard, as the others knew him, had been one of the quieter members of the group. You think messing with time is just some sort of a game? It's the most insane thing man has ever done. He stopped himself short, took a breath and dialed it back a bit. What I'm saying is, it's just pretty insane, time travel. Liam nodded somberly. Leonard is quite right. It is insane. Although a man called Waldstein is the first man to travel through time. He looked at Edward, the smallest face around the fire. It all begins with you. It's all based on work that you will do one day. So, theoretically, said Kelly, if Edward had, for example, died in that explosion back in the reactor and not gone on to do his work, then this Waldstein guy would not have invented a time machine. And we wouldn't have been blasted back into dinosaur times? Said Laura. Liam noticed one or two heads turning toward the young boy, giving him a long, silent stare that looked like careful deliberation. Liam could see where this conversation might go. There can only be one correct history, one correct timeline. And whether we like it or not, that timeline includes an Edward Chan who becomes a math genius, and a Mr. Waldstein who makes that first machine, so he does. That's how it goes. That's how it has to go. Liam stared at them all, each in turn. And that's why you can trust me, why you can trust Bex, to be sure. Our primary goal now is to make sure that this young lad gets back home to 2015 to do what he has to do. And that means the rest of you too. So, if there's like a primary goal, then there's a secondary goal, said a girl with long black hair and a pierced upper lip that glinted with several metal studs. It was the first time he'd heard her speak today. Quiet, pensive. She reminded him a little of Sal. She was still wearing her name tag. Jasmine. There's no other goal, Jasmine, I promise, said Liam. Me and Bex want to get you all back home, so we do. But that's not strictly true, is it, Liam? He and Bex had spoken in private earlier. He'd managed to reason with her calmly, to talk her down from proceeding any further with her self-decided mission objective to kill them all, then herself. But it was a compromise. A perfectly logical compromise that successfully reconciled the conflicting protocols in her head. In 6 months' time, he'd agreed with her. If they haven't rescued us by then, before your 6 months is up and you have to self-terminate, then yes, you're right. I suppose we'd all have to die. I'll even help you. He'd smiled at her. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that, eh? The campfire crackled noisily. So there you go. All friends now, right? Said Jonah. Even Robo-Girl. He grinned. Now how about a nice sing-along? A round of kumbaya? He added sarcastically. I'll take the lead. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. Someone threw a chip of dried dino dung across the fire at him. Chapter 30. Wednesday, 2001, New York. A Wednesday. Maddie realized she hadn't seen one of those in quite a while. Since she'd been on a doomed plane back home to her folks in Boston, in fact. Since she'd become a time writer. She looked down the flagpole approach to the Statue of Liberty's star-shaped podium and spotted only half a dozen other people. She'd been here once before, on the same school trip that they'd visited the Museum of Natural History. It had been a tedious day full of waiting in line. Lining up to get ferry tickets, lining up to get on a ferry over to Liberty Island, lining up to get inside the podium's building beneath Liberty's feet to look at the small museum's exhibits, lining up once again to get a look up inside the statue itself. A pretty dull day of standing around, being shoved, bumped, and barged into, waiting to look at things she actually had precious little interest in. Today, though, there were no lines. The island was all but deserted. Half a dozen ferries had arrived throughout the day, each offloading no more than a handful of muted, whispering visitors. And even then, their eyes had been more on the column of smoke coming from across the bay, coming from Manhattan, than they had been on the giant copper-green statue in front of them. Maddie took another slurp of the cooling styrofoam cup of coffee in her hands. Horrible. She'd lost count of how many she'd bought from the stall opposite the embarkation pier. She was almost on first-name terms with the bewildered-looking man behind the counter, who'd served her every time. He certainly should know by now she took it white, with 3 sugars. Come on, Foster. Where the hell are you? Through the morning, she'd been hopeful as each ferry had arrived. But not now. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Another hour or so and the Statue of Liberty's little museum would be closing, the last ferry back across the harbor getting ready to leave. She was beginning to realize today had been wasted, loitering around like this, cluelessly hovering around the podium's entrance in hope that the old man would turn up. Never mind, she told herself. Now at least she knew that Foster hadn't spent the first Wednesday of his retirement out here. She'd head back to their archway. Today, Wednesday, it would be nothing more than an empty brick archway with a "For Rent" sign pasted on the shutter door, and outside that shutter she'd wait until 8 in the evening, when a shimmering portal would appear, ready to take her back into Monday again. Then she'd do this all over, try Wednesday once more, but next time she'd wait outside the Empire State Building. Her eyes drifted off the tourists as they passed by her and into the podium, pausing as they did to look once again at the pall of smoke in the sky. She remembered this day, remembered the day after. She'd been, 8, 9, Mom and Dad at home all day, sitting in front of the TV, watching as dust-smeared emergency workers scrabbled at the edge of the smoldering wreck, pulling twisted spars of still warm metal away in the hope of finding someone alive. She'd been playing on the floor of the lounge with her erector set, trying to build her version of a transformer, half her attention on what she was doing, half on her parents, Mom sobbing and Dad cursing. And here she was again. Different place, same day. An odd thought occurred to her. What if she found a way through the security cordon around the ruin of the Twin Towers and found a TV camera and reporter to be stopped and interviewed by? She could wave at her 8-year-old self, wave at her Mom and Dad watching the TV. She could reassure them that she wasn't going to die along with 137 other people aboard Flight 95 in 9 years' time. Tell them she was going to be okay. She shook her head. Nice idea. But she wasn't going to do that. She turned her thoughts toward more pressing matters, Liam and the support unit. Bob had assured her that the copy of his AI in the female unit would make the same recommendation to Liam as he would, to find a discreet way to make contact. Discreet, because a too obvious message, a message that stood out above the background noise of history, could significantly affect the timeline. But there was the problem. A subtle message carefully laid down in whatever historical period they were in, laid down for only her and Sal to find. I mean, where the hell are we supposed to start looking for something like that? If they'd only been bumped back less than 150 years, then perhaps there was a message waiting for them once more in the Museum of Natural History's guest books. That was something Sal had decided to try to check out. But what if they'd been knocked further back in time? 500 years ago? 1,000 years ago? What was in the middle of Texas 1,000 years ago? A lot of buffalo, she guessed, and some Native Americans. But certainly no visitor guest books for them to discreetly slip a message into. Get us out of here, scrawled across an ancient Navajo tribal history rug, was almost certainly something the support unit would not recommend to Liam. Not unless they wanted every historian studying Native American history discussing the message at some symposium. Subtle. It could only be subtle. But, she sighed to herself, too subtle, and how were they ever going to find it? Unless it's a message that's meant to find us. She looked up from her coffee. Find us? My God! She whispered to herself. Maybe that's what they'd try to do. A message addressed to its finder, whomever that might be. A message that perhaps might promise a reward of some kind to the finder, provided it was delivered to a certain location on a certain date. A message that might promise untold wealth, access to incredible time travel technology. And think about it. Such a message would be too important, too powerful to become public knowledge, wouldn't it? A message like that would become a closely guarded secret, right? A secret handed down by the original finder to his offspring, like a dark family secret or a horrendous supernatural curse. Handed down from one to another, until finally the message was passed to someone who was able to make their way to a certain back street in Brooklyn on September 10th, 2001, and gently knock on their door, calling to see if anyone's inside. Oh my God, it's possible, isn't it? And what if this happened while she was standing out here like a complete idiot, waiting for Foster to turn up, when very probably he was never going to? Computer Bob was right. That's what he'd said, wasn't it? Just wait. Oh, you freaking idiot, Maddie, she hissed to herself, tossing the styrofoam cup into the trash can beside her, and heading down the walkway toward the pier. Chapter 31. 65 million years BC. Jungle. You can do what? Said Liam. Bex hefted the log up in her taut arms and held it steady as Liam lashed it in place with a hand-woven length of rope made from the species of vine they'd found dangling from virtually every tree around the clearing. I believe it is possible for me to calculate when in time we are with a very high degree of accuracy. He wrapped the rope tightly around the log, tugging it hard so that it sat flush against its neighbor. The palisade wall so far stretched only a dozen feet, about 20 logs, each just under 8 inches in diameter, and all roughly about 9 feet tall. When they were done, they'd have a circular enclosure about 4 yards across, large enough for all 16 of them to huddle inside should something nasty find its way onto their island, and they needed somewhere to retreat to. How? Asked Liam. I have a detailed record of all the variables during the time of the explosion. Variables? Data. Specifically, directly after we arrived here. The particle decay rate. Liam cocked an eyebrow. I haven't a clue what that means, Bex. She walked over to a dwindling pile of logs and effortlessly picked up another. They were going to need more. Across the clearing he could see Whitmore and several of the students carrying one among them, stumbling across the lumpy ground toward them. She slammed one end of the log down into the soft soil next to the last log with a heavy thud, and Liam began to lash it into their wall. I have a detailed record of the explosion. The number and density of tachyon particles that we were exposed to in 2015, and the number and density of tachyon particles that emerged here alongside ourselves. Liam looked at her and shrugged. Assume I'm a child who knows nothing, Bex. She looked at him, and he thought he caught her rolling her eyes at his stupidity, a gesture the AI must have learned from Sal back when it was computer-bound, and its visual world was what it picked up from the one webcam. Tachyon particles decay at a constant rate. That is why it takes greater amounts of energy to beam a signal further into the past. Liam tugged hard on the vine rope, cinching the knot tightly. I get that. So if these particles die out at a steady rate, that means... I am able to calculate how many particles decayed and, from that, determine how far in time we were sent. He grinned. Really? You can do that? Bex looked up and tried mimicking his uneven smile. I have the processing power to do this. And we'll know exactly when we are? To an accuracy level of 0.001%. Liam shook his head in wonder. Jesus, that metal brain of yours is a bloody marvel, so it is. She seemed pleased with that. Is that a compliment, Liam O'Connor? He punched her arm lightly. Of course it is. Don't know what I'd do without you. Her gaze drifted off across the clearing for a moment, then moved back to him. Thank you. He finished lashing the log and waited for her to pick up another and slam it down heavily beside the last one. So what? We'll actually know what day we arrived in the past? Even what time? Negative. I am unable to give that precise a calculation. Okay, we'll know to the nearest week or something. She shook her head. The nearest month? Negative. Year? I can calculate to the nearest 1,000 years. What? I can calculate our current time down to the nearest... He cut her off. I heard you the first time, but that's no good to us, is it? I mean, even if we could somehow get a message to the future and tell them which 1,000th year we're in, finding us here would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. He slumped down against the wall. If they tried opening a window at the same time every day for every year for 1,000 years, that'd be 365,000 attempts, said Bex. Add another 250 attempts for leap years. Right. That many. Jeez, they'd never find us. She squatted down on her haunches beside him. You are correct. It is extremely unlikely, she confirmed. So that's it then, he said, sagging. The moment of believing they might have the beginnings of a way out was gone now, leaving him feeling even more hopeless than before. We're stuck here. Until my 6-month mission timer reaches. Yes, I know. Then you've got to do what you've got to do. A hand reached out and gently grasped his arm. I am sorry, Liam O'Connor. It does not make me happy to think of terminating these humans. Particularly you. He sighed. Well, I suppose that counts for something, he muttered. Thanks. They watched as the others finally arrived with the log, and between them heaved it onto the ground. Whitmore wiped sweat from his forehead and recovered his breath. Good God! I'm beat! Roughly how many more of these logs do you think you're going to need to finish that? Bex turned and eyed the wall for a moment. 79. He puffed out his cheeks. 79? You sure? She nodded. I am sure. Okay. Whitmore puffed.
"Okay, come on then, kids," he said to the others. "Back to work."
Liam and Bex watched them go. "It would be possible for the field office to narrow down the number of candidate windows," said Bex. "What?" "They do not need to try opening 365,250 windows. I am certain the AI back in the field office would make the same recommendation." "Same recommendation?" "What?" "A density probe. They could attempt a brief scan of each day. Any scans that returned a varying density signal warning would indicate movement of some object at that location. It is possible they would consider density warning signals as best-case candidates." He looked at her. She was right. A routine protocol before opening a window, to make sure they weren't going to get mangled up with somebody else. "Do you remember exactly where we appeared in this clearing?" She nodded. "I have the exact geo-coordinates logged in my database." She pointed across the ground toward a cluster of ferns. "You appeared there. 51 feet, 7¾ inches from this location." "Then?" Liam looked at the spot. "We'd need to stand someone right there flapping their arms around or something, right?" "Correct. But it is unlikely the field office will be making probe sweeps this far back in time." Liam felt himself sagging again. Another shattered ray of hope. He balled a fist with frustration. "This time travel stuff is nonsense. Would it be so hard for the agency to come up with some beamy signal thing we could send back to them?" "In theory, it would be possible. But it would require an enormous amount of energy, and of course time displacement machinery, and a sophisticated enough computer system to target where to aim at—" He raised a hand to shush her. "Bex." Her gray eyes locked on him obediently. "Please, shut up." "Affirmative." He stood, stretching his aching back.
Sod this."
Then he suddenly snapped, slamming his fist against the log wall. The palisade vibrated slightly with the soft creak of stretched vine rope.
"Ouch,"
he muttered, and sucked on grazed knuckles. "That hurt." She tilted her head, curious. "Then why did you do it?"
"Ugh, will you not be quiet?"
Chapter 32. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Several of the new creatures were standing in the shallows of the raging river, frothing white water tumbling noisily around their legs. They all held long sticks in their hands and seemed to be studying the water intently, keeping motionless for long periods, then finally, inexplicably, lashing out with their sticks. Broken Claw turned to the others crouching a few yards away, watching these creatures with fascination. He snicked his claws to attract their attention. They all obediently looked his way. Broken Claw uttered a series of soft, throaty barks and snapped his teeth.
"New creatures. They are dangerous."
He couldn't explain why. He just knew somehow that they were. Quite possibly far more dangerous than them. His yellow eyes swiveled back to the creatures, and across the far side to the strange contraption these things had been fashioning with their pale, clawless arms. The long trunk of a tree, stripped of branches and leaves, and hanging at a raised angle over the river, just like the long, slanted neck of one of the giant leaf-eaters that lived on the open plain. Tied around the contraption's top were vines, entwined together, taut and angling back up toward another tree, over a thick branch and dangling straight down to the ground, where the vines were wrapped around a cluster of logs. He couldn't begin to understand what the contraption did, or why these things had labored so hard to make it. But they had, and it worried him. That he himself couldn't understand what it did worried him. He barked again, softly.
"New creatures. Smarter than us."
The others seemed to agree. They cowered lower among the foliage at the edge of the jungle. He could see as many of them wading in the water as the number of claws he possessed.
He wondered how many more of them were on the island on the far side of this narrow river. More than his pack. Just then, one of the new creatures lurched forward, pushing the stick into the water. A moment later it pulled the stick out. On its end, one of the gray river creatures thrashed and struggled, silver and glistening. The stick had somehow captured the creature.
The stick captures the river creature.
He watched with fascination as the new creatures carried the large, flapping river dweller between them, away from the water's edge and through the trees until they were gone from view. Only one of them remained behind, still, poised, gazing intently out at the water. Broken Claw recognized this one. He'd seen him before 3 sunrises ago, back in the jungle. Their stares had actually met for a moment, although the thing's pale blue eyes had seemed to register nothing of that. Broken Claw sensed this one led the others, just like he led his pack. A position of loneliness and responsibility. For a moment his animal mind processed a thought that a human might have called kinship.
No creature is like I, leads others.
When the time came to kill them all, when he was sure it was safe for them to make their move, he decided this creature should be his and his alone. Perhaps in the moment that he tore this pale thing's heart out, all the wisdom and intelligence inside it would become his. Then he too would understand the stick that captures and the curious construction raised over the river. Liam scanned the swirling foam of water in front of him. Every now and then he could see the dark outline of one of the large prehistoric mudfish darting around the shallows, teasing him to lunge at it with his spear. He was useless at it, unable to anticipate which way the dark shape would lurch to avoid being skewered. Juan was probably the best among them at catching these things. The one he'd just caught was a whopper, 4 feet of wriggling, wet meat, enough to feed at least half of them tonight. If he could just manage to bag another one himself while the others were carrying it back to the camp, then he could at least feel less like a useless jerk. Some leader. Franklin seemed to know everything about dinosaurs, Whitmore quite a lot too. Juan seemed to be at home in this survival situation, good at hunting, building a fire and all. Keisha seemed to be the group's carer and doctor. And despite the unfortunate incident a few days ago, the others were beginning to regard Bex as their bodyguard. Even Jonah seemed to have a valued role as the group's comedian. And then there's me, the Irish kid who can do nothing more than keep saying, "Help's on the way." He wondered if the only reason they'd accepted him as the nominal leader was because he'd made the rash promise to get them back home. That, and of course, because Bex took her orders only from him. He wondered how they were going to feel about him being in charge in a few weeks or months' time, when there was still no sign of rescue. He felt lonely and worn out with the burden of responsibility. At least the last time he'd been stuck in the past, it had just been himself to worry about. He hadn't been asked to lead anyone. No, that was Bob's job. He laughed at the memory of Bob leading that army of freedom fighters. They'd thought he was some sort of warrior angel sent down from heaven by God himself. They'd thought he was a superhero just like out of one of those comic books. Superman, Captain Freedom. He'd certainly looked the part. Movement. He looked up and saw a pack of small dinosaurs, little more than lizards, standing upright on their hind legs, gazing at him curiously. None bigger than his hand. They were standing only a couple of yards away, and tweeted and twittered among themselves as they idly watched him. Franklin had a species name for them, although Liam was damned if he could remember it. "What do you fellas want?" he called. He could guess, begging for scraps. These little creatures had been hopping and skipping around their campfire last night like excited children, drawn by the smell of fish meat being grilled on a spit. One of them had even been bold enough to hop up onto the cooking carcass, but had slipped on the greasy scales of the fish and fallen into the fire, where it had flapped around and screamed for a while before finally succumbing to the flames.
"Did you not learn your lesson last night, you silly idiots? Best staying away, eh?"
They all cocked their heads to the right in unison at the sound of his voice.
"Jesus, you little fellas really are stupid, aren't you?"
They tweeted and twittered and cooed at that.
"Ah, go away, will ya? You'll spook my fish, so you will."
Liam bent down, scooped up a rock, and tossed it a dozen yards down the silted riverbank. The entire pack of mini theropods turned and scooted after it excitedly, presumably convinced it was a hunk of juicy meat. Liam watched them go, pattering across the silt, leaving a host of tiny trails behind them, like the trail of winter birds across virgin snow. And that's when the idea struck him.
Oh,
he gasped to himself.
"Oh, Jesus and Mother Mary,"
he added for good measure.
"That'll be it."
He dropped his spear into the water and turned on his heels, heading through the trees toward the camp. Chapter 33. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam stumbled out of the jungle and into the clearing. Across the way he could see a thin column of smoke from yesterday's campfire, still smoldering, and clustered around it their dozen wigwam shelters, cone-shaped frames of wood beneath layers of broad, waxy leaves the size of elephants' ears. To one side was their palisade, finished now, and reinforced with a coating of rust-colored dried mud, packed into the spaces between the logs and almost as hard as concrete. Around the tree-trunk palisade wall, a 3-foot-deep trench had been dug out. It effectively added another 2 or 3 feet to the height of their defenses. Liam very much doubted it would hold at bay something as large as a rex, but it might be enough to dissuade any smaller beasts on the hunt for an easy meal. He picked out Bex among the figures moving around the camp, a figure in black, her head no longer a pale, round eggshell, but dark now with a week's worth of hair growth.
"Bex!"
he called. Her head turned sharply toward him, and her posture instantly adjusted to one ready for action. Every other head turned his way as he stumbled awkwardly across the ground to them. He saw Juan and Leonard scrambling to their feet and reaching for spears. He realized his voice must have sounded shrill, as if he was shouting a warning. Kelly reached into his pocket for his jackknife, Whitmore for one of their hatchets. By the time Liam arrived beside the campfire, breathless and sweating from the exertion, everybody stood poised with a weapon and ready to run for the safety of the palisade.
"What is it?"
asked Kelly.
"Something coming?"
Liam looked at them all. They were wide-eyed, some of them terrified even. Glances skipped from Liam to the far side of the clearing from where he'd emerged, sprinting as if the devil himself was in hot pursuit.
"What happened, dude?"
asked Jonah. Bex said, "Your voice indicated a threat." Liam shook his head.
No, not really. I just had an idea."
"Fossils. That's what you're talking about," said Franklin. "Fossils. They're not even the original print that's left behind, but just an imprint of the print, sediment that has filled the footprint, then hardened over thousands of years to become a layer of rock."
"Yes, but it's still a mark that survived through all that time. An impression of that original mark."
"Of course," sniffed Franklin. "Yes, of course, that's exactly what it is."
Kelly shook his head.
"That's it? That's how you intend to communicate with your agency? Leave a mark on the ground in the Cretaceous period and hope some lucky fossil hunter finds it?"
He shrugged, exasperated.
"Oh, great."
He gazed at the fire.
"And here I thought you and your robo-girl had some sort of high-tech beacon or something to bring them here."
Bex shook her head. "Negative. No beacons." Liam raised a hand to hush her.
"That's just the way it is, Mr. Kelly. There's nothing I can do about that."
Laura bit her lip.
That doesn't sound like much of a chance, though.
A message traced in the ground surviving millions of years in one piece? Surviving that long? Added Juan. And being found as well, man? What are the chances of that? Liam shrugged. Maybe we can improve our chances. He looked at Franklin. Do we not know where the first fossils were discovered? I mean, historically. That's actually known, right? Whitmore and Franklin exchanged a glance. Well, yes, said Whitmore. It's common knowledge where the first American dinosaur fossils were discovered. Franklin nodded. In Texas, of course. Right here in Texas. Behind his Coke bottle glasses, his eyes suddenly widened. Yes. Wait a second. Yes, Dinosaur Valley. Right, Mr. Whitmore? Whitmore nodded. Good God, yes, you're right, Franklin. Near Glen Rose, Texas. Glen Rose? Liam shrugged. Would that be far away? Kelly's scornful frozen expression of cynicism looked like it was thawing. Not that far from where the Terry Labs were, actually. About 60 miles away. Dinosaur Valley State Park, continued Whitmore. It's a protected area now, a national landmark. At the beginning of the 1900s, I think, some of the first fossils were found along a riverbed there. Lots of them. The Paluxy River, said Franklin. Where the fossils were found was thought to be the shoreline of some Cretaceous area sea. Liam looked from Whitmore to Franklin. So? We could get to this place, right? You fellas know exactly where it would be? Both shook their heads. Not really, said Whitmore. How could we know that? He gestured around at the jungle. It's an entirely different landscape. He laughed. Hell, it's out there somewhere. I know where it is in relation to the Terry Labs, said Kelly. The others looked at him. Well, I drive into work from Glen Rose. It's where I live. I pass the signs for Dinosaur Valley Park every day on the way up to the interstate. It's just outside Glen Rose, about a mile north of the town. I have geo-coordinates for the town of Glen Rose, said Bex. Liam looked at her. You do? Of course. It was part of the data package Maddie Carter uploaded prior to departure. I have the complete set of U.S. Geological Survey maps for the state of Texas. Liam's eyes glistened by the light of the campfire. We could actually do this. He looked at them all, piecing together on the fly something that was beginning to resemble a plan. Then, in theory, Bex, you could lead us right to this place that will one day become this dinosaur park? Affirmative. And if we know some fossil hunting fellas find a whole load of fossils, as you said, Mr. Whitmore, sometime in the 1900s, then could we not place some fossils of our own right there? I suppose we... Negative, cut in Bex. She understood now where Liam was going with this. That would represent a significant contamination risk. Liam clenched his teeth in frustration. Come on, Bex. We have to break a few eggs, so we do. She cocked her head. Break eggs? You know, how does it go? To make an omelette? We leave a message to be found. So, all right, it causes a new load of contamination problems. But then we have a chance at being rescued, getting these people back home, where they should be, and then we go and fix that little problem. This action introduces a third independent source of contamination. She looked coolly at the group gathered around the campfire. Already there are two potential sources of time corruption. One in 2015, the absence of Edward Chan. The second, this time, the presence of humans where there should not be any. Either or both contamination sources have a high probability of already causing significant time waves in the future. What if... started Jonah, but he almost stopped when every pair of eyes swung to him. Clearly now wasn't the time for some flippant wisecrack. But he continued anyway. It seemed like a smart idea to him. What if, we left a message that was, too important to become common knowledge?
They stared at him in silence. No one was telling him to shut up, so he elaborated.
I mean, like, hushed up. Like, say, Roswell?
Liam shrugged.
Roswell?
Kelly snorted a dry laugh.
The supposed site of a crashed UFO in 1947. Conspiracy nuts love that story. According to them, it was a real flying saucer from outer space with real live LGM on board.
Laura saw Liam purse his lips in confusion.
Little green men,
she said helpfully.
Anyway,
continued Kelly,
despite the fact it was probably just a crashed test jet of some kind, you still get nut jobs raving about wanting to free the little green men from their years of medical testing and enforced imprisonment.
Jonah made a face.
Yeah, but how do we know for sure it ain't true, Mr. Kelly? Point is, it could have been just a test jet. It could have been an alien spaceship. But the world will never know, 'cause the government, being like totally paranoid douchebags, hushed it all up. Kept the secret to themselves.
Oh, come on, kid,
said Kelly.
That's a load of...
Liam waved him silent.
Hang on, no, wait. Jonah has a point, I think.
He scratched his cheek, deep in thought for a moment.
Look, the point is people like the government, your American government, right? If someone, some everyday person, discovered a fossil that suggested something as amazing as the invention of time travel, and they told the government, what would they do? You kidding?
Said Juan.
They'd end up all over it like a rash, man. Secret Service, Homeland Security stiffs in black suits and dark glasses and stuff.
I'll tell you, dude. Whoever found it would end up having an unfortunate accident, said Jonah, looking at Kelly. Always happens. Like, always. In fact, anybody who knew about it, or was related to somebody who knew about it, would end up dead or in Guantanamo or someplace. Either way, there wouldn't be anyone walking around talking about it.
That's what I mean, said Liam. It would remain a secret.
He looked at Bex.
And so nothing major would be changed by it. The world wouldn't be talking about it. The world wouldn't know about it.
Behind her narrowing eyes, he guessed her computer was hard at work processing that notion, looking for a percentage probability figure. Whitmore nodded.
That's how the intelligence agencies work, by keeping a poker face. Give nothing away. You know something, you keep it to yourself. You know something about the enemy, say the Russians, you don't change a thing about the way you behave. You act normal so the enemy doesn't know you've got something on them.
Liam nodded.
Exactly, just like in World War II. I read something about those Enigma codes and all, and how the Americans and British couldn't sometimes react to the German messages they'd intercepted, otherwise the Germans would have figured out they'd cracked their secret codes.
He looked down at the muddy ground at his feet. Subconsciously, the toe of his left shoe drew spirals in the dirt.
So I don't know yet what kind of message we could write. But we'd want something we know they'd have to keep secret. But more importantly, we want a message they'd need to take directly to our field office.
That will compromise the agency's secrecy, warned Bex.
Liam shrugged. I know. But another problem to fix later, huh?
She scowled silently at that.
It is another protocol conflict. So you can blame it on me when we get back, he said with a grin.
The group considered Liam's plan in silence for a while as the fire crackled and hissed between them.
I think your idea sounds cool, said Park. I'm in.
Liam noticed a couple of heads nod.
All right then, he said finally.
All right then. This felt good, having something at least half figured out, something for them all to work toward.
Bex, we'd need for them to know when we are, you know? As close as you can get it. So you do what math in your head you need to do.
She nodded slowly.
Affirmative. And maybe we'll need some sort of device erected exactly where we landed, right? So that if, he corrected himself,
When they get our message and have an approximate time period to start density probing, we need something that's constantly moving to and fro in that space, creating some sort of a movement, a disturbance.
Correct. You mean like a windmill or something? Asked Ranjit. Bex nodded. Affirmative. A device of that kind would be suitable. And we'll need to make some preparations for a long hike. Food, water, weapons, those sorts of things. Liam looked around at them. And we'll need to leave someone behind to man the camp and lift the bridge after we've gone. Also to maintain the density interference device. It must function constantly. All the time, said Bex. Liam looked over his shoulder out toward the darkness, toward the middle of the clearing where they'd landed over a week ago. Yes, you're right. It'd be bad news for us if a density probe passed through here once, found nothing, and moved on. Liam's grin was infectious, and began to spread among the others. He looked at Bex. Is this acceptable? She nodded slowly. The plan has a low probability of success. She smiled, quite nicely this time. But it is possible, Liam O'Connor. Chapter 34 2001, New York. Sal watched the world go by. Her world. That's how she thought about it. Times Square, New York, 8:30 in the morning, Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. She knew it so well now. She knew everything that existed in this thoroughfare and everything that was meant to happen at this very moment in time. For instance, she looked around, and there they were, the old couple in matching jogging suits, huffing slowly side by side, the FedEx guy with an armful of packages, dropping one of them on the sidewalk and looking around to see whether anyone had noticed his ham-fistedness, two blonde girls sharing headphones and giggling at something they were listening to. Sal smiled. All normal so far. And there was the flustered-looking huddle of Japanese tourists standing outside TGI Fridays on the corner of 7th Avenue and 46th Street, flipping anxiously through their phrase books to work out how to ask for coffee and a bagel times 9. Her eyes drifted up to the billboards overlooking Times Square. There was Shrek and Donkey. There was the billboard for Mamma Mia. And walking slowly up the sidewalk toward her favorite bench, checking in every trash can along the way and pushing a loaded shopping cart in front of him, was the cheerful old homeless man she saw this time every morning. She sniffed the warm morning air. It smelled of car exhaust and faintly of sizzling bacon and sausage meat. Again, very normal. The smell of a city in a hurry and on its way to work. My word, she whispered to herself. Her world, and all was well. Only that was little consolation. If her world was still unaltered, if there weren't even the tiniest of differences to see here, it could only mean that Liam and the others had yet to make any impact on whatever piece of history they'd landed in. There were two conclusions to draw from that, weren't there? Either they were being incredibly careful and had managed to avoid any kind of contamination at all, or they arrived nowhere, she muttered. Dead. Torn to pieces by a wall of energy, by the explosion they'd caused. Or perhaps lost in chaos space. Foster had once ominously told her it was a place you'd never, ever want, not in your wildest nightmares, to hang around in. Maddie was back from her trip to locate Foster. She hadn't managed to find him. Sal had thought it was a long shot. But she seemed to have cheered up a little, seemed hopeful that they were still going to get them back home. For some reason, she'd been gabbing on about expecting, when the bubble reset at 12 o'clock tonight and they were reset back to Monday morning, the first thing they'd hear would be a knock on the archway's door, and somebody standing outside, perhaps feeling silly, uncertain, and holding in their hand some sort of artifact from history with Liam's scruffy handwriting scrawled across it. Sal wondered why Maddie was so sure that was going to happen, that the answer to this little mess they were in was actually going to deliver itself to their front door, like the morning mail.
Maddie slurped on her third Dr. Pepper and placed it back on the desk beside the other two, now forming an orderly line of crumpled cans. She could feel the sugar kick building up inside, and the office chair twisted one way, then the other, as she pulled on the edge of the desk.
"Well,"
she said.
"what do you think, Bob?"
"Your thinking is logical. However, my AI duplicate would offer Liam caution against this course of action."
"Of course you would, Bob, because that's a hard-coded protocol."
The cursor blinked for a few seconds.
"Also because of the danger of revealing the location of this field office."
"But Liam would still go and do something like that, right? He'd override your warning."
"I am unable to answer that, Maddie."
"But come on, you know him better than me or Sal."
"He has broken protocols before. He is capable of impulsive decisions."
Maddie smiled.
"Yes, he is."
She picked up her can again and tossed another fizzy mouthful down.
"So, like, if somebody in history does find a message from him, I guess we're going to have to do a lot of cleaning up after ourselves."
"It will depend on who discovers the message, and when in history that person comes from."
"Well, it would be dropped somewhere, sometime in the state of Texas. It could be anyone from some Apache Indian or maybe a cowboy to, I don't know, maybe a Civil War soldier or an oil driller or some college kids goofing around off the main highway. It could be anyone."
"You presume they have only traveled back in time 100 or 200 years. It is equally possible they exist in what will one day be Texas long before the arrival of colonials. It is equally possible they exist in a time before the arrival of Native Americans."
"Isn't there a way you could at least best guess how far back in time they've gone?"
"Negative. However, it might be possible for my AI duplicate to compare the density of tachyon particles in the vicinity of the explosion and the arrival point. The decay attrition is constant, and this would give a fairly precise indication of when they are."
She stared at the screen.
"Really?"
"Affirmative. It will depend on how accurate the reading was."
If Bob was right, if that was true, and they had a timestamp, then getting some sort of message through time to her was the only course they could take. And Liam and the version of Bob's AI that was with him were smart enough to come to the exact same conclusion.
"I've got a feeling it's going to be all right. I really do."
"I hope you are correct, Maddie."
She nodded, wishing she had just a little of Liam's laid-back, devil-may-care attitude. She tilted her can and swilled another mouthful.
"Let's have some music. It's like a frickin' graveyard in here."
"I have an extensive database of music. What would you like for your listening pleasure?"
"Something heavy. Something rocky."
"Clarify heavy. Rocky."
"Bob, just give me something lively, then."
"I can analyze the audio files in my database for variables such as beats per minute, waveform, volume, number of times played."
"Do that."
She cut in.
"Do that. Number of times played. Give me something the previous team liked to listen to."
"Affirmative."
She heard his hard drive whirring softly. Then a moment later the speakers on the desk to either side of the main monitor began to chug with a heavy drum beat.
"Is this acceptable?"
She sat back in her chair and put her feet up on the desk. It sounded pretty good to her. A bit like 9 Inch Nails, Marilyn Manson, a bit like Red Hot Chili Peppers.
"Yeah, cool. I like it."
The music echoed around the archway, bouncing off the cool brick walls, making the place feel a little more alive. Chapter 35. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam watched Bex and the men lowering the bridge among them. He was surprised at the strength of the vine rope, showing no signs yet of fraying and snapping despite the tree trunk having been raised and lowered a dozen times already. It thudded down on the boulders on the far side of the river, bouncing and flexing as it settled into place.
"All right,"
he shouted over the roar of the river.
"Everyone who's not sane, let's go."
The first of those that were going on the trip began to carefully shuffle their way along the log, getting damp with spray from below. 12 of them in total, leaving 4 behind to man the camp: Joseph Park and Jonah Middleton, Sophia Yip and Keisha Jackson. Park, as the only adult, was in charge, and Bex had made sure he fully understood how important it was to keep the windmill rotating its arms. The contraption was a post with a balanced crossbar, like a pair of scales, and someone's backpack on one side, slowly leaking, one at a time, pebbles onto the ground. As the weight adjusted and the scales slowly tilted, it turned a simple windmill, a long, thin spar of wood that swung through the air with a regular rhythm. Every few hours the backpack needed to be topped up again to maintain the blade's swinging action. It couldn't be allowed to stop. Park understood enough of its purpose already, maintaining a regular metronome-like signature of movement. Bex also briefed him on the warning signs that the area in the immediate vicinity was being probed: heat, a momentary localized jump in temperature of about 10 degrees, and a slight visual shimmering. If a probe actually did occur while they were gone, she'd continued, there would almost certainly be another one directly afterward to double-check the rhythmic interference. And provided the windmill was still waving and duplicating the same unnatural pattern, he could expect a 2-yard wide time window to open and for someone to emerge from it, looking for them. Park assured them he'd set up a rotation to keep the contraption turning, and then wished them all luck. They'd spent a few days preparing to set off on the trip. 60 miles heading northeast, with no idea at all what sort of terrain they were going to have to cross. It could be jungle all the way. It could turn to desert for all they knew. Which was why they each carried in their school backpacks as many plastic bottles as had come through with them full of drinking water. They had some food, too, packets of grilled fish meat wrapped in broad, waxy leaves and tied up with vine rope. Enough food and water to last them a few days, and hopefully they could forage for more along the way. Kelly was first across, and waited for the next with a helping hand extended. Everyone also had a weapon now, either a spear or metal shard hatchet, or both. Juan had even managed to produce 3 surprisingly good bows from suitably sturdy branches, and a quiver full of arrows from sharpened bamboo canes, with fletching made from thin strips of bark. The arrows had proved to be useless against the hard wood of a tree trunk, splintering on impact. But tested on the long, bulky body of one of those huge fish, the arrows had gone almost entirely through. Liam wondered, however, if a volley of their arrows would do little more than irritate a T-Rex, if they met one. 60 miles. He hoped the terrain ahead of them was as free of lumbering prehistoric monsters as this jungle had so far proved to be. Other than those ugly mudfish in the river, the tiny theropods on the bank, and that bloody carcass they'd encountered over a week ago, the only living things he'd seen had been dragonflies the size of seagulls and bugs the size of rats, although at night the jungle seemed to echo with the curious, haunting calls of a host of unknown creatures. The others were mostly across now, wet from the spray of the river and the sweat of exertion in this hot and humid jungle. Bex was the last one across. She walked nimbly and confidently along the flexing trunk. Perfect balance and absolutely no fear of falling into the turbulent froth beneath. Liam pursed his lips, jealous of that. To know no fear, to not have that gnawing sensation of terror in your stomach every time something thudded heavily out there in the dark of the jungle. Not that he could afford to show it. His stupid grin and the casual flick of his hand was all he allowed himself every time something happened that made him want to whimper. For example, he truly wished they hadn't happened to cross that rib cage. That meant something, or some things was out there, sharing the jungle with them. Something they'd yet to see. Bex jumped off the end of the log onto the silt riverbank beside Liam. "Are you ready to proceed, Liam O'Connor?" He sucked air through his teeth as he glanced around at the others. They all seemed to be looking at him to lead the way.
Northeast, you say, Bex?
Bex's eyelids fluttered once as she consulted onboard data.
311 degrees magnetic,
she said, pointing her finger toward the thick apron of trees ahead of them.
We must proceed in that direction.
Right then,
he said, grasping his spear in both hands. He looked back over his shoulder at the four they'd left behind on the far side of the river and cupped his mouth.
I'll have a pint of stout to celebrate when we get back.
They cocked their heads and looked confused. So did everyone on this side.
Stout? Ale?
He said.
You know?
Whitmore scratched his beard thoughtfully.
Do you mean beer?
Liam shook his head.
You Americans really have no idea what a good beer is, do you?
Whitmore shrugged.
I had a Guinness once.
Bex shook her head earnestly.
Liam O'Connor, we do not have any alcoholic beverages in the camp.
You will not be able to have a stout.
Oh, doesn't matter,
he sighed.
I was only trying to be funny. Shall we just get on with this?
Affirmative.
She looked up. The sun was breaching the treetops, sending a scattering, star-burst of rays across the morning sky.
I calculate we have 9 1/4 hours of daylight before the sun sets again.
Then let's get a wriggle on,
said Liam.
We've got a lot of miles to cover.
Broken Claw watched them step off right past him and into the jungle. Right past him. He was amazed at how little the new creatures seemed to see with their small eyes. Broken Claw could quite easily have reached out from the cluster of tall grass he was crouching behind and touched one of them. The rest of his pack was there with him, dotted around beneath the shelter of ferns, behind the slender trunks of the trees that lined the river. As many hunting males as he had teeth in his mouth. The females and the younger pack members were a little farther back in the jungle for safety. So many of them hiding within a few yards of them, and yet none of these curious, pale, upright creatures seemed to have any idea they were being watched. Broken Claw struggled to make sense of that. Perhaps these things had spotted them, but for some cunning reason were hiding their reactions? Again, another reason to be wary of them. That and those sticks they carried. Those sticks that could easily trap fish from the raging river. And new things. Curved sticks with a taut line of vine stretched from one end to the other. He wondered what these new devices did. The new creatures stumbled clumsily and noisily past, up the gentle incline of the bank, and disappeared into the dark canopy of the jungle. Broken Claw turned from them to study the others on the far side of the river. They were pulling on another length of vine, and he watched in silent awe as the tree trunk across the water slowly jerked and wobbled and raised inches at a time, reminding him of one of the large plain dwellers, raising its head and long neck after drinking from a pool of water. He understood this thing now. He understood its purpose.
A way across the dangerous water. A way that could be raised and lowered at will.
He caught sight of yellow eyes dotted here and there, the intent gaze of his extended family pack. They too were watching the tree rise, apparently under its own power. That was good. Good that they were seeing for themselves how wary they must be of these harmless-looking new arrivals. Broken Claw offered a soft bark, and the yellow eyes vanished. And the pack, like a ghostly dawn mist dissipating under the warm light of a rising sun, was suddenly gone, as if they'd evaporated into the jungle. Chapter 36 65 million years BC. Jungle. It was past mid-afternoon as they neared the crest of the steep jungle mountain they'd been struggling up since dawn. Through fleeting gaps in the foliage canopy, Liam had caught glimpses of an ebony ridge of peaks ahead of them, to the left and right, as far as he could see. He'd considered suggesting they turn left or right to try finding a way around, but that might mean a detour of days. Better, he had decided, to press on up the sloping jungle hillside and tackle the ridge. At least it would be all downhill on the far side. Up ahead, the jungle was thinning, giving way to smaller, withered trees trying to find a foothold on a ground of shale and gravel dotted with coarse tufts of grass. Just ahead of him, Bex emerged into sunlight. He noticed that her back, taut with muscle, was bone dry. "Don't these clones ever sweat?" Liam was drenched. Every inch of his skin was slick with perspiration, the salt running down from his bangs, stinging his eyes. Behind him he could hear Franklin and Whitmore talking. They hadn't stopped since they'd set out from the camp, a relentless jabbering to and fro on all things prehistoric. It was certainly reassuring to know their group had what sounded like a certain amount of expertise on this alien environment, but Liam would happily have paid a ship steward's monthly wage for them to just shut up for 5 minutes. Whitmore dabbed at his damp forehead.
"But I want to know why we haven't seen any yet. This Mesozoic era was very favorable to the larger species, I mean—"
"No need to patronize me, Mr. Whitmore," Franklin cut in. "I know all that. I know this was the most densely populated era, that the Cretaceous was really the time of the dinosaurs. Much more so than the Jurassic era."
Whitmore nodded.
"Mind you, it wouldn't have sounded quite so snappy if they'd called that movie Cretaceous Park, would it?"
"At least it would have been more accurate," said Franklin. "But it's so strange, don't you think? I mean, Dinosaur Valley State Park isn't so far away, and the Paluxy riverbed there is covered in fossils from all types of species. How come this jungle valley's, like, deserted?"
Franklin's voice was heavy with disappointment.
"I mean, here we are, in the perfect time. In fact, to see all the classic species, T-Rex, Ankylosaurus, Stegosaurus, Triceratops, and yet we've seen nothing."
"It could be the jungle itself is unfavorable terrain for the larger animals."
"That's not true," replied Franklin. "It's nutrient heaven for the herbivores. And where there are herbivores, you should also find carnivores. This jungle should be full of them."
"Well,"
said Whitmore, looking up the slope at the thinning vegetation and craggy peak ahead of them,
"no more jungle now."
They and the rest of the party followed Liam and Bex out of the lush green into a mostly gray-brown world of slate and shingle. Up ahead, the slope rose to a fractured cliff face of sharp slate angles. Whitmore could see that the robo-girl was already climbing up it, making swift progress from one treacherous handhold to the next. He watched her pulling herself up the sheer cliff face without any apparent difficulty. Robo-girl. Now they all knew she was some kind of robot, and after seeing her nearly skewer Laura like one of those mudfish, and Lord knows if Liam hadn't intervened, she would have killed them all, one after the other. There was no way anyone was going to entirely trust her. Whitmore's feet slid on the shale as he scrambled awkwardly up the last 50 yards to the base of the cliff to join Liam.
"We were—"
Whitmore gasped like an asthmatic as he wiped the sweat from his brow. He looked up at the sheer rock face.
"We're climbing that?"
"Yup," said Liam.
I'm...
He was still heaving to catch some air.
"I'm not sure I'll be able to."
Liam shook his head as he peeled the backpack off. "Not a lot of choice, Mr. Whitmore. It's that direction we need to go." He swallowed anxiously.
I'm really not so great with heights."
"Don't worry about that, Mr. Whitmore. She can pull you up if you'd like." Franklin puffed and wheezed up the last few yards, kicking loose shale beneath his sneakers.
"That goes for me, too. I'm exhausted."
Liam looked up the rock face and saw Bex was already at the top and bracing her legs against an outcrop for balance. She pulled the heavy coils of vine rope off her shoulder, secured one end around her waist, and tossed the rest down. It clattered onto the shale with several dozen yards in length to spare. Liam looked at Franklin and Whitmore and down at the others making their way up the last few yards of the mountainside. Beyond them he could see the green carpet of the jungle rolling all the way down the steep peak they'd been ascending to the deep valley below. He thought he could just make out the hairline silver glint of the river snaking through the lush emerald carpet, and there it was, a small oval of lighter green, no bigger than his fingernail. Their clearing. "I am ready to proceed," Bex called down. They all studied the cliff face unhappily, 60 feet high, all razor-sharp edges and craggy outcrops that promised to impale or slice anyone unfortunate enough to fall. "Don't all be chickens," said Bex. Liam glanced up at her and saw she was smiling. Did she just try to be funny? "Cluck, cluck," she added in her monotone voice. Liam shook his head, put his hands on his hips, and smiled. "So, I see you found a sense of humor, Bex." "I have been observing and learning humorous dialogue exchanges, Liam. I am now capable of delivering basic humorous responses." "Well done," he shouted back. "You are all little chickens." "Cluck, cluck, cluck," she said again with a hint of pride in her dry voice. Not exactly hilarious, Liam decided, as he looked around at the concerned expressions on the others' faces, but at least her AI was trying to be more human. "Is she all right?" asked Juan. Liam shrugged. "It's her attempt at a joke. Don't worry. She's fine." He looked up at her. "Bex, maybe we should save the joking around for later, all right? You're scaring the kids." Her face straightened. "Affirmative." "Okay, then." He turned back to the others. "Who's first?" There wasn't exactly a rush. Liam was the last one up. As Bex hefted him up onto the ridge and helped him to his feet, he could see she looked fatigued. In fact, he realized it was the first time he'd ever seen her looking like that. Genuinely spent. "You okay, Bex?" "Recommendation. I should now consume protein and then rest for several hours," she said. Her gray eyes met his for a moment, and he wondered if there was a hint of gratitude in her expression, gratitude that he'd bothered to ask if she was all right. "Okay, you do that," he said, slapping her shoulder. "We could all probably do with a rest. Maybe we should set up camp here for tonight." She considered that for a moment, panning her eyes around the immediate surroundings. "This is an acceptable location." "Right. I'll tell the others." He wandered across the top of the peak toward the rest of them. They were clustered together and staring out over the sloping ridge on the far side of the peak. From where he stood, he could see nothing but a rich blue sky and a far-off top-heavy bank of cloud hanging above a flat horizon, like a giant floating anvil. "What is it? Can you see something?" He clattered over, kicking stones and raising dust, until he was standing right beside them. "Oh, my," his voice fluttered softly. "There's all the dinosaurs you've ever wanted to see, kid," said Whitmore to Franklin. The peak sloped down gently, gray shale gradually giving way in patches to an enormous plain of verdant grassland, dotted with islands of jungle. Tall, straight, deciduous canopy trees, draped with the vines they'd come to rely on. Around the patches of jungle, herds of huge beasts Liam couldn't begin to name grazed lazily in the late afternoon sun. Between the slowly meandering groups of giants, smaller packs of fleet-footed beasts flocked and weaved in an endless, zigzagging race. "My God," whispered Kelly. "This is really just incredible." Whitmore and Franklin were grinning like a pair of children in a toy store. Beyond the sweeping plain, Liam noticed the flat horizon changed from a drab olive color to a rich turquoise. Laura was frowning at that, confused. "Is that an ocean over there? I don't recall Texas having a freaking ocean in the middle of it." Franklin nodded.
65 million years ago there was, he said, adopting the learned air of a college professor. An inland ocean that ran north-south up the middle of America, cutting it in two. In fact, Laura, you probably wouldn't recognize Earth if you were looking at it from orbit right now.
Liam watched in silence for a good minute, stunned, like everyone else, into stillness and quiet, as he gazed out on a scene that no human had ever witnessed before, nor should ever witness again. A moment of incalculable privilege, uniqueness. Once upon a time, and it felt like another lifetime now, he'd been standing in the creaking bowels of a dying ship, waist-deep in ice-cold water, facing certain death and crying like a small child. And there was Foster, holding his hand out and uttering a promise that if he joined him, there were going to be things he'd see, wonderful things, incredible things.
Well, this is certainly one of them,
Liam whispered to himself.
What's that?
Said Kelly. Liam roused himself and grinned.
Nothing. I just said, so this is where all you big fellas have been hiding.
A good-natured ripple of laughter spread among them.
We're camping up here tonight,
he announced, studying the distant strip of ocean blue on the horizon.
And tomorrow we'll be at the seaside, so we will.
Chapter 37. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam savored the warmth of the fire on his face and hands. It had turned out to be surprisingly cool up here on the peak once the sun had gone down, and his sweat-damp clothes had begun to feel uncomfortably chilly against his skin. In the sky above, the dark plain spread out before them. The last stain of day spread a warm, rich, amber light along the flat horizon, and the night was beginning to fill with the distant haunting chorus of creatures calling to each other across miles of open plain. He heard the scuff of boots and skittering shale approaching out of the dark. Bex appeared and sat down heavily next to him.
"Hello, Liam."
"Hello," he replied, chewing on the rubbery corner of his reheated grilled mudfish. He looked at her eyes, glistening as they reflected the campfire in front of them. He wondered what went on behind them when she wasn't busy assessing mission priorities or threat factors. He wondered if that tiny organic brain linked to her computer could appreciate how beautiful that amber sky was, or enjoy the pleasing sensation of warmth from the fire.
"Your AI's done a bit of growing again, hasn't it?"
he said presently.
"Your cluck-cluck thing earlier was, well, about as funny as one of my old Auntie Noreen's jokes, but the thing is, it sounded almost human."
"Thank you." She nodded.
"It has been useful to me, observing these younger humans. Their social interactions are more heavily nuanced by emotional indicators and less restricted by expected convention."
His face creased as he digested that.
"You mean they're more likely to blurt out whatever they're thinking than adults?"
"Affirmative."
"Well, now," he said, smiling, "that's probably true."
Laura Whiteley, sitting opposite, caught what they were saying over the babble of dinosaur talk going on among Kelly, Whitmore, and Franklin.
"I don't blurt,"
she said.
"Children do that."
Bex's gaze shifted to her.
"Are you not a child?"
She gave Liam an is-she-for-real look, one eyebrow cocked with incredulity.
"Excuse me. I'm 15. I'm not a child. I'm a teenager."
"You still have 4 years of physical and mental growth to undergo before you are technically an adult human being," said Bex. "Optimum mental and physical functionality is obtained at 19 years of age. This makes you still a child."
"Yeah? And what about you? What are you, then?"
Bex's jaw dropped open, a facial expression Liam had not seen her make before, nor an expression he could recall Bob ever making either, for that matter. Bex's eyes gazed at the fire for a long, long time, the lids fluttering slightly every now and then.
"She's really given that some serious thought,"
I will, she began after a while. I will never be a complete human being. Laura's face softened ever so slightly. A second ago she'd looked like she wanted to fight Bex. Now she almost looked sorry for her. You sound sad about that. Sad. Bex considered that word. Sad, she said again quietly. My developmental AI routines allow me to learn and replicate human behavior patterns, but I am unable to directly experience emotions. This would affect my performance as a support unit. So let me get this straight, said Laura, shuffling around the fire, closer to them so she wasn't being drowned out by Franklin's droning voice. You're flesh and blood, just like a human being, but your head is like all robot? My body is a genetically enhanced female human body. I have multiple threaded muscle tissue, capable of a 576% performance response. Laura looked at Liam. That means she's, what, like 6 times stronger than she should be? Liam nodded. Aye, that sounds about right. I also have a high-density calcium-based support chassis. Strong bones, said Liam. Laura nodded. It looked like she'd figured that out for herself. I also have a rapid reaction, high white cell count fluid repair system. Bex turned to Laura. My blood clots quickly. Right. All of this gene technology will be developed by WG Systems in the year 2043 for military applications, genetically engineered combat units. Wow, said Laura. You mean like super soldiers? Correct. I was designed for war. Specifically, subterfuge and covert operations. Liam smiled. But don't let that put you off her. She's a sweetie, really. Bex looked at him curiously. Sweetie? Liam put out an arm around her shoulders and hugged her clumsily. We go back a bit, Bex and me. Would you believe it? She used to be a man, so she did. Big chap, just like some muscle man called Schwarzenhofer or something. Apparently he becomes a president of yours sometime. Oh my God. Laura made a face. You don't mean Arnold Schwarzenegger? That's the fella? Anyway, Bex was called Bob back then. But well, you had a bit of a scrap, didn't you? And... Caution, said Bex. It is inadvisable to reveal details of previous missions. Liam hushed. Perhaps they'd revealed more than they ought to. Yes, you're right. Sorry, Laura. Liam decided to change the subject. Bex, we should consider what message we want to leave in the ground, you know. Bex nodded. Affirmative. This is important. Kelly overheard that. You guys discussing the help message? And that shut up everyone around the fire, even Franklin. Yes, replied Liam. I've been giving it some thought. We would have to actually reveal the exact date and location of our field office. Bex frowned. Negative. The location and timestamp must remain known only to agency operatives. But we have to. Do you not see? Because Sal and Maddie aren't exactly likely to go fossil hunting in Texas anytime soon. It will be someone else who finds it. And the only way it will get to them is if we reveal that. You know, said Kelly, that kind of information would be mighty powerful stuff. The fact that time travel technology exists. The fact that humans have actually been back to dinosaur times. That's world-changing information, Liam. You understand that, don't you? You mentioned time contamination and time waves and stuff like that, won't it? Oh, for sure, said Liam. That's the kind of nightmare we were recruited to prevent, contamination of the timeline. And yet you'll be causing it. I know, but it's the only way. He looked at Shan, sitting quietly between Leonard and Juan. The timeline is already badly broken. Who knows what state the future is in now? And yes,
By deliberately stamping a big old message into the ground, we're about to make it a lot worse. But, and it's taken me some time to see this for myself, time is like, I don't know, like liquid. It's fluid. What can be changed right back, so long as you know where to go and what to do. And of course, as long as you've got a time machine.
Liam nodded at Shan.
We need to get Edward back to 2015. That fixes part of the problem. Then, once we've done that, Bex and I will come right back here and undo all that contamination.
How?
Very simple,
said Liam.
Chapter 38 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam looked down at the shale by his feet. He dragged a finger through it. The others watched curiously as his finger inscribed 4 letters in the gravel. He spelled the word help. Then with his hand he messed it up.
We'll erase the message we just left, he said, and everything that happened as a result of it being discovered, well, it'll all unhappen. It'll all be erased too.
If your message includes the location of your base, said Kelly, I assure you it won't be some curious fossil hunter that turns up. It'll be some secret government agency, NSA, CIA, maybe some spooks we don't even know about. They'll storm the place, kick the door in, Delta Force guys with guns. What you've got is too valuable.
Oh,
Liam hadn't considered that.
You could be endangering your colleagues, said Ranjit. They wouldn't hurt them, would they? They'd just want to be asking questions, would they not?
Kelly shrugged.
With something like time travel technology at stake, who knows? Our secret services have a long history of shooting places up first and asking questions later.
Whitmore cut in.
Oh, come on. They're professionals, the best in the world.
Several of the others joined in, some agreeing with that, some of them disagreeing. Liam looked at Bex.
Maybe this is not such a great idea.
You wish me to proceed with the alternate plan? She said softly. Liam looked at her, pleased that she'd had the sense to ask that in little more than a whisper. Not so encouraged, though, seeing one of her hands flinching and reaching for a hatchet.
No, not yet,
he said, reaching out and grasping her hand in his.
Not yet, okay?
She nodded.
Unless,
said Edward quietly, his voice almost lost beneath the to and fro of all the others.
Unless there's a really important reason not to hurt anyone.
The others stopped and looked at him. It was the first thing he'd said all evening. All day, in fact. Edward's eyes widened as they all stared at him.
I was just saying...
Go on, said Liam.
Well, if part of your message was in, like a code, then there's a reason to, not want to shoot everyone up, because they know they'd need someone to decode it.
Liam pursed his lips in thought. That's true. A code, a secret, hinting at still further secrets and revelations. What person wouldn't want to know more?
If a message is going to lead some government spooks right up to the front door of your secret organization, said Kelly, then you can bet the part of the message they can't make sense of will be driving them nuts. Edward's right. They'll want your colleagues alive.
All right,
said Liam.
So then the first part of the message needs to be the time and place of our field office.
He turned to Bex.
That's how the message will find its way to Maddie and Sal. The rest, the timestamp they need to aim for, that bit should be the super-secret coded bit. Can you come up with a code, Bex?
She nodded. I can produce a mathematical algorithm and use that as an alphanumeric offset code. My duplicate should be able to recognize the pattern of the algorithm and produce a decode key.
No,
said Edward, shaking his head.
It's too easy to break a math-based code. If they put a big enough computer on it,
They could crack it. Simple.
Kelly nodded. And you can bet the NSA or the CIA or whichever bunch of spooks ends up calling will have no shortage of computing power at their disposal to solve your code.
There is no other way to generate a code that can be unlocked at the field office, said Bex. My duplicate needs to have the same library of algorithms.
Every math-based code can be broken, said Edward, his quiet voice finding a little more confidence. You know, eventually, it's just a case of how much computer power you put on it.
Edward's right, said Howard. Think about it. What if the message is discovered, say?
He turns to Whitmore and Franklin.
When did they first discover fossils in this place we're headed to?
Franklin shrugged. Early 1900s.
Right. So if the American Secret Services of that time secured that fossil back then, they'll have had a whole century of time to crack the algorithm and decode it before they come knocking.
But computers powerful enough to work on it were only developed in the 80s, said Jasmine. Don't forget that.
That's more than enough time, said Howard. They'll come knocking knowing the entire contents of the message. Their only concern will be securing your agency's HQ and confiscating all your technology. Your colleagues will be a secondary consideration.
Your code has to be like a personal thing, said Edward. Like a secret. Something only you and they know.
Howard shook his head. I'm thinking this is a seriously bad idea. We could end up really messing with history. And I thought you guys were supposed to stop that kind of thing from happening.
And staying here, young man? Said Whitmore. What do you think that's going to do to history? Homo sapiens existing right now, 65 million years before they're due?
Howard shrugged.
We won't exist for long, though, will we?
His words silenced the teacher.
You actually think the 16 of us are going to survive and thrive? You think we're going to breed and produce lots of offspring and establish a Cretaceous-era human civilization that's going to change the world?
Whitmore shrugged and half nodded.
It's possible.
Howard laughed.
No, it's not. We'll eventually die out here.
He looked around at them.
There are 6 females in the group.
He looked at Bex.
Not counting you. I'm not really sure what you are.
I am incapable of sexual reproduction, she replied flatly.
6 fertile females, continued Howard. We might be able to make a few babies, but there are too few of us to sustain ourselves. If disease doesn't get us, or some hungry carnivore, then inbreeding would eventually. He managed a wistful smile. We'll die out soon enough. Months, years, decades maybe. But it'll happen, and history won't be changed by us having been here. Maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe we should accept we're stuck here and...
You can forget that, said Laura. I want to go home.
Kelly nodded.
I think we all want that, right?
Heads nodded around the fire. Liam sat forward, held his hands out toward the fire, and rubbed them.
We're doing the message, Leonard. We have to. Now I've just got to figure out something that only we and they know.
How big is your agency? Asked Laura.
Liam smiled and replied hesitantly. Oh, you know, it's big. Lots of us, so there are.
You know them well?
Sure, we're all pretty close.
Friends?
Yes, I'd like to think we're.
Then maybe there's something like a song or a movie or something, you know, something like that you could use as a common reference point for...
Liam suddenly felt his hand being crushed by a vice-like grip. He looked down and saw Bex was holding it and squeezing it. Ow, Bex, you're hurting me, he hissed. What's the matter? She let go and looked at him. Her eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and perhaps even elation. I have an idea, Liam O'Connor.
Chapter 39. 65 million years BC. Jungle. From the darkness they watched them. Beyond the illumination of the dancing yellow flower in the middle, Broken Claw had seen this fascinating dancing creature only once before, after a storm, when a stab of light from the sky had come down and touched the long, dead trunk of a tree. The yellow flower had engulfed it, consumed it, producing such unbearable heat as it did so. He'd been young, and ever since then the yellow flower had been an occasional monster in his dreams, chasing him, reaching out for him, wanting so much to consume him. And now here it was, tamed like some sort of pet by these new creatures. They were gathered around it, unafraid of it, every now and then casually throwing a branch onto it, and not even flinching as the creature reared up angrily, sending tendrils of light into the dark sky. He looked around at his pack, cowering farther back down the slope, clearly unhappy at being out of the jungle and here in the open. This was not their terrain. This was not where they were strong. Open ground made them visible. It made them vulnerable. Larger predators existed in the open, large, lumbering, and stupid predators like the tall, upright one with the tiny front claws, enormous jaws, powerful rear legs, and a strong, sweeping tail. His pack called it Many Teeth. Out in the open, Many Teeth could quite easily kill them. After all, Broken Claw's kind were small, fragile things compared to this powerful mountain of muscle and energy. But between them, his family pack had killed quite a few in his living memory, and always in the same way, luring them into the jungle with the tempting cry of one of their young, a pitiful cry that perfectly replicated that of a young, helpless plant-eater, a cry that signaled fear and proved an irresistible taunt to one of those large, stupid beasts. Once among the densely packed trees, the Many Teeth was unable to sweep its tail easily, unable to turn quickly, and the pack was always able to leap upon the ones they'd lured in that way and begin to tear through their thick hides and rubbery bands of tough muscle to the soft tissues inside as they thrashed and roared. Broken Claw had led many such attacks in past seasons, always the first to gnaw his way through the hide and into the bellies of such creatures, pulling himself toward the throbbing red organ in its chest. It was slashing at this that usually felled a Many Teeth. Broken Claw and the others knew that this organ, which seemed to have a life of its own, which every species of creature seemed to possess, was the source of its very life. In the seasons of his youth, the jungles had once been full of the larger, stupid species. So many of them, in fact, that they often killed many more than they could eat, often only bothering to consume their favorite organs and leaving the rest of the carcass to rot. But there were fewer now, far fewer of the bigger creatures. They only existed on the plain these days. Broken Claw understood a simple principle. They had hunted too many of them. They had been too successful for their own good in the jungle, and his family pack had been forced to migrate from one jungle valley to the next several times during his lifespan. Now, too, in recent seasons, this jungle had become sparsely populated, another hunting ground that they'd almost completely exhausted. There certainly was not enough food available in the jungle valley for these new creatures as well. Slowly, lightly, he glided forward across the loose shale, mindful that his agile feet not dislodge anything that might make the slightest noise. Behind him he heard the soft barking cough of one of his mates, warning him not to get too close to these things. He ignored her. He needed to listen to the noises these things made. Perhaps their sounds could be learned, even mimicked. Perhaps they could employ the same technique they used on the Many Teeth, identifying a sound that could be practiced and used by their young to lure one of the new creatures away from the others. If just one of them could be isolated, they could study it, understand how dangerous it could be, understand its weakness. Perhaps in the last moments of its life, even share some of its intelligence. Then he could find out if this creature also had the same fluttering red orb in its ribcage, the organ that provided life. Chapter 40. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam gazed up at the behemoth slowly ambling their way.
"You're sure it's a plant-eater?"
Franklin laughed.
"Yes, relax. Of course it is. It's an Alamosaurus."
Liam watched the enormous long-necked creature walk with ponderous deliberation across the open plain toward the patch of jungle behind them. He could feel each heavy step through the trembling ground.
"Jesus and Mother Mary, that thing's the size of a small ship."
He guessed he could park a double-decker bus in the space between its fore and hind legs, and still have room to stand on top. The creature's tiny head, little more than a rounded nub on the end of its long, muscular neck, swept down close to the ground as it closed the distance between them, finally coming to a halt to inspect the small bipedal creatures standing in front of it.
"Are you absolutely certain?"
cried Liam, watching the thing's head hover at shoulder height just a few yards in front of him.
"Yes. He's probably more scared of you than you are of—"
"Oh!" Liam shook his head vigorously.
I very much doubt that." "See? He's just checking you out,"
said Franklin, slowly stepping forward to join Liam and Bex.
"Hey there, big man,"
he cooed softly.
"It's okay. We're not carnivores."
"Well, actually I am,"
said Whitmore.
"A little veal and a nice bottle of Sancerre on a Saturday night."
Small, beady black eyes and a rounded head not much bigger than a cider keg studied Liam intently. Its nostrils flared for a moment as it inhaled the curious new smell of humans. Then curiosity compelled it to take a solitary step forward. Liam felt the ground beneath his feet shudder.
"Oh, he likes you, man,"
called Juan. Liam felt a fetid blast of warm air across his face and closed his eyes as the dinosaur's head moved even closer.
"Oh, I'm not happy about this,"
he hissed out of the side of his mouth. Thick, leathery lips the size of an automobile tire probed his face, then moved up to explore the intriguing texture of his dark hair.
"Oh, he really likes you, man. Want us to leave you two alone?"
chuckled Juan.
"Hair,"
said Whitmore.
"That's an evolutionary step that's millions of years away for this creature. The texture of it must be fascinating to him."
Liam felt a sharp tug on his scalp.
"Ow! Well, he's bleeding well eating it now, so he is."
He slapped at the creature's mouth.
"Hey! Ouch! Let go! Bex, help!"
Bex reacted swiftly. She stepped toward him and swung a fist at the Alamosaurus's nose. The blow smacked heavily against the leathery skin, and with a roar of pain and horror the giant let go of Liam. Its thick, muscular neck reared up suddenly, a tree felling in reverse, and it let loose a deafening bellow that reminded Liam of the dying groans of the Titanic's hull. The air vibrated with its startled roar. Liam clasped his hands over his ears to protect his rattling eardrums as the cry spread across the plain from one giant herbivore to the next. The Alamosaur stumbled back from them on its tree-trunk legs, turning in a long, cumbersome arc, and began to rumble away in a loping, slow-motion run that felt through the ground like the early tremors of an earthquake.
"Oh, great!"
shouted Franklin.
"Now you started a stampede!"
The calm scene of moments ago, a vista of leviathans grazing peacefully across the open plain, had been instantly transformed into a deafening display of motion and panic. Liam watched the smaller species of plant-eaters scrambling to avoid being stampeded by the other Alamosaurs, darting into the islands of trees and ferns for cover.
"Whoa!"
Juan was doubled up with excited laughter.
"Those Alamo things are real chickens, man." Look at the suckers go!
Amid the confusion of movement and kicked-up dust, Liam caught sight of something else. Dark shapes behind them. Half a mile away, smaller than any of the other species out on the plain. Just a glimpse of them, a second, no more. Then they were gone, hidden among the knee-high tufts of olive-colored grass scattered in threadbare clumps across the open plain. Liam turned to ask if anyone else had seen them, but the others were still marveling at the sight of an entire food chain on the move, a thunderous spectacle of swaying folds of leathery skin and sinews taut with panic. He turned back to look again. Nothing. As if the dark shapes had never existed.
What the heck are those?
Vanished, like wisps of dark smoke, like that ghostly seeker.
Or am I losing me mind now?
It was fully 5 minutes before some semblance of calm returned to the area. The various species of herbivores gathered in a worried-looking cluster a mile away. Tall necks protruded from the pack, standing fully erect, watching them from afar like impossibly large meerkats.
"Oh, that was fun,"
said Laura.
"Can we go do it again?"
Liam looked at Bex. Her face was folded with a confused expression.
"Bex, what's the matter?"
She looked down at her fist, still balled up.
"I did not hit it very hard."
"You must have hit a sensitive spot,"
said Whitmore. They made their way across the plain toward the coastline on the horizon, most of the time with Franklin complaining about how Bex had ruined his chance to study the creatures up close. By noon they were standing among a scattering of boulders, looking at a broad beach of dark, coarse sand and a tranquil tropical ocean sending gently lapping waves of surf up to the shingle and back down again with a soothing hiss.
"So?"
said Liam. Bex studied the view for a long moment, her eyes narrowed.
21 miles northeast of our current location.
Liam grimaced.
"So then it's underwater, is it?" "Negative,"
she replied, pointing at the horizon ahead of them.
"This is a large bay. Observe the horizon."
Liam looked again, squinting. Then he saw it, a pale line of low humps on the horizon that he'd earlier assumed were clouds. Following the uneven gray-blue line to the left, he could see it becoming more distinct as it drew closer. The broad beach they were looking along seemed to promise that it was angling gradually toward the distant spur of land and, if they were patient enough with it, would link up with the spur eventually.
"Recommendation. We follow the beach around to the landmass ahead."
Liam nodded at the low hump of land.
"Is that the place we need to be?"
She nodded.
"Information. The length of the landmass is 9.76 miles.
Whitmore nodded.
"Then that spur has to be it, right? That's what will one day be the fossil bed."
Bex nodded slowly.
"Information. A 93% probability you are correct."
"My God,"
he said, scratching his beard.
"Who knows? Some of the footprints we'll see along the beach over there might just end up being some of the fossils we've seen in museums in our time."
His eyes widened, and he shook his head incredulously.
"Isn't that the craziest idea?"
He slapped Liam on the shoulder.
"Time travel must drive you insane if you think about it too much."
Liam cocked an eyebrow.
"Oh, I've had my share of headaches thinking on it, so I have."
They stepped forward, down through the boulders and onto the coarse shingle.
"This is good,"
said Bex to Liam, pointing at the beach.
"We are not leaving tracks."
He looked down. She was right. The beach wasn't sand. It was a coarse gravel that clacked and shifted wetly underfoot, but left nothing as clear as a print behind them.
"Oh, good,"
he nodded.
"So there you go. Something to put a smile on your face, then?"
She gave that some thought.
"This is minimizing our overall contamination liability."
Her gaze shifted from their feet back up to him.
"Correct. That makes me happy. There you go, you miserable sod."
he replied cheerfully. "Things are looking up. We'll be home soon enough." They clattered down through the wet shingle until the first warm waves of tropical water hissed up to and around their feet. Up ahead, the others had decided to wade knee-deep into the sea and were splashing each other noisily. She pursed her lips in thought as she watched them, a curious gesture she must have picked up from one of the girls, Liam decided. A gesture that Bob's muscular face would have struggled to reproduce. "If we successfully complete the mission, Liam O'Connor, and we return to the field office, do you intend to retire me?" "Retire? What do you mean?" "Terminate this body, and replace it with a male support unit. I hear Sal Vikram refer to this organic frame as a mistake." He'd not given it much thought. Bex was Sal's error. She hadn't bothered to check the gender marker on the containment tube, and they hadn't had time to consider growing another. But certainly neither Maddie nor Sal had mentioned terminating her and disposing of her body. "Why would we want to go and do that, Bex?" "The male support frame is 87% more effective than the female frame as a combat unit." "All right, maybe that's true. But why'd the agency give us female babies as well, then?" "Female support frames can be useful for covert operations where a female cover is required." He scratched his head. "Well now, I really don't see why we can't have one of each of you, you know. A Bob and a Bex. There are no agency rules, are there, against us having 2 support units on a team?" "Negative. I am not aware of any agency rules on that." "So, well, there you are. Why not? We'll have 2 of you instead of 1. They walked in silence for a while, Liam intrigued by how human her question had sounded. "Have I functioned as efficiently as the Bob unit?" she asked after a while. "Yes, of course. I don't know what we'd have done without you so far. But it's still so very weird. Aren't you actually Bob anyway? Or at least a copy of Bob in a different skin?" "Negative. My AI has adapted enough since being copied to be considered a different AI identity. I have experienced data that Bob has not. Also, the organic brain that is interfaced with the AI is genetically different between the male and female support frames." "Right, but you remember being Bob, right?" "Of course. I recall all the incidents of our first mission, right up until the moment you removed my chip." Liam wished he couldn't remember that as well. "Oh, not something I'd like to do again in a hurry." "You successfully preserved the AI. It contained 6 months of adaptive learning," she replied. "Both Bob and I are 6 months closer to fully emulating human behavior. We are both grateful." He shrugged modestly. "Oh, it's nothing. Just part of the job. I am able to kiss you," she said. "This would be an appropriate gesture of gratitude. I have data." She began puckering her lips, and Liam felt that odd, conflicted sensation he'd felt after they'd first arrived in 2015. A tingling excitement offset with a sense of revulsion. "Bob, in a girl suit, remember?" That's okay, Bex. Thanks is more than good enough." "Affirmative. As you wish." "Anyway, where the hell did you learn about casing?" "I have a detailed description from a book I was reading while I was installed in the mainframe." "Eh? What sort of books have you been reading?" "The book is entitled Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows." "What's that?" "A novel. The digital file is in early 21st century PDF format. The file's original replication date is—" "Hold on," said Liam, stopping. "Do you have that file in your database still?" She nodded. "My reading was interrupted. I wished to complete it. So I added it to my short-term cache." "And would Bob also have the exact same file on the computer system?" "Of course." His mouth hung open. "There's the code, then. Right there. That's the code you could use, isn't it?" Her eyelids fluttered as she processed the thought. You are talking of a book code?
That's right, a hairy whatever majingamy book code.
Chapter 41. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Howard noticed the young boy walking alongside him, sloshing through the warm seawater. "Hey," he said. Edward smiled.
"Hey, you always called Leonard, or do your friends call you Lenny?"
Howard shrugged. It was not a question he'd anticipated being asked.
Mostly just Leonard," he replied. "My mom calls me Lenny, but I hate that. I heard someone say your best subject is math."
He nodded.
"It was my—"
He stopped, inwardly cursing.
"It is my favorite school subject. Always loved math. It's like, well, I don't know, I suppose it's like a sort of poetry that only a few people get, if you know what I mean. It's like exclusive."
Chan nodded.
"Yeah, I know what you mean. That's why I like it. It's something I know and other people don't. It makes me feel kind of special, I guess. Maybe that's why I don't have any friends at school, 'cause they think I'm odd."
Howard nodded.
"Yeah, I guess I'm the same. A loner."
He squinted up at the bright sun.
"Never ever get picked for sports because I'm the geek."
He shrugged.
"But that's okay, 'cause I never liked sports anyway."
Edward nodded.
"Me neither. It's for jocks and ditto heads." "Ditto heads?"
Howard laughed.
"I like it. You never heard that expression?"
"Not in my time," he almost answered. But instead he just shook his head.
"Hey!"
said Edward suddenly, and bent down to scoop up a strange twisted ammonite shell from the shingle.
"See? There are even bigger ones of those,"
said Howard, nodding at some of the others, wading waist-deep in the clear blue water, occasionally ducking down to pull shells out of the water to admire them. They walked on in silence for a while, going a little farther into the warm water. Up ahead, leading the way and deep in conversation, Howard could see the two agents, Liam and his robo-girl. He shook his head at the irony of it. Despite their turning up in 2015 to save Chan, they were all on the same side, really. All trying to prevent the nightmare of time travel technology from destroying the world. Same goal, different methods. He wondered how he'd never come across this agency in all the years of his campaigning, all the rallies and protests he'd been to, and no one had ever suggested, even as a joke, that there might be an agency out there actually using time travel itself to combat the corruptive effects of time travel. He wondered who was behind it, who'd set it up. Surely not the American government. Not any government, in fact. The internationally agreed penalties for that were severe. No politician would have the guts to risk having anything to do with time travel, because international law was brutal and strict on this matter. It was an automatic death penalty for any involved. The great Roald Waldstein had been a powerful speaker on the horrendous dangers of it. A great man, an influential man. Howard's small group had achieved far less. His group was little more than bunches of students in universities and colleges around the world. But this secret agency, they were going about matters in the wrong way. Attempting to repair history that had been damaged by careless travelers? That was very much like trying to close the barn door after all the horses have bolted. No, worse than that. It was having to go out and hunt all those horses down, then drag them kicking and screaming all the way back to the barn. On the other hand, his group's approach had been far simpler. Destroy the possibility of time travel at its very root. Instead of closing the barn door, they were burning the cursed thing down with all the horses still inside. He looked at Edward Chan. The boy smiled back at him, then looked down at the lustrous pink and purple sheen of the shell in his hand. He stroked the smooth surface, then held it out. "You can have it if you want it, Leonard." Howard shook his head. No, no thanks. He has to die. You know that, Howard. Burn the barn, right? Burn it long before any horses get out. He realized he was delaying the necessary, putting it off and putting it off. And yet he knew it had to be done. In theory, the future after the year 2015, must already be changing, must have changed by now. It would be a world where this boy vanished in an explosion and never got to fulfill his destiny. It was surely a world where a man named Roald Waldstein would never become the figurehead of an international campaign, never become a billionaire from all his other inventions, never become a household name. And yes, this world would still have its problems, dwindling supplies of resources, global warming, rising seas, migrating billions, and dangerous levels of overpopulation. But at least it would no longer have the ever-present threat of complete and utter annihilation dangling over it. He'd once heard a speaker at a rally ask the audience what must lie beyond the dimension of space-time we all exist in. Is it hell? And to meddle with dimensions beyond what we know was surely no different from opening a door to the devil himself and inviting him right on in. He'd spoken of a medieval artist named Hieronymus Bosch, who'd claimed he'd once caught a glimpse of the devil and the underworld and painted endless nightmarish visions of what he'd seen. Perhaps, the speaker had said, perhaps what he'd glimpsed were dimensions beyond our understanding, a momentary rip in space and time. Howard shuddered at the thought. You know the boy has to die, Howard. Burn the barn, burn the barn. What are you waiting for? He was so deep in thought, he didn't at first register the voices from farther up the beach. Voices crying out a warning, screaming a warning back at them. Edward grabbed his arm and yanked him hard. Howard's thoughts were shaken away. What the heck? Run! Screamed Edward, pointing his finger at something behind him. Howard turned around to see an odd-looking dark wave approaching him fast. Water rolled down either side of an enormous gray hump, sliding up the shallows toward him like a gigantic torpedo. He spotted a large fin at the top of the hump, large, very large, the size of a car, no, bigger, the size of a bus. Edward was still pulling him back from the thing, trying to get Howard's leaden fight-or-flight response to do something. Howard started to react, but far too sluggishly, too clumsily. He stumbled backward over something in the thigh-deep water, and an instant later was flailing on his back, his head underwater. Surfacing a moment later, spluttering for air, his legs scrambling to find steady footing below, all he could see now was an approaching dark cave, riding up out of the shallow water at him like a freight train, a cave lined with stalactites and stalagmites of razor-sharp teeth, and dangling tatters of rotting meat swinging between them. "Oh no!" was all he could scream as the gliding mass of glistening gray hide finally came to an abrupt rest, and the cave, easily 6 foot across, snapped shut around one of his feet. He felt a vice-like grip on his ankle, the tough leather of his combat boots compressed agonizingly tight, as something hard and sharp pressed from the outside. Then the beast began shaking its head vigorously from side to side, and he knew bones had to be breaking and splintering in his ankle as he swirled through the water. Howard's head was underwater. He felt pebbles, rocks, and shells grind painfully up his back, and knew that meant the creature was now maneuvering itself back from the shallows into deeper water. He was holding his breath amid the tumbling underwater chaos, and for a fleeting second wondered why he was bothering to do so. "I'm gonna die." Surely better to breathe out now and drown than experience the agony of being ferociously dismembered by this thing. Then, without warning, the incredible pressure around his now shattered ankle was gone. He flailed with his arms to right himself, to find solid ground on which to place his feet. He caught something with his hand, the rounded side of another ammonite shell. "So that's down." He tried to stand up and realized the creature must have pulled him farther out than he'd thought in those few seconds. Finally, his head broke the surface, and he realized the water was chest deep. The air was thick with screaming voices and spray. And the first thing he saw was Chan, a few yards away, screaming abuse at the giant shark and jabbing his spear repeatedly at the creature's nose. Its head snapped and swung from side to side, trying to get a grip on the fragile spear, trying to get past the spear to Chan, on whom it had decided to vent its frustration. Howard waded through the water, painfully, slowly, the chest-high sea in collaboration with the giant predator, wanting to slow him down. His one good foot kept slipping on the slimy rocks below, hardly giving him enough purchase to make his way to shallower water. Behind him he heard Chan, still hurling abuse and still stabbing and prodding, and the hiss and roar of water turned frothy white by the enraged shark thrashing in the shallows. Then he slipped again and fell under the water. He felt a hand under his arm, then another, lifting him clear again. It was the robo-girl. "Remain calm," she said emotionlessly. "What about Chan?" he found himself gasping. She dragged him back to water shallow enough for him to crawl on his hands and knees. Then she let him go and headed back into the sea. He turned and sat in the gently lapping waves, exhausted and vaguely aware of the burning agony of snapped and twisted bones down at the end of his leg. He watched Bex splashing through the water toward where Chan was still managing, incredibly, to keep the shark at spear's length. "That's a very big fish," was the last coherent thought his mind managed to put together, before the world seemed to slump over onto its side. Liam watched the young man as he came around. "Leonard, how are you feeling?" "Hurts," he grunted thickly. Bex leaned over him. "There are no broken bones, but your Achilles tendon has snapped, and there is a significant contusion and several abrasions to your lower leg. This will hurt, but it will also heal. On the other hand," said Liam, "the bad news is your boot didn't make it." Howard half smiled, half winced. A fire crackled brightly high up on the beach, throwing dancing skeins of amber light and dark shadows across the shingle down to the softly lapping waterline. The afternoon had turned to evening since the attack, and the group had settled on the open beach as the safest place to camp for the night. Edward Chan joined them. "Hi," he said. "You okay?" Howard looked up at him. You saved my life." Edward shrugged. "I just poked my stick at it for a while." "My God, we were lucky," said Howard, wincing again as he adjusted his position. "No," said Liam somberly. "No, we weren't. Ranjit's missing." Liam vaguely recalled he'd been at the back of their party, wading slowly through the water, falling behind the others. They'd foolishly allowed themselves to become strung out all along the beach, enjoying the tropical sea like tourists. They'd allowed themselves to feel a false sense of security, with the peaceful flat sea to one side and a wide open beach on the other. "Poor guy," whispered Howard. "That shark thing must have got him first," said Edward. Liam wondered about that. He'd been about 100 yards back. Surely they would have heard the rush of water as that shark slid out of the surf? Surely they would have heard Ranjit scream. He looked out into the dark and wondered whether it had been that shark, or perhaps it had been those dark shapes he thought he'd seen earlier this afternoon, scattering to the ground and disappearing like ghosts as he'd turned back to look over his shoulder. Now, was that real? Did I really see that?
"We were lucky," said Kelly. "That it only got one of us. I mean, did you see the size of that thing? Bigger than a killer whale. This is the age of the big predators," said Whitmore. "Big ones. The golden age for the giant carnivores.
He looked ashen-faced, shaken still, even several hours after the incident.
"And where, pray?"
"It's not the Golden Age for much longer," said Franklin. "If this is 65 million years ago, then we're near the end of the Cretaceous area. Something happens soon on Earth that wipes out all the big species. Fossil hunters call it the KT boundary. Beyond that thin layer of sedimentary rock, you don't find dinosaurs anymore. Certainly not the big ones."
"God," said Laura. "The big asteroid?" asked Juan. "That's what killed them, all right."
Franklin shrugged. "It's still debated. Could have been an asteroid, or a supervolcano. Or it could simply have been a sudden climactic shift. Whatever extinction event happened, the large species were extremely vulnerable to it."
"It won't happen while we're still here, will it?" asked Jasmine. She looked as unsettled and shaken as Whitmore. Franklin snorted dismissively.
"Unlikely."
"So?" Edward muttered softly. "Now there's only 15 of us. If no one comes for us, we won't make it, will we?" The others huddled around the fire heard that, and it stilled their quiet murmurings until all that could be heard was the soft draw and hiss of the waves and the crackle of burning wood. Bex broke the silence. "Leonard, I have constructed a pair of crutches for you." Howard eased himself up onto his elbows. "We're still going on?" Liam nodded. "Yes, we're nearly there." He pointed up the beach. "Another 4 or 5 miles around this bay and we should be there. It's our only hope. So we're going on." Whitmore nodded.
"He's right. We can't go back now."
Laura shuffled closer to the fire, hugging her shoulders against the cool night air. "This will work, won't it? Somebody will find your message and they'll come for us?" Liam grinned. "Sure they will. They're already looking for us. And hopefully leaving them this message will help them narrow down their search. Trust me, it's going to work out all right." He looked at Bex. "Right?" She nodded, seeming to understand that the others needed to hear something positive and certain from them. "Liam is correct." Chapter 42 2001, New York. Sal looked at her. "How can you be so sure?" Maddie shrugged. "I can't be 100% certain. But look, if Liam and the unit survived the jump, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they'd do. I mean, that's all they can do." Sal looked up from the mug of coffee in her hands, across the dim archway, illuminated by the fizzing ceiling strip light, toward the shuttered door. It was past 11 now. By this time on any normal Tuesday, the 3 of them would have been settling in for the evening. Liam on his bunk with his nose in a history book and a bowl of dry Rice Krispies on his chest, and Maddie surfing the internet. But tonight she and Maddie were both up and sitting at the kitchen table, waiting for midnight to come, waiting for the reset. She could hear the softly growing hum of power being drawn in through the mains, building up and being stored in the capacitor. Come midnight, they would feel an odd momentary sensation of falling as the time field reset and took them back 48 hours to 12 a.m. Monday morning. Maddie was certain, or at least working hard to give the impression that immediately after the reset happened and they appeared in Monday, 1 stroke after midnight, there'd be a welcoming party waiting outside in the street, very eager to meet them. Who, though? Maddie said that secrets have a way of drifting up. What she meant by that was that advance knowledge of a time machine appearing in New York in 2001 would surely ultimately end up in the hands of some shady government agency, men in dark suits. Something as important, something as profoundly monumental as that could only end up in the hands of Secret Service men. If that was the case, then, Sal hoped, Maddie was going to find a way to cooperate with them to get Liam back. And then what, exactly? Interrogation? For sure. because they'd sure as Jehula want to know every little thing about this place, and the machinery inside and how it all worked. They'd want to know every little thing. There'd be endless questions about the rest of this mysterious agency. How many others? Where are they? Who's in charge? Sal really wasn't so sure she wanted to jump back to Monday and face that. There was the other possibility, of course, that they jumped back and no one was there waiting for them. Maddie's logic was very black and white about this. Sal realized she'd thought this all through very thoroughly. If nobody was waiting for them, then that could only mean one thing. If there was nobody outside waiting for them, then Liam and the support unit had never survived the explosion. Or if they had survived, then they'd been unable to get a message to them. They were lost in time for good, never to be seen again. She looked at the digital clock on their kitchen table, read numbers that glowed softly and changed all too slowly. 11:16 p.m. Oh, Jehula, I really hate waiting. Chapter 43. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam stared up at the steep slope in front of them, rising up from the turquoise sea and the narrow strip of gravelly beach. It was covered in canopy trees, dangling vines, and the swaying fronds of ferns. Thick jungle once again. He'd grown used to the reassuring comfort of being out in the open, where he could see anything coming their way from afar. It's just beyond that? Bex nodded. Affirmative. 1.5 miles northeast of this point. The rest of the group was wearily bringing up the rear along the broad beach. None, though, daring to splash through the water this morning. Leonard was struggling at the back on the shingle with his crutches, but Edward and Jasmine helped him along. I have the calculation now, said Bex. What's that? When in time we are. Oh! Liam arched a brow. When did you do that? I set the routine running 33 hours ago, identifying and cataloging each tachyon particle in our vicinity, before and after the jump. 2,093,322,906 particles before, and 73,001,572 identified particles after. Liam rolled his eyes. He didn't need a blow-by-blow account of the math. That's great. So what's the answer? With a constant particle attrition rate, my calculation is that we are located 62,739,406 years into the past. She smiled proudly. Accurate to 500 years either side of that date. Well done, Bex. He watched the others slowly staggering across the shifting, clattering pebbles. So we have a date we can put in the message. And we can encode the message with your Harry Potter book code? Affirmative. And of course the date and location of the field office. He drew in breath through his teeth. Jesus, this does really feel like we're meddling with time in a big way. We are, she replied. We've just got to figure out the best way to ensure that our get-me-out-of-here note lasts 60 million whatever years. 62,730,000. He raised a hand to shush her. To ensure it lasts a long, long time. He picked out Whitmore and Franklin walking side by side, comparing some of the shells they'd collected. I just hope those two fossil geniuses know where best to leave our message. In the distance, 4 or 5 miles down the beach, he saw several longnecks hastily emerging from a cluster of jungle and out onto the beach, a small herd of those Alamosauruses hurrying out into the open. Something just spooked them over there, didn't it? He watched as they thundered along the beach, kicking up a trail of dust in their wake. His gaze rested on Edward and Jasmine supporting a limping Leonard up the shingle. They finally caught up with the rest of them, gathered at the foot of the steep slope of jungle. We've just got to hike over that, ladies and gents, said Liam. And we're there. Franklin was exhausted, out of breath and dripping with sweat. He was pretty sure the climb up this steep slope of jungle was 1 or 2 degrees short of full-on vertical rock climbing. He wondered how the huge canopy trees with their mushroom-like roof of leaves were managing to find purchase on the craggy rock sides. The others seemed to be faring better than him, even that poor kid Leonard who was hopping and clattering up awkwardly, his bad leg dangling behind him. But then Franklin was carrying 20 more pounds of weight than them, most of it around his middle. Puppy fat, he preferred to call it, in a vain hope that in college it was all going to magically disappear, and the trim, athletic body of a jock was going to emerge. He'd still be a geek on the inside, though, but a cool jock on the outside. A smart jock. Now there's something you don't see every day. He was so pleased with that observation that he missed his step and stumbled to the ground, knocking his shin on a rock. "Ow!" he hissed. "You okay, man?" asked Juan, 6 yards ahead and above. "Yeah, His backpack slid off his shoulder as he picked himself up and started sliding down the slope. "Oh, no!" he muttered, watching it bounce off a tree trunk and continue its rolling, bouncing, tumbling descent. "Just great," he sighed. "Now I gotta go down, get it, and climb this part all over again." "I'll tell the others to hold up while you get your bag, Kay," Juan said. Franklin nodded a thanks and began his descent. He could see his yellow backpack down there, swinging from a low branch. Good. It wasn't going any farther then. Several minutes later he was nearly there, pushing his way through the large fronds of a fern onto a small, level clearing of dried cones and needles and soft soil. Across the clearing, on little more than a wide ledge, was his bag, still swinging from a shoulder strap tangled around the broken stump of a branch. If it hadn't caught there, it would have rolled over the edge, and he'd be backtracking another tiresome 10 minutes worth of climbing all the way to the bottom. He stepped across, unwound it from the stump, and put the straps over both shoulders this time, determined not to lose it again. He turned around to begin his ascent once more when his eyes picked out something on the ground. The familiar shape of a human footprint in the dry soil. One of theirs. But on either side of it he saw 3 small dents. The distinctive marks of a 3-toed creature. He stooped a little lower to get a closer look. My God! It looked just like the tracks he'd seen all around that carcass they'd discovered a while back. The dawning realization came suddenly, and his mouth felt tacky and dry. We've been followed. He kneeled down and traced another 3-pronged fingerprint in the ground with his finger. And another. And another. We've been followed? All the way from the camp. It was then that he heard the soft rustle of dislodged leaves, something emerging from the foliage onto the ledge behind him. Oh, boy, he whispered. Chapter 44. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Broken Claw could sense the new creature, knew they were there. His nasal cavity picked out the faint smell of fear coming from it, a chemical cocktail of sweat and adrenaline, not so different from the large plant-eaters. The new creature had cleverly spotted their tracks. The new creature had finally realized it was being stalked. Maybe now was the time to learn a little more about these strange pale beasts. His soft bark ordered the others to remain where they were for now, out of sight. The new creature was holding one of those sticks that catch in its puffy pale hands. He'd watched one of these creatures fend off a giant sea-dweller yesterday with the stick. So he eyed it warily as he stepped low under the sweeping fronds of a fern, under the branch from which the new creature had moments ago retrieved something bright and colorful, and emerged over the rocky lip of ground to the small level clearing. That salty smell of fear grew suddenly much more powerful as the new creature turned slowly around to face him. Broken Claw rose from his crouching posture on all fours up onto his hind legs to stand fully erect.
It fears.
So close now. He could see the new creature more clearly, the eyes curiously large, behind rounded, shiny, transparent discs. Its face all loose, pale flesh, unsculpted by muscle or sinew or bone carapace. It made noises with its mouth, noises that sounded so unlike all the other beasts in the river valley they called home. Noises, in fact, that didn't sound too unlike the simple language of coughs, grunts, and barks Broken Claw's pack used. Franklin, in turn, studied the creature that had just emerged. It had a body shape he could best describe as halfway between one of the smaller theropod species and a human. But incredibly thin, almost bird-like in its agility. A pair of long, thin legs hinged backward like a dog's legs, meeting at a bony, very feminine-looking pelvis thrust acutely forward. A tiny waist beneath a protruding rib cage, a curved, knobby spine that hunched over and ended with a delicate, tapering neck, supporting an elongated skull. Apart from the distinctive head seen from a distance, and if one squinted a little, it could almost pass as a hominid, human-like.
"Oh, my God," he whispered.
It cocked its head, a head that fleetingly reminded Franklin of a hot dog, long and bone-smooth, at one end a lipless mouth full of rows of lethal-looking teeth. Above the mouth were two holes that suggested a nasal cavity around which flesh puckered and pulled as it silently breathed, and above that two reptilian yellow eyes that seemed to sparkle with a keen intelligence. The thing's skin was a dark olive green that seemed to pale to an almost human pink color around the vulnerable belly and pelvis. The creature's jaws snapped shut and opened again, and it made a whining noise that reminded him vaguely of the contented murmuring a baby made after a meal. It sounded almost human. And those curious, intelligent eyes, studying him as intently as he was studying it. It made another noise, grating, slightly deeper this time. Beyond the teeth, he could see a black tongue twitching and fluttering and curling, like a restless animal in a cage, experimenting with different shapes to produce different sounds.
Did it just mimic me? "Hi,"
said Franklin. The long head tilted to one side, like a dog listening for its master's voice. The mouth opened again, and the tongue rolled and curled.
"Aye,"
was the noise that came out, lower in pitch now, lower than a baby and almost matching the timbre of Franklin's as yet unbroken voice. He felt some of the terror replaced with the slightest flush of excitement.
"It's trying to communicate. Hi, my name's Franklin,"
he said again, louder, bolder, slower. That long head tilted over to the other side now, the gesture almost comical. One of its long arms, muscular, lean, and ending with 3 digits that curled into lethal-looking long curved serrated blades, flex in front of it.
"Is that a hand signal?"
Franklin attempted to duplicate the gesture, bringing his short, pudgy hand up before his face and curling his fingers in the same way. The creature snorted air out of its nostrils and clacked its teeth. He wondered if that was the creature laughing at his attempt. Suddenly he heard the crack of twigs, and the clatter of dislodged rocks, something coming down the slope above. Bex leaped out of the foliage onto the ground between them, landing in a fight-ready and perfectly balanced stance. She spun around to face the reptilian hominid. "Run," she said calmly as she crouched, ready for action, one of their crude, jagged metal hatchets in one hand, a spear in the other. Franklin was frozen in place, unsure what to do. The creature had dropped down low, onto all fours, its elongated banana-like skull tilted back and resting flush in the spinal dip between 2 protruding shoulder blades. It hissed and barked, and a swarm of others began to emerge over the lip of ground that sloped steeply down to the bay below.
"Run!"
screamed Liam, tumbling out of the foliage clumsily onto the ground beside Bex.
"Run, for Jesus' sake, run!"
he shouted, getting up and readying his spear. Franklin's moment of indecision passed as he took in the crawling carpet of dark olive bodies slowly, warily gliding on all fours across the clearing toward them like a deadly lava flow. He turned, grabbed a branch, and pulled himself up the slope and into the jungle, panting with panic and effort, as he and his yellow backpack quickly disappeared through the thick green fronds.
"What?"
hissed Liam.
"Oh, sod this! I thought it was just the one of them."
The creatures were spreading out around the clearing, attempting to flank them, encircle them.
"Recommendation,"
Bex said, turning to look at him.
"Leave."
Liam could hear the sound of footfalls from above, the others. He couldn't tell if it was the sound of them coming down to help or scrambling up the slope to get farther away.
"Oh, right, okay. You gonna be, all right?"
Bex ignored his stammered question as she swiveled the hatchet in her right hand with the grace of a martial arts master. The yellow-eyed creatures had moved too quickly, encircling them so that Liam already had no choice but to stay. He backed up against her until their shoulders were touching.
"Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'm really not. Oh, God."
"Stay close to me," Bex muttered over her shoulder.
Sure, and what are you going to—"
Bex was already in motion. He glanced around to see her leap forward, swinging the spear like a baton. The sharp end punctured the flank of one of the hominids, and with it still lodged between two ribs, she effortlessly flicked it off its feet. Liam backed up, keeping his spear aimed at the creatures closing the gap in front of him. Bex stepped forward again with the grace of a ballet dancer, the jagged hatchet flickering and flashing in the blur of movement. It caught the long clawed digits of one of the creatures, and they spun in the air. In front of him, one of the creatures made a sudden lunge for Liam, hoping to catch him off guard as he backed up in Bex's wake. He caught the movement in his peripheral vision and only had time to swing the spear tip around toward it before he felt the impact rattle down the frail bamboo shaft. He turns to see the creature's deadly sickle-shaped claws flailing inches from his face, and the teeth in its long skull snapping and grating and dripping spittle strings of saliva. It was impaled on the bamboo, but far from incapacitated, and definitely enraged.
"Oh, Jesus! I got one skewered."
Bex was busy. He held on to the rattling spear as the creature thrashed and drummed and swung and slowly, eagerly pulled itself farther down the shaft, dark blood running onto Liam's hands.
"Help!"
he screamed. He could see one of the other hominids lowering, coiling, ready to leap onto him, when the air was split with a childlike shriek from one of them. In an instant, the beat of a heart, the dark olive-colored bodies snaked, scrambled, and swarmed with incredible speed toward the lip of rocky ground and out of sight into the jungle slope below. Gone. Just like that. Except for the creature still struggling halfway down his spear. A sickle claw swiped across his upper arm, cutting through the material of his shirt and digging into his muscle with the ease of a butcher's blade.
"Gah!"
Liam bellowed.
"Help me!"
Bex was there in the blink of an eye, and with a blur of movement, swiped the hatchet across the creature's elegant neck. It froze in shocked realization of its fate. The long head tilted for a moment like a cocked gesture of curiosity, then swung backward, almost completely decapitated, yet still attached to the body. It collapsed a second later, pulling the spear out of Liam's trembling hands. They both stared down at the tangle of lean, gray-green limbs and bony protrusions, and the rhythmic jet of blood spurting across the floor of dried pine cones and needles. One of its legs still twitched and flexed, a post-mortem response. Liam looked up at Bex. She had a pattern of blood across her pale face and chest, and her normally expressionless gray eyes were wide and wild. But that passed in an instant as artificial intelligence regained control of her face. She regarded him calmly. "Are you unharmed, Liam?" Liam looked down at his bloody arm, cut deep, but nothing arterial going on there. He was vaguely aware that he was in a state of shock as he said, "Can I be put back on the Titanic, please?" Chapter 45 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam and Bex emerged at the top of the steep hill 20 minutes later, a bald outcrop of rock with a view down all three sides to the tropical sea far below. Liam collapsed onto the rocky ground.
"Where are they?"
asked Franklin, looking past Liam toward the edge of the sloping jungle.
"Are they coming?"
"They are no longer pursuing," answered Bex.
"My God! You're wounded!"
cried Laura, dropping down beside Liam and ripping a strip of cloth from his shirt to use as a bandage.
"What the hell happened back there?"
asked Kelly, undoing his loose tie and passing it to Laura to use as a tourniquet. He looked at Franklin, still gasping from the exertion of climbing up the last half a mile of jungle.
"He's just been jabbering to us about a bunch of creatures jumping him."
Liam nodded. "Yeah." He pulled a plastic bottle out of his backpack and chugged the last of his water. He pumped air in and out of his lungs for a few moments, gathering enough wind to be able to say something more.
"Yeah, we got attacked all right. Lots of them. Dozens of them."
"Dozens of what?"
asked Whitmore. "A species of pack hunter," said Bex. Whitmore went pale.
"Oh, God! Don't tell me there are raptors!"
"Worse," said Franklin. "Much worse."
He sat down next to Liam, took off his glasses, and wiped the fogged lenses of his spectacles. One of the lenses was laced with a spider web of cracks.
"They're not like anything we've ever seen,"
he began, carefully rubbing dry the fractured glass.
"No one's ever come across fossils of this. Come across anything like this species."
Whitmore squatted down opposite the boy.
"Tell me, what's back down there? What did you see?"
Franklin shook his head.
I really don't know. They're human-like and raptor-like."
He looked up at the teacher.
"They're unlike anything you know."
"Not a subspecies of theropod?"
The boy shook his head vigorously.
No, definitely not. Maybe millions of years ago there's some kind of shared ancestry, but these things, they're...
He was fumbling for words, for some way to describe them.
"Unique?"
said Liam. He winced as Laura pulled the dressing tight one last time and finished a knot.
"Yes,"
Franklin nodded, putting his cracked glasses back on.
"Unique. That's it. They must be some kind of evolutionary dead end. A form of super-intelligent predator."
Kelly stepped forward.
"That doesn't make sense, Franklin. If they are, as you say, super-intelligent, they'd have thrived. We'd have found their fossils everywhere."
"How intelligent? What level of intelligent are we talking about?" asked Jasmine.
"Oh, they're smart,"
said Liam.
"Very smart."
He looked up at the others.
"I think I saw them back on the big plain at the same time Bex punched that dinosaur on the nose. I looked back behind us, just as that stampede was happening, and I think I saw them. Like a whole pack of monkeys. In fact, that's what I thought I saw."
"That's ridiculous,"
said Whitmore.
"The only mammals alive now are the size of shrews."
"They're not mammals,"
said Franklin.
"They're reptilian, all right."
"Like I say,"
continued Liam.
"I thought they were monkey-like.
But then I wasn't sure what I saw, because they were gone in a flash. Just went to ground when they saw me looking at them.
They've been following us all the way from our camp, said Franklin. Did you see their tracks?
Liam shook his head. 3 prominent depressions at the end of a long foot? Liam recalled the sickle claws, 4 on each hand, 3 on each foot.
Yes, that's right.
Those same tracks were around that carcass, I'm sure of it. That was their kill. Liam looked down the jungle slope at the broad curve of the long bay glimmering in the daylight, and far off, the broad expanse of the open plain. Beyond that, lost beyond the shimmering air and the fogging of 20 miles distance, would be the low hummock of a slope and a cliff edge, and their jungle valley beyond. They must have been watching us, he said, feeling his skin cool and the hairs on his arm stir. Watching us and following us ever since then? But that was like over a week ago, said Juan. 9 days, Bex added. Juan made a face. All that time? They've been studying us, said Liam. Learning about us, so they have. Working out how much of a threat we are to them.
Yes, I think you're right.
Franklin pulled himself up and studied the fringe of jungle several dozen yards down the slope from them.
They're curious. That makes them intelligent. Maybe almost as intelligent as us.
A species of dinosaur as intelligent as us? Come on, Franklin, that's...
They've got a language. I heard them communicate.
Liam nodded. He's right. When they were surrounding me and Bex, there was some sort of talking going on among them.
And one of them tried to communicate with me before you and Robo-Girl arrived. It was trying to speak like me.
This is just crazy,
said Whitmore.
There's no record of any species or any similar species with the cranial capacity for a brain big enough to develop a spoken language, or able to make human-like vocal sounds.
But that's the thing, Mr. Whitmore. Just because no fossil of these things has survived doesn't mean they didn't exist.
The boy's right,
said Kelly.
Don't paleontologists say we've only got an incomplete record of prehistoric times? That there are large gaps in our knowledge?
Whitmore rubbed his beard and stared down at the jungle.
Well, then, that's one huge goddamn gap out there, isn't it?
They were quiet for a while, all staring at the nearby canopy trees and the dark, forbidding undergrowth beneath, imagining eyes staring out from the gloom back at them. What do we do now, Liam? Asked Laura. He pulled on his bottom lip in thought. We carry on with the plan. He turned away from the jungle he'd emerged from minutes ago and looked down the slope on the other side of the peak. Below he could see the pale apron of a small, sheltered, sandy cove nestling at the bottom of the ridge, and another equally high ridge on the far side, like the protective, embracing arms of a rocky giant. He could see the twinkle of a small stream meandering down through thickets of bamboo and reeds and spilling out into the cove. It was an inviting, secret bay of turquoise-green water that lapped along the crescent of a pale cream-colored beach. In another time, another place, a secluded tropical paradise. A picture book, Pirate's Cove. Is it down there? He asked Bex. The place we need to be? Affirmative. That is it. Yes, he said, nodding his head firmly, hoping he looked every bit the decisive leader. We can be down there in less than half an hour. We'll make camp on the beach and be sure to have a huge fire going. Hopefully that'll keep those things at bay. And we'll have half of us sleeping and half watching, and we'll do that in shifts. He looked at Bex again. We'll make this message, so we will, and tomorrow we'll plant it.
How are we going to do that?
Asked Kelly. Liam was about to answer that he wasn't sure yet when Jasmine replied, Clay. The others looked at her. Clay, she said again. If we could find some, we could make a tablet. You can write your message on it, then we can bake it hard in the fire. Liam stroked his cheek thoughtfully. Right,
Yes. Good idea. That's what we'll do. So, any questions before we get moving?
What about them things back down there? Asked Juan with another pointed glance toward the jungle.
Well, I suppose they've learned something about us, right?
The others looked at each other, not quite sure what Liam meant by that.
They've learned we can kill them.
He gestured at Bex.
And they've learned our robo-girl is not to be messed around with, so they have.
Bex frowned indignantly at that.
My identity is Bex.
He shrugged, too tired and winded to apologize.
Right then, I suggest we get going.
Chapter 46 2001, New York. The alarm clock on the table between them was showing 11:45 p.m. Maddie noticed Sal's eyes nervously glancing at it.
15 minutes to go. I'm a little scared,
whispered Sal. If Maddie was being honest, she would have admitted she was a little jittery too. Instead, she smiled, reached across the table, and grasped Sal's arm.
It's going to be fine, Sal. I promise. Maybe I should get Foster's gun from the back. You know, just in case somebody unfriendly turns up.
Really? Maddie cocked an eyebrow. Do you think that's going to be sensible? We might be answering the door to a street full of very excitable armed men in suits and dark glasses.
You think it'll be like that?
Maddie shrugged.
I really don't know what's going to happen, Sal.
If anything happens at all.
But,
she continued,
if a whole bunch of Secret Service types turn up, we're not going to achieve much standing there with one gun between us, are we?
I'm sure they'll come prepared, if you know what I mean.
I guess so,
muttered Sal, her head drooping down to the table, a fold of her dark hair flopping over darker eyes.
How come you're so calm about this?
Calm? But then she realized she actually did feel calm. No, not calm, resigned. Resigned to whatever history was rolling up through the eons to meet them in a few minutes, when the archway's bubble reset. She'd figured this out yesterday, while she was out there anxiously looking for Foster. There really was nothing much they could do other than wait and react to whatever turned up. That's it. Wait until a ripple or a time wave arrived, or, as she hoped, a message. Then, and only then, could they do anything at all useful.
I'm calm, Sal, because, I don't know, because it's not in our hands now. Because we have to just wait and see. No point worrying about what's out of our hands.
That sounded lame. But it was all she had right now.
But if it's bad guys, Maddie, if it's bad guys who want to get their hands on the time machine, what are we going to do? We can't just let them. I've got that covered. How?
Maddie smiled. There was something she'd managed to get right. I've instructed Bob to lock down the computer system if he hears me say a code word out loud.
Okay.
Sal nodded, silent for a moment.
But won't they have computer experts who could hack their way in and, I don't know, deactivate that command or something?
Maybe, eventually. That kind of hacking takes a lot of time, and they won't have enough time to do that.
Why?
Because he's under orders to trash absolutely everything if he doesn't hear from me again.
Huh?
If he doesn't get a second password from me within 6 hours, he's under instructions to go completely crazy and wipe the hard drives clean, and send a power surge through the displacement machinery's circuits to fry them. There'll be nothing left but frizzled silicon and garbage-filled drives if they try anything funny with us, Sal. Sal nodded, regarding Maddie with renewed respect.
Oh, Jahula, that's clever, Maddie.
Maddie shrugged. I saw it in a movie once. It worked in that movie. Don't see why it shouldn't work for us.
You're a good planner,
said Sal.
I know you think you're terrible at it, and I know you blame yourself for the explosion, but I don't know anyone else who could have picked up all that you have so quickly.
She glanced away from Maddie, self-conscious, flicking her bangs behind one ear.
I'm just saying, that's all. You're pretty good at this.
Thanks, Sal. They watched another minute vanish on the clock. "We'll see soon enough. If it's bad guys out there and they really want to get their grubby paws on our tech, then they're going to need us, aren't they?" Maddie took a deep breath, feeling the tickling sensation of growing anxiety claw its way up her spine as the clock flickered to 11:47 p.m. And they're going to have to be real freaking nice about it, too. Chapter 47. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Broken Claw cradled the organ in his hands, still, cold, and lifeless now. Its color had drained from a vibrant red to a dull purple as the sun slowly sank in the sky. Now the sky was dark, a half-moon bathing the dark jungle with a quick silver light. He stood where the new creatures had been just hours ago. Evidence of their presence was everywhere in the form of footprints in the soil, droplets of dried blood on the rocks and boulders, and the smell, their unique smell of fear thick on every surface. They had waited here for a while, and they had been so very frightened. "The new creatures fear us." And yet Broken Claw had been so certain, up until now, that it was his pack that needed to be afraid of them. The others were looking at him, waiting for him. He looked down at the organ in his hand, all that remained of his packmate, the mother of many of the young males before him. She would have led them all if Broken Claw was to die before her. The wisdom of age was more than enough to make up for her smaller frame, and no young buck would have challenged her. Unlike the other simple-minded animals in these lands with their crude pack hierarchies that relied on the brute strength of an alpha male, Broken Claw's extended family understood the power of wisdom. But now she was dead. Her slim neck had been almost completely severed, and she had a wound through the chest cavity that would almost certainly have been fatal anyway. They had returned to the ledge to find her body still warm, but her life gone. And so they consumed her, torn the flesh in ragged pieces, all of her stripped down to bloodied bones. None of her to be wasted. She was loved too much to leave her flesh for smaller scavengers to gnaw at. Her heart was his, though, and his alone. Broken Claw had cradled it now for hours, unwilling to let go of the last part of her. But now was the time. Now, as he stared down through the dark night to the cove far below and the flickering orange flower on the beach surrounded by those pale creatures. His serrated teeth tore a chunk from the purple organ, and he vowed as he chewed on the fibrous tissue that every last one of those new creatures would die. He would be sure to stare closely into their eyes as his claws dug deep into their chests and pulled out the pumping source of their life. The others began to wail and mew softly, young males grieving at the loss of their mother, as Broken Claw placed the rest of the organ in his mouth and bade farewell to his lifelong partner. He turned to the others and silenced them with a soft bark. "We do not need to fear new creatures." The others understood this too. "They are as plant-eaters, harmless without their sticks that catch." And they were careless, foolish creatures that often placed these lethal tools on the ground and walked away from them, unaware that without them their clawless hands and small, even white teeth made them as vulnerable as freshly born cubs. Broken Claw watched their distant movements on the beach, illuminated by the yellow flower. Of course they all had to die to avenge her, but also to be sure his kind was the only intelligent pack hunters in these lands. To allow these pale things a chance to breed and increase their number would be foolish. He opened his mouth, and his black tongue curled and twisted as he softly tried to reproduce again the strange sound the short, fat creature with ginger hair and those strange eyes had made. Broken Claw's throat gargled and whinnied, and his tongue shaped the sound into something that sounded, to his recollection, to be a very passable facsimile. Chapter 48. 65 million years BC. Jungle. The morning sun was already warm on his back and shoulders as Liam poked at the smoldering remains of their campfire with his spear, carefully probing the flaking ash remains of branches for what he was looking for. "Be careful," said Jasmine, standing beside him. "They're brittle when they're still hot." "All right," he said, going about it more carefully. Presently the blunt end of the thick bamboo cane hit something hard with a dull thunk. "I got one." He carefully pushed the ash out of the way and traced a rough rectangle outline, something approximating the size of a brick. "It looks like it survived the cooking without cracking." Using a fistful of waxy fern leaves as an oven glove, he reached down and pulled it out, then quickly dropped it on the soft sand. "Ouch! Still bleeding hot." He squatted down beside it, gingerly wiping ash away from the rust-colored surface of fire-cooked clay. The fine lines of letters and numbers were clogged with ash. The others gathered around and stared down at the small oblong tablet lying on the beach. "My God! Look, it totally worked!" uttered Laura. The lettering was there to see, clear, unmistakable. "Of course it did," replied Jasmine. "I know what I'm talking about. My mom and I made ceramic jewelry all the time. We sell it on Etsy." Liam leaned over and blew at it, the ash fluttering out of the inscribed lines and curls of his handwriting in little clouds. "Take this to Archway 9, Wythe Street, Brooklyn, New York, on Monday, September 10th, 2001. Message. Key is magic. Whitmore was reading it over Liam's shoulder.
"You think that book code of yours is going to work? I mean, I don't know what book you've used, but I know every book has different editions. You know that, don't you? And the page layouts and numbers change from edition to edition. Are you using some kind of internal agency manual or something?"
Bex answered. "It will work. My duplicate AI is working from the same database."
"Magic?"
said Juan. "Is that some kind of clue for which book it is?" Liam nodded. He looked at Bex. "Do you think Bob will understand that clue?" She pursed her lips and shrugged. Yet another teenage gesture she seemed to have picked up in the last 2 weeks from the students. "I am unable to give you an accurate answer to that question, Liam." "Well, put it this way. Would you get it?" Her eyelids flickered. "I have 31,000 listings in my database for the word magic." "Ah, Jesus!" muttered Liam, frustrated. "Maybe we should have put more thought into the clue there. Maybe that one word on its own isn't going to be enough for Bob to—" "Salina Vikram will understand," said Bex. She looked at Liam. "As Bob, I discussed the book with her.
Liam snorted. You're kidding me. You can actually discuss literature?
I told her I very much enjoyed the magic in Harry Potter.
Whitmore stood up straight and put his hands on his hips.
This is a joke, right? You're not seriously telling me your super-secret ultimate time police agency uses a kid's book as a code key?
Liam and Bex both looked up at him and nodded.
Jesus!
Whitmore shook his head.
What kind of a Mickey Mouse outfit are you?
Mickey Mouse?
Liam waved at Bex to be silent.
It's what works, Mr. Whitmore,
he replied, surprised with himself at how angry he sounded.
It's what works. That's what counts.
Whitmore was a little taken aback by Liam's uncharacteristic outburst.
Well, it just seems so, I don't know, a bit.
Amateur,
chimed in Franklin.
We were thinking you guys had some sort of already organized code system. You know, like real secret agent types do.
Yeah. Don't mean to be dissing you guys and all, said Juan. But it does look like you're making this stuff up as you go along.
Look,
said Liam.
I'll not lie to you.
I'm quite new to this time travel thing myself, and this is certainly the first time I've gone back to dinosaur times. So I suppose if it looks to you like me and Bex are not working from some sort of manual, well, you'd be right. He stood up, brushing ash from his hands. But I'll tell you this much for nothing. The agency has saved you many times over.
And the thing is, each time it does that for you, each time it's saved history and the world around you, well, it's happened, and you all go on with your lives happily, never knowing how close it's all come to disaster.
Liam pressed his lips together. Me and Bex here have saved you once before. He half smiled. A certain Hitler chap who won a war instead of losing it. Now that was a fine bleeding mess, so it was. But we managed to fix it up again. So will you not give us some credit here? We're not completely useless, all right?
What about your agency?
Asked Kelly.
Who are they?
Liam was about to answer when Bex grabbed his arm to stop him.
Let me guess,
said Kelly sarcastically.
Classified data.
I'm sorry, said Liam. That's how it is. We return you to 2015, and the less you know about us, the better. But I'll tell you this, though. They're organized, and they've got the best technology out there, computers and robots like Bex and loads of other stuff. So look, he smiled, you're in good hands. They looked at him with an unreadable mixture of expressions.
Come on, Liam, be decisive.
Right then, enough prattling like old fishwives. We have a job to do, so we have. These tablets, Franklin, Mr. Whitmore?
Where exactly do you suggest we place them?
They both looked at each other, an exchange of absent-minded gestures. Franklin pushing his cracked glasses up his nose, Whitmore scratching at his scruffy beard, and a muttered exchange of ideas. Finally, Franklin turned to them.
I suggest we embed a couple in the beach. Dig a hole as deep as you can, and the rest,
he turned and nodded toward a nearby thicket of bamboo and reeds,
that freshwater stream. There's silt banks and a bunch of marsh either side of it. I'm pretty sure that's how they described the fossil bed in Dinosaur Valley, that it was once marshy.
Liam looked at Jasmine. And these clay tablets will last 65 million years? She shook her head. Well, no. I never said they'd last that long. Franklin shook his head.
You really don't know a great deal about fossils, Liam, do you?
Liam hunched his shoulders.
Nope, Franklin, I don't.
But you do. So why don't you tell me how this works, then? Franklin sighed.
They'll most likely break up long before there are even monkeys on planet Earth, let alone Homo sapiens. But the impression they leave behind, like a cast or a mold on the sand, on the silt, which eventually will become a layer of sedimentary rock, that's the fossil.
He offered Liam a patient, if somewhat patronizing smile.
Not those tablets. They'll be long gone.
Liam nodded thoughtfully. All right, then. So now I know. Strikes me that it makes no real difference. There's still something left behind that a person can read, right? Franklin nodded. Good. So best we get started. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can leave. He turned to address them all. I don't know about you, but come sundown I'd rather be camping out on a big, very wide beach than down here.
With those things out there?
Said Whitmore, looking up the jungle slopes surrounding them.
Sure. Getting out of here sounds good to me.
Chapter 49 2001, New York.
3 minutes to go,
said Sal. 3 minutes, Maddie echoed. They could both hear the machinery below the desk beginning to hum noisily as it sucked energy greedily from their main feed. Not for the first time, Maddie wondered who paid the electricity bill for their archway. It had to be astronomical, the amount they used. She smiled at her dumbness. Yes, of course, no one paid any bills. As far as the world outside was concerned, as far as their neighbor, the mechanic in the archway near the top of their little back street, was concerned, this archway normally sat vacant, with a ripped and graffiti-covered sign pasted on the shutter outside, offering 3,000 square feet of commercial floor space at a reasonable rate. Except, of course, for a Monday and Tuesday in September, when, to anybody who bothered to notice, it would appear 3 young squatters had decided to move in, only to vanish again on Wednesday.
Oh,
said Sal.
I forgot. I saw a funny thing the other day.
Yeah?
Yeah, in a shop nearby. A junk shop. Well, not funny, really. Just a coincidence.
What?
A uniform. A steward's uniform from the Titanic. Exactly like Liam's.
Sal shook her head.
Isn't that weird?
Seriously?
The lady in the shop said it wasn't a real one, though. Just a costume from a play. But still kind of funny. I suppose I could buy it for Liam as a spare.
I'm sure he's in no big hurry to go back to the Titanic, you know. Given what he'd have to face. Sal's smile quickly faded.
No,
she said.
I suppose he wouldn't. None of us, really.
The numbers on the clock flickered and changed. 2 minutes left. Maddie really would have liked to have Foster sitting right here beside them. Calm, relaxed, with a reassuring, crooked smile on his old, wrinkly face. Skin that looked like weathered parchment, skin that looked like it had seen way too much sun.
I wouldn't mind feeling the sun on my face.
Foster's last words. He'd said that the morning he'd taken her out for coffee to say goodbye. Sun on my face, she muttered under her breath. Sal cocked an eyebrow.
Huh?
I guess I wouldn't mind feeling the sun on my face while I enjoy a decent hot dog.
That's exactly what he'd said, wasn't it? One of the last things he'd said. That's what he wanted to do with whatever time he had left to live. Sun and a decent hot dog. With all these skyscrapers, she knew there was only one place you could count on unobstructed sunlight in Manhattan, and yes, hot dog vendors aplenty. One place, and one place only. I think I just figured out where Foster's gone, she said. They watched the clock's red LEDs flicker to show them 11:59 p.m.
Where?
Maddie stood up and pushed the chair back from the breakfast table with a scrape that echoed across the archway. I'll explain another time. We're about to have guests. Sal stood up and joined her in the middle of the floor, both facing the shutter door and counting down the last 60 seconds as, behind them, the deep hum of machinery began to build to a final, fizzing crescendo. The strip light above them began to flicker and dim. Well, here goes nothing, said Maddie, reaching out instinctively to hold Sal's hand. Chapter 50. 65 million years BC. Jungle. "Do you think it's deep enough?" asked Liam. Bex squatted down beside the waist-deep hole in the mud and studied the oozing sides, slowly sliding downward, and the bottom, already beginning to fill up around Liam's ankles with cloudy water. "I do not know," she said. "Don't know, is it? Great." He wiped at his sweating brow, smearing mud across his forehead. "Well, who knows how deep is deep enough? May I have the tablet?" She passed it down to him. He turned the brick of clay over in his hands and studied the inscribed letters and numbers. "So, my silent little messenger, you go get us some help, all right?" He bent down and placed the brick writing side down in the cloudy water and gently pressed it deep into the mud. "We're counting on you, Mr. Tablet. Counting on you to do your very best for us. Last as long as you can, all right? And like Auntie Loretta used to say, you be sure to make a good impression." He looked up at Bex with a grin plastered on his face. "Eh? Make a good impression? See what I did there?" She stared down at him, gray eyes coolly analytical. "A pun," she replied. "A single word with multiple meanings dependent on contextual framing." "Aye, a pun, you know. It's meant to be funny." She frowned for a moment, and then her face suddenly creased with an insincere mirth, and she bellowed a mock laugh. He cringed at the sound of it. "Jesus, Bex! If it's not funny, just don't laugh. I'm serious. It's embarrassing." She stopped immediately. "Affirmative." Liam pulled himself out of the hole as the wet sides of it began to slop down into the bottom. He and Bex scooped up handfuls of mud and silt and helped the self-filling process until all that was left was a barely noticeable mound on the stream's bank. Liam produced a length of bamboo and plunged it into the top, then tore a ragged strip of neon green material from the bottom of his shorts. He tied it to the bamboo stalk. "And that's so we'll find it easy enough when we come back for it." Bex nodded. A part of the plan she'd insisted was necessary, to return to this timestamp once everything else had been corrected and retrieve every single one of the 5 tablets that were being put into the ground. Liam looked downstream. The small trickling artery of fresh water twisted and curled out of sight beyond a thicket of reeds. "I wonder how the others are doing." Kelly stood up straight and placed his hands on his tired back. Their 2 tablets were now dug deep into the fine sand of the beach at either side of the small cove, both marked with bamboo flags and strips of material ripped from the sleeve of his shirt. "Done!" He smiled at the others. There was a muted cheer from Juan, Laura, Jasmine, and even Akira, a girl as shy as Edward, who barely ever spoke, seemingly self-conscious about her thick accent and faltering English. He looked up the beach toward the line of reed thickets and clusters of bamboo, and the small delta of fresh water and silt that spread out and trickled down a fan of flow-worn grooves in the beach, down into the warm, salty sea. "The others should be done pretty soon," he said. "Then we can head back." Laura's gaze drifted to the steep peak of jungle they were going to have to ascend. "I wonder if those things are out there still." Juan looked up. "We got our weapons and we got Robo-Girl. We're going to be all right. Maybe we're safer now than we were," said Kelly. "One of them was killed trying to attack us. So maybe they're more wary of us now." Laura tightened her grip on the spear. "Yeah, I guess you're right." Franklin finished piling a small cairn of stones around the base of the bamboo stake in the ground and looked up. Whitmore was leading the other 2, Edward and his seemingly adopted big brother Leonard, 100 yards down toward another hump of silty bank they'd identified earlier as a good place for their second tablet. "You coming, Franklin?" the teacher called out. "Just a sec," he replied. The bamboo stake kept flopping over to one side, and the rocks were very nearly, but not quite, holding it up.
"I'll join you in a second,"
he called back, reaching for another large river-smoothed stone. He heard it then, a soft, muted cry like the whimpering of a small child. He froze, listening for it over the stirring hiss of the reeds and the chuckle of the stream. And there it was again, a little louder, a little clearer. It sounded like someone in pain.
"Hello,"
he replied.
"Who's there?"
One of the girls, perhaps? Maybe slipped on a wet rock and broken something.
"Jasmine? Laura?"
The cry again. Pitiful, wretched, and insistent. It seemed to be coming from the reeds.
"Akira, is that you?"
He stepped toward them and thought he saw someone shifting on the ground at the base of the reeds. He pushed his way in.
"What? Did you slip? Hurt your—"
The form slithered back from him through the reeds and out of sight, moving in a fast, too fast for a human way. It was then his peripheral vision picked out eyes watching him intently from among the reeds to his right. It shifted forward, silently revealing itself a mere couple of yards from him. Distinct yellow forward-facing eyes at the front of an elongated, tapering skull that sloped back over bony shoulders and a hunched spine. The curious shape of its skull vaguely reminded him of the aerodynamic helmets worn by cyclists or downhill skiers at the Olympics, only much longer, like the aliens in those DVDs his older brother kept watching over and over. It scrutinized him, perfectly still, perfectly poised. And then its scalpel-sharp teeth parted, and he saw its black tongue coiling and unfurling like a snake. Falcon, it hissed softly.
My God.
This creature, he realized now, the very same reptilian hominid he had faced back up the hillside in the jungle yesterday, had remembered his name, had remembered their fleeting moment of communication, the exchange of a spoken word. Something that wasn't going to happen again on this world for tens of millions of years. What's more, this thing actually had the voice box and the oral dexterity to reproduce a human word.
"Yes,"
he whispered excitedly.
"Yes, that's me."
He gestured to himself.
"My name is Franklin."
Its long, tapered head tilted to one side, and silently it glided a step forward out of the reeds toward him. In his backpack, nestled at the bottom beneath the last couple of packets of grilled fish meat wrapped in waxy leaves, was his phone, still with some charge left on it. Enough, he hoped, to take a few photographs and maybe a short video of this thing actually speaking. He eased the pack off his shoulders.
"I'm just going to get something,"
he said softly, soothingly, moving slowly.
"Okay?"
The creature remained perfectly still, yellow eyes curiously watching his every move. He unzipped the bag and reached inside, the rank smell of fish spilling out. The skin flaps around the hominid's nasal cavity began to twitch.
"He can smell the food."
Change of plan. Franklin grasped one of the packages, pulled it out, and unwrapped it.
"Here you are. Look, food."
He held the small hunk of barbecued flesh out in one hand toward the creature. Farther off, he could hear the voices of Whitmore and the others echoing back over the reeds, less than 100 yards away. He was torn between hoping they'd turn up and scare the thing away, and hoping they didn't. He could call out to them. But then what might that trigger? An attack? Or perhaps it would vanish for good, never to be encountered again. He realized that would be a tragedy. Because this thing, this species, like every other species of dinosaur, just wasn't going to make it. The world of dinosaurs didn't have much time left in geological terms. 1,000 years? 10,000? Maybe tomorrow it was going to happen. A mass extinction event. Either an asteroid or a megavolcano was going to choke the world and kill every land-based species larger than a dog. And this intelligent species, so close in many ways to human, closer in some than man's own ape ancestor, was going to vanish along with all the other dumb dinosaurs. They were going to vanish without leaving a trace, would never be known about, never leave any fossil markings, never have a Latin name or be exhibited in a museum or discussed by paleontologists. And that was the cruelest irony, because here was something that, given just a few more million years, could have been us, the dominant intelligence, a reptilian version of Homo sapiens.
"My God, you're incredible,"
he whispered. The creature was now just a couple of yards from him, yellow eyes on the hunk of meat, crouching low, its rib and spine-lined back looking so human, like the back of some size 0 supermodel or some lean gymnast.
"Franklin,"
it uttered again. Franklin realized he had to take a picture. The species deserved some evidence, at least one shred of visual evidence that it had once upon a time existed. He gently placed the meat on the ground in front of him, then delved into his backpack again for his cell phone. The creature advanced another foot, then strained its long neck and curiously elongated head to sniff the meat. One slender arm swept forward, and a hand with 3 lethal-looking sickle-shaped claws tapped it, rolled it over, then casually pushed it aside. Its head cocked, its nostril flaps puckered. And then Franklin realized the creature wasn't the slightest bit interested in the stale odor of the mudfish. It was smelling him, reading his scent like a witch doctor reading bones, like a fortune-teller reading the creased palm of a hand.
I mean no harm, I just—"
Franklin stuttered nervously. Its jaw snapped open, and the tongue inside twisted and curled.
"No harm,"
it mimicked.
"Yes, friend,
said Franklin, tapping his chest. It was now so close he could have reached out and stroked the bone-hard carapace of the front of its skull. He could feel warm, fetid puffs of air coming from its nasal cavity. Franklin had the cell phone in his hands now, his eyes still on this thing's reptile eyes. He fumbled with the touchscreen menu and finally got it into video camera mode and pressed the record button.
"A species,"
he said softly, panning the cell's camera up and down the beast.
"Possibly a remote ancestor of the velociraptor, or more likely the smarter Troodon."
He hated that his voice was shaking like some nervous geek's. If this was going to be the few seconds of footage that was going to make him famous, he wanted to sound like a pro, like a true hardcore adventurer, not some knee-trembling nerd.
"This species is quite incredible, capable of copying a human voice."
The hominid's mouth suddenly snapped shut with a loud clack of teeth, and then the cluster of reeds began to rustle with movement all around him. Franklin looked up.
"Oh, God. No!"
Chapter 51. 65 million years B.C. Jungle. Liam heard it. A brittle scream, long and ragged, then suddenly silenced. "Did you hear that?" Bex nodded. "Affirmative." She straightened up. "The hominid pack hunters may have returned. We should rejoin the others immediately." Liam grabbed his spear. "Come on." They splashed across the shallow stream, kicking up fans of water, then hurried along the bank on the far side. No more than 200 yards closer to the beach was where Whitmore and the others had been left to place their tablets. That seemed to be where the scream had come from. Liam couldn't tell if that one long cry had been a male or female voice, but it had rattled with horror and ended in a way that hadn't sounded good. They splashed back across the water again to avoid another thicket of reeds as the stream weaved around a smooth boulder the size of an automobile. A minute later, up ahead, he could make out the others gathered in a group, standing closely together and studying something on the ground.
"What happened?"
he called out. None of them replied. They looked up at him with faces as pale as bed linen. Kelly and his group had heard the cry too, and had come up from the beach. They must have arrived there only a minute or so earlier.
"What happened?"
he called again, as he and Bex splashed across the stream one last time and finally joined them on the silty bank. Then he saw it for himself. Blood. Blood everywhere, and a few tattered shreds of clothing that he recognized as belonging to Franklin. But no sign of the boy himself.
"Oh, no,"
he muttered.
"That isn't really—"
Whitmore nodded.
"Franklin's. He was. We were just down there,"
he uttered, pointing downstream.
"Just there. Just beyond those reeds."
"Didn't hear anything," said Juan. "Or see anything. Just heard him scream. We came up here and he was gone. Just gone."
It was Kelly who decided to say first what they were all thinking.
"Those things. It's those things, isn't it? They damn well came after us."
"We don't know that for sure," said Liam. "There are other predators."
"Oh, we know," said Laura. She passed Liam a cell phone, dappled with droplets of congealing blood. On the small screen, a shaky, low-resolution image looped over and over. Nothing but the bright, pale blue sky, and then the jerky image of something stepping over just the once. But that was all he needed to recognize it. Lean, almost skeletal, and that long, tapering skull. The image was pale sky again, occasionally shuddering as the camera was knocked, and through the small speaker the sound of growling, snapping teeth, and the frenzied noise of something being torn to pieces. Liam swallowed. His mouth and throat suddenly dry. He felt his face drain of blood and blanch, just like theirs now, pale as a ghost.
"We're leaving,"
he said quietly.
"Leaving right now. I left my bag at the beach,"
said Juan.
"Forget the bloody bag,"
snapped Liam. He glanced at Bex, ready to bark at her to be quiet should she decide to caution him about potential contamination. But she seemed to understand. Instead, she pointed out which way they needed to go. Up the steep slope, into thick jungle.
"I will lead the way,"
she said.
"Recommendation: you should all remain close."
"Oh, don't you worry about that," muttered Liam under his breath. He pulled one of their homemade hatchets out of his bag and hefted his spear in his other hand.
"Everyone ready?"
The others nodded, all of them with a weapon of one sort or another in their hands. None of them eager to step back into the thick canopy of leaves and vines and dense clusters of fern leaves that could easily conceal death, but even less eager to remain here a moment longer.
"So what about Franklin?"
asked Edward in a small voice. No one seemed to want to answer that question. The boy looked up at Howard.
"We're not looking for him, Leonard?"
Howard answered.
"He's gone, Edward. He's gone."
Bex nodded.
"Correct. Information. Approximate calculation, at least 5 pints of blood on the ground. Franklin cannot be alive."
"Come on," said Liam, resting a hand on Edward's shoulder. He looked up at the sloping jungle ahead of them.
"We should go."
Chapter 52. Clay tablets, 5 of them, buried deep in mud and sand, silently count the passing of years. Above, as they slumber in their own dark tombs, tides rise and fall, and individual layers of mud dotted with the decaying bones of generations of creatures accumulate like the rings of a growing tree. 276,902 years after a group of Homo sapiens placed them in the ground, the planet Earth shudders under the impact of a rock the size of Manhattan, traveling at 40,000 miles an hour. A wave of incinerating energy spirals hundreds of miles out, and tidal waves engulf millions of miles of lowlands across the world. The sky turns dark for the best part of a decade, a 10-year night in which almost all life on land vanishes, except small hardy rodents from which those very same Homo sapiens will one day descend. The giants of the plains die off quickly. First the plant-eaters, then the predators. A holocaust followed by a nuclear winter. Massive extinction on an unimaginable scale. Yet, through this, 5 tablets lie still and dark and oblivious. In the aftermath of the asteroid impact, the Paleogene period begins. A vast stretch of time, 40 million years, in which mountain ranges are born, live, and die. A period in which a vast inland sea covering a backbone of hills that will one day be called the Rockies recedes, surrendering ground that has only ever known the darkness of a seabed, ground that will one day have names like Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, New Mexico. The dinosaurs are long gone, now nothing more than fossils waiting silently, like the tablets, for the constant attrition of erosion, the movements of ground, to finally push them near the surface and sunlight again. Above, in the world of daylight, a brand-new ecosystem exists, a world utterly rewritten. It is a cooler one than the tropical world of the dinosaurs, and the small hardy rodents have grown, evolved, diversified, and cover the land with 1 million different mammal species, many of which a traveler from the present might even begin to recognize. Near the end of this era, one of the 5 tablets, now no more than an impression on the surface of a stratum of sandstone, is lost forever when a minor earthquake fractures and grinds the strata to loose gravel. The subtle etchings of words and numbers imprinted from the long-gone clay tablet erased. 4 companions, however, live on, still separated after so many millions of years by the same distance that existed between them the day they were buried, mere hundreds of yards apart. Around 20 million years pass, and the Paleogene period becomes the Neogene. The world grows cooler, and for the first time, for a long time, ice caps begin to form at the polar north and south. Species of grass colonize the land in a way that prehistoric ferns could only dream of, and small 4-legged mammals that will one day look very different and be known as buffaloes graze blissfully upon them. Around 7 million years ago, the hard-rimmed hoof of one of these small grazing creatures catches the tip of a broken slab of sandstone and pulls it out of the ground. It lies there in the darkness of night, moonlight picking out strange and subtle patterns of raised markings on one side. But the roaring of a night predator spooks the herd. As one, they surge away from the sound, and the night is filled with the rumble of thousands of hooves on hard-baked soil. By dawn, the curious slab of sedimentary rock is no more than dust and fragments, destroyed by thousands of trampling beasts. 3 silent witnesses remain, as endless eons pass in darkness, like the soft ticking of an impatient clock. Above ground, one species of rodent that took to the trees during the early Paleogene has finally ventured down to the ground once more to forage for food as the Neogene era begins. It has a more muscular frame and a head larger in proportion to its tree-climbing ancestors. It's a species that will one day, in another 1 million years, be known as ape. In 11,000 BC, early one morning as warm sun spills across a plain, A young brave, carefully scouting the grazing buffalo ahead, runs his hand over the coarse grass and dislodges the sharp corner of a stone. A chunk of flint emerges from the orange soil, a flint, he notices, with strange markings on it. For a moment, the markings incite his curiosity. They look deliberate. But then his mind moves on to the size of the flint itself. He can see how 3 separate tomahawken blades could be struck from it, and he thanks Great Father Sun for the find. Now, only 2 silent messengers remain. In 1865, a young Confederate lieutenant on the run from Union forces, leading a ragtag band of soldiers unwilling to accept that the Civil War is over, rests his aching back against a rock. With tired eyes, too old for such a young face, he watches the languid river in front of him as his fingers twist through coarse grass. And yes, they find the sharp edge of a stone. Before the war he was a student of history, and the faint lines of writing on the stone fascinate him. He puts the curious piece of rock in his saddlebag and resolves to take it to a professor of natural history he once knew in Charleston when he eventually can. But later, that same day, the Union Cavalry Regiment finally catches up with the lieutenant and his men. And before the sun has set, they, soldiers and officer, lie in a shared, unmarked grave not far from the Paluxy River. And so, just one last tablet remains. Chapter 53. May 2nd, 1941, Somervell County, Texas. Grady Adams watched his brother goofing around in the water below with growing irritation.
"Watch it, Saul, you're going to scare off all the fish."
His brother ignored him and surface dived into the sedate Paluxy River. Grady ground his teeth. His younger brother could be a complete ass at times. No, strike that. All the time. He settled back on his haunches. His toes curled over the lip of tan-colored rock overhanging the river. The stone was hot against the bare skin of his feet, egg-frying hot. That's what Pa would say. The sun had been beating down on it all morning, and the pool of water that had dripped off him from his last swim in the river half an hour ago had long since evaporated. He looked up at a nearly cloudless sky and realized there wasn't going to be any respite from the heat of the sun. To his left, several dozen yards along the ledge of rock, a small, withered cypress tree was clinging to the side of a large, craggy boulder. He could see it was casting a small pool of shadow, at least big enough for a part of him to keep out of the sun. He stood, grabbed his fishing rod, and walked carefully along the narrow ledge. Carefully because, from time to time, right near the edge, bits of the sandstone broke away and splashed into the river a yard or so below. That had happened to Grady before, scratching his hips and chest as he'd slid into the water. Saul came up again, noisily splashing the surface of the river, no doubt scaring any remaining fish far away from the float bobbing nearby.
"Saul, for crying out loud!"
His brother gave him a toothy grin and paddled across to the far bank, deliberately kicking his feet on the surface and making as much of a ruckus as he could. Grady hunkered down in the shadow, his back now against cool rock, to his right a dried earthy wall of orange soil and gnarled roots from the small tree poking out from it. He prodded at the loose layers of soil, light and dark, like the layers of some fancy sponge cake. He'd once found a Paiute tomahawken blade in a bank of earth like this. Those layers hid such fascinating things along this river. He remembered there was that team of men last summer, digging around along portions of the riverbank, looking for monster footprints in the rock. Dinosaur tracks. That's what they'd said they were looking for. Grady and Saul had seen a few in their time along here, big ones like he'd imagined an elephant might leave, and small ones too, 3 deep dents and a shallower one. Saul even claimed he'd once seen a human footprint in the rock, just exactly like a shoe. Silly ass was always coming up with doofus nonsense like that. Grady knew no cavemen wore shoes back in dinosaur times. The people up in Glen Rose had started calling this place Dinosaur Valley on account of the men and women from the museums and stuff who came digging for fossils last year. He smiled at that as he tugged at one of the twisted roots. It sounded kind of cool, Dinosaur Valley. He could imagine some of the gigantic beasts he'd seen in picture books striding across the Paluxy River, walking up and down the riverbanks, their long necks craning down to drink from the river. Grit and dry soil tumbled down onto his arm. Ouch! He let go of the root and it sprang up, releasing another small avalanche of loose clay-like earth. And then he saw it, half hanging out, resting on a coil of tree root that looked like a pig's tail. A palm-sized slate of shale. He reached up for it, and it fell heavily into his hands. For a moment, as he stared down at the almost triangular shape, he wondered whether it might just be another one of them tomahawking heads. But it didn't have the telltale signs of being worked on, shaped by some skilled hand. It was just a plain old slice of rock. He held it in his throwing hand, wondering how many bounces he'd get from skimming it across the river. It was nice and flat, a good spin on the throw, and maybe he'd count 7, perhaps 8, before it settled and sank. He stood up, saw Saul on the far bank sunning himself on a dry boulder. "Hey, Saul!" His brother's head bobbed up. "What?" "I got me a skimmer. Reckon I get an 8 with it?" "Nah," he called back. "'Cause you throw like a girl and all." Grady shook his head and sighed. His brother really could be annoying. "Well, why don't you just look and learn, you fool?" He cupped it in his palm, wondering which side was flatter, then turned it over. Chapter 54. 2001, New York. On Sunday, September 9th, 2001, Lester Cartwright, a small, narrow-shouldered man facing his last 5 desk years before his long-awaited retirement, went to bed with his plump wife. A man who, if you asked him to be honest, would admit to being a little bored with his unchallenging life. His job, yes, it might sound interesting if he was allowed to talk about it, was as a project's budget assessor for a low-profile U.S. intelligence agency. But in actual fact, despite the intriguing sound of working for a secret service, the work simply involved crunching numbers and balancing costs and expenditures. He might as well have been doing that for Walmart or McDonald's or some carpet store. The job would have been exactly the same. Not exactly where he'd hoped to end his career when he'd first joined them back in the 1960s. A young man ready to serve his country in the field. A young man ready to kill or be killed for Uncle Sam. Now he was an old man who rubber-stamped expense forms. That night, after walking their dog Charlie, he climbed into his pajamas, got into bed, and picked up a Tom Clancy spy novel, hoping to enjoy at least a few aimless thrills today before turning the light out on his bedside table. Later, as he slept, change arrived in the form of a subtle ripple of reality. A wave of reality systematically rewriting itself. A wave of change that had started in 1941 with a young boy's discovery of a strange rock beside a river in Texas. A boy who turned over a rock and saw something strange. Lester's boring life in that moment of darkness was replaced in just the blink of an eye with a far, far more interesting one. "Sir, sir!" Knuckles rapped gently against the car's rear passenger window. Lester Cartwright stirred. His mind had been wandering again, considering the incredible, the impossible. "Only it isn't impossible, is it, Lester?" He looked out the window at Agent Forby, dark glasses, suit, crew-cut hair, and a face that looked like it had never told a joke while on duty. Lester wound his window down an inch.
Yes.
Sir, it's time,
said Forby. Lester looked down at his watch. 3 minutes to midnight. Damn it, he must have been napping again.
Getting too old for something like this.
Forby, the area's completely secure.
Forby nodded.
We have a 2-block cordon set up. City and state police are manning it. The Williamsburg Bridge has been closed and all civilians have been evacuated from the perimeter.
Cartwright nodded. The cover story had been a no-brainer to come up with. A bomb threat. American civilians seemed to react very well to that.
So, we're certain we have only agency personnel within?
Forby nodded.
100%, sir. Just us guys.
Cartwright looked out the window past Forby's hunched form. The Williamsburg Bridge towered over them. The nearby intersection was deserted, and there, 50 yards away, was the entrance to the small back street running alongside the bridge's back support arches.
My God, finally, this is it. This is finally it.
He felt his chest tickled by butterfly wings, and the short hairs on the back of his neck rose.
Very well.
He opened the car door and stepped out into the warm evening.
Then, let's begin.
Cartwright led the way across the quiet road, lit by several street lights and the intermittent sweep of a floodlight from a helicopter holding position high up in the sky. Apart from the far-off whoop-whoop-whoop of its rotors, this 3-block-wide area of Brooklyn was ghostly quiet. There was a barricade across the entrance to the back street, manned by more of Cartwright's men. No soldiers or police this close to the target, on Cartwright's insistence. Only personnel he trusted within the perimeter. Only personnel he'd recruited himself into this small covert agency. An agency he and his men referred to as the Club. He nodded at them as they raised their guns and let him through. He looked down the narrow cobbled street, littered with garbage, an abandoned dumpster halfway along.
Good grief, I feel like a kid.
All of his professional life had been leading up to this one moment, ever since he'd been quietly headhunted from the FBI to come and work for the Club. 40 years of knowing. Lester Cartwright began to make his way down the row of archways, past the first one, clearly being used by some one-man auto repair business. When he'd first joined, his superior had been prepared to reveal only some of the facts. An incredible find in a place called Glen Rose, Texas. A find that had major national security implications. That was all he got for quite a few years. But time passed, and Lester gradually climbed several ranks, finally becoming the senior serving officer in the Club. His departing boss had handed him the complete dossier on his very last day, handed it to him with eyes that looked like they'd been staring far too long into an abyss.
"Do me a favor, Lester," he'd said.
"Sit yourself down and drink a finger of bourbon before you open this file, all right?"
"Sir."
"You're about to join a very, very small group. Those who know."
And it was a small group. Presidents had been briefed, Roosevelt, when the news of the artifact had first been unearthed. Then Truman, then Eisenhower. But they stopped briefing presidents when that silly fool Kennedy had threatened to go public with it. That was the year after Lester had joined the Club, the year of the Dallas incident. A very messy business, but the Club had a responsibility. They hadn't bothered to tell presidents since then. Cartwright passed the third and fourth archways, both open-fronted and unoccupied. He could see needles and bottles back there in the darkness. His men had checked in there for vagrants and unearthed only one grubby, stinking, and utterly bewildered alcoholic. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest as his feet slowly brought him up outside the metal shutter door of the fifth archway. 40 years he'd known of a thing called the Glen Rose artifact, but only for the last 15 years had he known exactly what it was. Figuratively speaking, a message in a bottle, with a date on it. A bottle that couldn't be opened until a certain date. He looked down at his watch and saw that the certain date was a mere 40 seconds away. There hadn't been a single solitary night during the last 15 years that he hadn't lain in bed and wondered what they'd find inside this address. He'd been down this street on a number of occasions and looked at that corrugated metal. He'd even been inside and looked around on several occasions. Empty, unused. But now, finally, there were occupants inside. Occupants from, his heart fluttered and his breath caught as he considered the phrase, another time. Cartwright instinctively reached into his suit jacket for the service-issue firearm he kept there, as he looked at his watch and realized that after 40 years of waiting and preparing, he was finally down to counting off the last 10 seconds.
So, this is it,
he muttered. The second hand of his watch ticked past midnight, and all of a sudden he thought he felt the slightest puff of displaced air against his face. He leaned forward, balled his fist, and knuckled the shuttered door gently.
Chapter 55 2001, New York. Maddie looked at Sal. "Oh my God! You hear that? That was a knock, wasn't it?" She hadn't fully expected to be right, that come the stroke of midnight and the reset, there would actually, for real, be a knock on their door. The shutter rattled again, and they heard the muffled sound of a man's voice outside. "So we're going to open it, right?" whispered Sal. Yes, I guess we've got no choice." She stepped forward toward the button at the side and pressed it.
With a rattling whir of a winch motor begging for oil, the shutter slowly rose. Both girls looked down at the ground, at the gradually widening gap, and the soft glow of the street lamp outside creeping across their stained and pitted concrete floor.
2 shoes. 2 dark-suited legs. Finally, the person outside ducked down slightly to look in, and his wide eyes met theirs. "Hello there," said Maddie, raising a limp hand. "We were kind of expecting you." The shutter rattled to a stop, and the man stared at them for a long while in silence.
He
started, his voice croaky with nerves.
But you're just kids."
He narrowed his eyes, looking past them at the dim interior.
"Are there any others here?"
"Just us, I'm afraid," said Maddie. He looked at her. His old, creased face seemed to be struggling to cope with the moment.
"Are you two? Are you from the future?"
he asked. Sal looked at Maddie, and she finally nodded her head. "You've got a million questions you want to ask us, I'm sure," Maddie addressed the old man. "And we're prepared to answer some of them. But you have something, right? Something for us?" He eyed her cautiously.
"Perhaps."
"A message." He ignored the question.
"Are you time travelers?"
"I won't answer anything until you answer me. Do you have a message for us?" He took a step forward, squinting at the machinery on the far side of the arch. He nodded toward it.
"Is that some sort of time machine?"
She bit her lip. "I'm not saying anything until you answer me."
"It is, isn't it?"
He smiled.
"My God, this is incredible."
"Please," called Sal. "Something brought you to us. It's a message from our friend, isn't it?"
The old man turned away from them and barked an order down along their back street. A moment later, Maddie could hear the slap of boots on cobblestones. She retreated from the entrance and into the arch, taking several steps toward the computer desk.
"I'm sorry,"
said the old man. He reached into his suit jacket and pulled a handgun on them.
"Please remain perfectly still. Do not touch anything.
Do not do anything.
Half a dozen men emerged from the street, all of them wearing biohazard suits, faces hidden behind tinted fascias of plastic. All of them armed with what looked like television remote controls.
Oh no.
Maddie felt lightheaded.
This isn't good.
We're going to talk, said the old man gently. But we're going to talk safely away from this place. Please,
he said, beckoning for them both to come forward, out of the archway and into the street.
Step forward, away from the equipment.
Now. You have to do it now.
Maddie spun to face the computer desk. Bob! Omelet! She screamed, desperately hoping the desk mic across the archway had managed to pick up her voice. The last thing her conscious mind registered was every muscle in her body contracting with a sudden jolt, and then keeling over onto the hard floor, her forehead smacking heavily against the concrete. Cartwright watched in silence as the older of the two girls was wheeled away on a hospital gurney, and the other one, younger, Asian or Indian by the look of her, was escorted down the back street toward the containment van. He ordered the remaining 3 agency men in containment suits to stand guard outside the shuttered door, once they'd made a sweep and reported that the archway was clear. Good men, trusted men, but still better they knew as little as possible. He stood alone now in front of a giant plexiglass cylinder of water with metal steps up the side, and what looked like a toddler's swing seat fixed at the top. Obviously something to do with time travel, like the bank of computer equipment, the other tall, thin plexiglass tubes in the back room, the power generator. All these things clearly played some part in the process. He wandered back to the long table, a pair of scuffed office desks pushed end to end and cluttered with monitors, a keyboard, a dozen crumpled cans of Dr. Pepper, and a few empty pizza boxes. He could hear the soft whir of activity from beneath the desk and ducked down to see the muted glow of blinking green and red LEDs. It looked like there were a dozen or more PCs, the kind you could pick up from any Walmart or Best Buy, linked together into a network. Beside the desk was a battered old office filing cabinet. He pulled out one drawer after another, each filled with nests of tangled cables and bits and pieces of electronic circuits, like somebody had ripped off a Radio Shack store for parts and hadn't yet figured out what to do with it all. He felt a small stab of disappointment. In his mind's eye, he'd imagined this moment. He'd conjured up visions of some futuristic arrangement, technology from centuries ahead, something that looked like the bridge of the USS Enterprise, set up in this old brick archway. Instead, everything he could see here seemed to have been obtained from the present. He sat down in one of the office chairs, and it squeaked under his weight. The answers to this place, why they were here in New York, why they were also in the Cretaceous past, how all this machinery worked, and what it could do. All of those answers, he presumed, were on these quietly humming computers. He picked up the mouse and slid it across the desk. One of the screens flickered out of screensaver mode and lit up to reveal a relaxing desktop image of an alpine valley and, right in the middle of the screen, a small, square dialog box.
System lockdown enabled.
Cartwright cursed under his breath. The older girl, the one with the frizzy reddish hair, had barked something out just before he'd tasered her. He thought she was calling out to someone else in the arch, but he realized now that it must have been a voice-activated command. He tried to remember what she'd said. Oh, yeah.
Omelet,
he said into the desk mic.
Incorrect activation code.
Damn it.
Incorrect activation code.
He tried a dozen other candidate words and phrases. Egg, broken eggs, scrambled eggs, boiled eggs, Easter egg, fried egg. Egg hunt, egghead, eggnog. All of them produced the same response on the screen. Absently, he tapped his fingers on the desk. If he was being honest, this wasn't how he imagined the moment of discovery was going to be. 2 scruffy kids, a computer system that looked like some bedroom hacker's dream setup, and that big plastic cylinder making this place look like some kind of homemade brewery. And this locked-down computer system was obviously not going to tell him anything. He decided it was time he had a little chat with the girls. He stepped out toward the open door and punched the green button on the side. The metal shutter started to clank and rattle slowly down.
No one goes in or comes out. You have permission to shoot to kill anyone who tries. Understood?
The 3 men guarding the entrance nodded. Chapter 56. 65 million years BC. Jungle. The wide-open plain was alive with the echoing calls of nocturnal life. Liam had assigned half of them to remain on watch and the other half to try their best to get some sleep, although he doubted anyone was managing that. A fire was burning in the middle, not for the meager light it provided, but for the effect it seemed to have on the creatures roaming around out there, keeping them all far away. It was bright enough anyway. The full moon seemed to illuminate the night so that it felt little darker than an overcast winter's afternoon in Cork.
That moon is actually bigger, right? Or am I going mad?
Bex looked up at it.
Affirmative. It is approximately 20% larger.
Liam's eyebrows shot up.
A larger moon? So what do you think happened to it? Did it sort of wear down over time or something?
Whitmore looked at him oddly and tisked. And Bex, he wondered whether she'd rolled her eyes at him or whether that was just a trick of the light.
Negative, Liam. It has not changed size.
It's just a little closer,
said Whitmore.
Oh.
Bex resumed her silent vigil, slowly panning her eyes across the plain, watching for the dark, furtive shapes of the creatures moving beyond the dancing circle of their firelight.
What do you think of those things?
Asked Liam.
Are they really a species of super smart dinosaur? That lad, Franklin.
He paused for a moment, realizing the ensuing panic-stricken retreat from the cove over the jungle peak and down onto the beach hadn't permitted him a single moment of reflection for the poor boy. He could only imagine what those creatures had done to him, if that carcass from nearly a fortnight ago was anything to go by. The others were waiting for him to finish what he'd started saying.
Franklin said, all dinosaurs, even the smart ones, were pretty stupid.
Whitmore sucked in a breath of warm night air.
Those hominids could well be an evolutionary dead end, a branch-off species that maybe shares a common ancestor with Troodon.
Troodon? He nodded.
Paleontologists commonly agree that the Troodon was quite possibly the most intelligent species of dinosaur. Smarter even than their evolutionary cousins, the raptors. Very similar in appearance, both theropods, saurischian dinosaurs.
What's that mean?
Bipedal. They walk on their hind legs, like the T-Rex does.
Liam shook his head.
Those creatures didn't look anything like any dinosaur I've seen, big or small. I mean, their heads.
Whitmore nodded.
Like I say, some evolutionary dead end. Perhaps if the KT event never happened, the asteroid or volcano or whatever it was, many more subspecies with similar long skulls might have evolved from them. Perhaps that's why they're so smart, a greater cranial capacity, a larger brain.
The species exhibits high levels of intelligence, said Bex.
Her neutral voice seemed to have adopted an ominous tone.
They appear capable of tactical planning. They appear to have a language. They do not, however, appear to have developed tool use. Why not, if they're so smart? Why don't they use spears and bows and arrows?
Bex had no answer. Whitmore shrugged.
Perhaps they've never needed to use tools. Maybe nature already made them so lethal they've never needed tools. Or perhaps because they only seem to have 4 digits and no thumbs, tool using is just something they're unlikely to ever do.
But they're smart enough, asked Liam. Is that what you're saying? If they had thumbs and all, they'd be smart enough to make a spear or a bow or something? Whitmore scratched his beard absently. Who knows? On the far side of the campfire, Howard and Edward stood watch. The robo-girl had been standing with them for a while, then gone to rejoin her Irish friend and Whitmore. Howard decided now was quite possibly the best time he was going to have to say what he needed to say. Edward, the small boy looked up at him. Thank you. You know, for saving me from that shark thing. Edward shrugged like he'd done nothing more than buy him a Coke. Okay, Leonard. No, seriously, Edward. That was something... What you did. It could just as easily have gotten you. But you stayed right by me. You saved my life. Edward smiled. Sure, Lenny. You're my friend. He sighed. My only friend. Like I said, I don't do so good back home. You know, making friends and stuff. Howard felt a sour twist of guilt churn away in his guts. He'd come to kill Edward. That's how he'd ended up here. And yet this boy seemed like a 10 years younger version of himself. He'd been the same way when he was at school, lonely because he dared to be different. It never changed, did it? Not even in his time, the 2050s. Kids always found a way to single somebody out. Edward, I've got to tell you something, he said before he could stop himself. What? I'm not who you think I am. Edward frowned and smiled at the same time, bemused. You're Lenny. No, replied Howard. That's just it. I'm not Leonard Baumgartner. I'm not 17. He lowered his voice, and his eyes flicked across the campfire toward the other 3 people on guard duty. And I'm not from the year 2015. What? Serious? Edward's eyes widened. You're one of them? An agent from the future, too? Howard shook his head. Not an agent. I don't work for the same people. I belong to another group. A group trying to stop time travel, but in a different way. Edward stared at him silently. Not Lenny. So what is your name? Howard. He heard Edward mouth the name quietly. But listen, Edward, I managed to go back in time to find you. He hesitated, toying with how best to continue, when Edward spoke the words for him. To get to me. That's it, isn't it? Howard looked away. To stop me from going to college? Stop me from getting a degree? Howard couldn't bear to meet his eyes. Not to... Oh, no. Edward's voice dropped. He'd figured it out. No. Don't say you came to kill me. Howard nodded. I'm sorry, Edward, but yeah. To short-circuit history. To cut out a chunk of the past that should never have happened. In the dark, he couldn't see how the boy was taking it. Just the outline of his round head and narrow shoulders gazing out at the dark plain. That means you're not really my friend, then? Howard felt that twist of guilt curl and flex like some restless eel making a nest in his belly. That means you're still going to kill me. Howard shook his head. No, not anymore. Why? Because I don't need to. We're stuck here now. Edward turned back toward him. But we're gonna get rescued. Those messages that we... No one's going to find them, he replied, shaking his head. How do you know? If they'd ever been found, he nodded toward the others, and Liam and Robo-Girl's people were able to come and rescue us, then they'd know what happens in 2015, wouldn't they? They'd know about me, and they'd make sure you were never on that field trip to the Terry Labs. They'd make sure you were kept as far away from that assassination attempt as possible. Edward's face clouded with thought for a moment. Howard offered him a smile that was probably lost in the dark anyway. So I've done what had to be done. I'm truly sorry it's landed us here. I really am. But the world after 2015 is a much safer place without you. There's no you. There's no math thesis, no Waldstein, and no time machines. For good or bad, I know the world's heading for dark times ahead. Certainly, it is when I came from. Floods, droughts, billions starving, oil running out, wars. But the world will get through that eventually. It can survive that. But it can't survive time travel? No. We've been messing around with stuff we can't understand, can't control. We're like children playing catch with a neutron bomb. But that's finished, Edward. It's not going to happen. I'm relieved, but I'm also sorry it's landed you and the others here. Why be sorry? Said Edward flatly. Mission accomplished. You did it. I'm sorry because I think, well, I hope you and I have become friends. And I've put you in this situation. Howard could understand if the boy walked away right now and told the others everything he'd just heard. Then, of course, they'd confront him and perhaps even exact a brutal revenge on him. Howard could understand that and was ready to face the music. Instead, he felt Edward's small hand on his forearm. It's okay. I'm not angry with you. He laughed. You have every right to be. No point, said Edward. We're stuck here forever, then. So we've got to work together. Right, Leonard? Leonard. It sounded like Edward was going to keep this confession to himself. Howard nodded. So, I'm not telling. You're Leonard still. He smiled. Okay, I'm Leonard. Right. Chapter 57. 2001, New York. Maddie's mouth was dry, and her head was pounding. She slowly opened her eyes and winced them shut against the painful bright glare of the overhead light. Sorry about that, she heard someone say. The lights in the room dimmed slightly. Better? She cracked her eyes open again, then nodded. She felt something cold pressed into her hands. Water. Have a sip. It's just water, I assure you. Maddie lifted a plastic cup and gratefully slurped a mouthful. Her eyes blinked and she tried to focus on her surroundings. A small room with a low ceiling, what looked like a medicine cabinet, a fluorescent light overhead. She was lying on what appeared to be a hospital bed, and beside her she saw the old man who'd come knocking at their door, sitting on a stool. He'd taken his jacket off, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and loosened his tie. You took a knock on the head when you went down. I'm sorry, I had to taser you. Yes, that was it. She'd felt like every muscle had locked, and an unbelievably agonizing sensation had coursed through her whole body. Where am I? She realized she was lying on some sort of hospital gurney. But this didn't look like a hospital ward, or a private ward. New York still, he smiled. And somewhere perfectly safe. She sipped the water again. Who are you? The man pulled the stool forward. It rattled on casters across a smooth linoleum floor. My name's Lester Cartwright, he answered warmly. And yes, if that's your next question, I work for a, shall we say, quiet little intelligence agency on behalf of the American government. Maddie nodded and smiled blearily. I figured it would be someone like that who'd come to our door. Well, who else would it be? He asked. Something like this, knowledge of this. It's far too important for any old Joe to have in his possession. I'm sure you'd agree. Maddie shrugged, her hand reaching up to her forehead and finding a bandage there. I suppose. So, he said, leaning forward, I have just about 1,000,000 goddamn questions I've been wanting to ask someone like you. Questions I've been waiting for answers to most of my adult life.
And in return, I have a strange message that I'm sure you're rather eager to see."
She was encouraged by the old man's directness. No beating around the bush, no attempting to fool her, beguile her. Just the straightforward declaration of a quid pro quo. She nodded. "A message from a friend."
"Yes,"
he said as he got up and reached for his jacket, neatly draped on a small storage cabinet in the corner of the room. He fumbled for the inside pocket and finally pulled out a folded sheet of paper.
"A friend who apparently decided to take a holiday during, if I'm not mistaken, the late Cretaceous period."
Maddie's jaw dropped open. When did you say?"
"The late Cretaceous. We've tested the rock. It's definitely from that time."
Her lungs emptied a gasp. "You mean like dinosaur times?"
Cartwright nodded. "Yes, I believe it was a popular time for dinosaurs."
"Oh my God, I didn't think the machine—" She stopped herself before she blurted out anything else. She decided it would be far smarter to keep as much as possible to herself for now.
"Yes."
The man's eyes narrowed.
"Yes, you do look genuinely surprised at that. What were you going to say?"
She shook her head. "Nothing." He studied her silently for a few moments.
"This is someone you lost, isn't it? Someone you've been unable to retrieve, to find. Some kind of mistake, is that it?"
"May I see the message, please?"
she replied. "You didn't think time travel that far back was possible?" he said,
fishing for a reaction on her face.
"Am I right?"
"We lost someone, all right? Now can I see the message?"
"Where are you from?"
he asked, then shook his head. Comically, he gently slapped his forehead.
Stupid me. It's when are you from, I should be asking, isn't it?"
Maddie couldn't help a smile and a dry laugh. "It does that to you, this business. It makes you want to slap your head." The old man shared the smile.
"I can imagine."
The smile eased away. Business again.
"You're American, that much I figured out. Boston?"
She nodded. No point trying to hide that. "Yes."
"When?"
He looked at her T-shirt, the faded Intel logo on the front, her jeans, her pumps.
"Not too far into the future is my guess."
"Maybe."
"You want to see this?" he asked, unfolding the message.
She nodded.
"Then can we start having some precise answers from you?" She shrugged.
"Okay."
"Your name is?"
"Maddie. Maddie Carter."
"Hello, Maddie."
He nodded politely.
"And what year are you from?"
"I'm from 2010, she replied. The answer seemed to stun him. His eyes widened involuntarily, and beneath the folds of his wrinkled skin above the crisp white collar of his shirt, his jaw worked and his teeth ground. Finally, he pursed his lips.
2010, you said?
Yep.
You actually know the future? The next 9 years of it?
Of course. His face drained.
Then you're saying you know, for example, what this government's foreign policy goals might be. Long-term strategic plans. Those kinds of things.
She smiled. Oh, yeah, I know what's around the corner. That silenced him for a long while. She watched the folded paper flutter in his hand.
Do you know just how dangerous that makes you to certain people? He said softly. I can think of quite a few colleagues in my line of business who'd want to put a bullet in your head right now. Quite a few more who'd want to torture every last little fact out of that head of yours, and then put a bullet in it.
The message?
He nodded his head absently and handed it over.
"It might amuse you to know," he said. "I can recite every word and every last number of the coded section. I've known by heart what's written on there for the last decade and a half."
He laughed humorlessly.
"Like an old poem, drummed into your head at school that you never, ever forget."
Maddie reached for it and unfolded the paper. She saw handwriting, presumably the old man's. "Take this to Archway 9, Wythe Street, Brooklyn, New York, on Monday, September 10th, 2001. Message: ///////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////1/128-7-3/259-1/6/7-9-1/228-7-3/259-1/6/7-9 5/14-2-66. Key is magic. "Oh my God, Liam. You're alive! You made it!"
"Now the first part makes sense to me. Clearly designed to make sure the message finds its way to you."
She cut him short. "Where did you get the message from?" He cocked a wiry gray eyebrow.
"A fossil, would you believe? A fossil discovered by some boys in 1941. The 2nd of May, to be precise. Along a river near a town called Glen Rose in the state of Texas. It nearly caused a sensation, but the wartime Secret Service worked quickly to hush up the find, and of course, people were far more concerned about the war than silly rumors about mysterious fossils."
He smiled.
"The place was taken over by Secret Service goons, and guess what else they found?"
Maddie shrugged.
"A few months after the message was discovered, they found a human footprint."
He looked up at her.
"Oh yes, a genuine human footprint from the same strata of sedimentary rock. The print of some sort of a running shoe."
He was amused by that.
"That's what they called it, a running shoe. They didn't have sneakers back then."
"Huh?"
"A forensic expert matched the print pattern to the Nike brand last year."
"And no one else knows?"
He laughed. "Of course not. The boys who originally discovered the artifact, well..."
He glanced at her.
"Our methods were a little uncivilized back then."
"Killed?"
Vanished is the term I think we prefer, and of course it turned out a few years later that some other local rock hound had found fossilized human footprints the previous summer. So again there was need for some damage limitation."
"Vanished too?" He shook his head.
"News of the human footprints got to the local newspaper before it could be contained. We simply discredited the story. Easily done. The same old boy, swore blind, his dead mother lived in the attic and came down once a year to bake his birthday cake."
He snorted.
"Complete loon, by all accounts. Anyway, go look it up sometime. I'm sure it's on some conspiracy website somewhere. Humans walked with dinosaurs, Dinosaur Valley, Texas.
She looked down at the message again. So you know exactly how old the fossil is? He shook his head.
No, not exactly. Of course not. It's identified as coming from a seam of sedimentary rock that predates the end of the Cretaceous period. What they call the KT boundary. That's as precise as we can be, I'm afraid. Geology works in eons and ages, not months or years.
He gestured at the piece of paper.
The numbers. I presume the numbers contain specific information that would help you retrieve your friend.
She could deny that, but it was quite obviously the information Liam would have put down there. I hope so, she said.
But unfortunately, it's encoded, he said. Now, the Secret Service boys who predated my little club's involvement in this matter identified this pretty quickly as some sort of book code. See, the numbers follow the page, line, word structure. And about a decade ago, we managed to secure some very expensive time on the Defense Department's mainframe and ran every single book in the Library of Congress through it.
He splayed his hands tiredly.
We got diddly squat for all our troubles, of course. Which leads me to think, as I sit here with you now, that was a big waste of time, as this probably is a book that hasn't even been published yet. How about that?
Maddie shook her head. I don't know. I really don't. She glanced at the last words of the message. Key is magic. She looked up at Cartwright. That's the clue, right? But I just don't know. If that really is a clue to a book, I wouldn't know which one.
What about your colleague?
Sal? She sat up and groaned with the effort. Is she okay? Where is she?
Oh, she's just fine, he said, waving his hands dismissively. And she's nearby. Maybe it's time I had a chat with her.
You won't hurt her. He looked sternly at her as he reached for the piece of paper, got off the stool, and picked his jacket up off the cabinet. Because, see, if that's what you're planning to do, Maddie continued, then don't bother.
Oh, let me guess. Because the pair of you are heroes, and neither one of you is going to talk, huh?
Because... She shook her head and laughed nervously. Because there's really no need. Neither of us are heroes. We'll talk, okay? Just promise me you won't hurt us. Chapter 58 65 million years BC. Jungle. Kelly struggled up the steep incline, cursing under his breath as low-hanging thorned vines scratched at his face. Ahead he could hear the others pushing their way noisily uphill, the snapping of branches and vines, the clatter of dislodged rocks and soil rolling downhill.
"Leonard! Edward!"
he called. "Here," gasped Edward.
"Come on, you need to pick it up. We're lagging behind the others."
Their sweat-drenched faces emerged through a curtain of waxy leaves. "I'm exhausted," gasped Howard. "My leg." He failed to finish his sentence between ragged puffs of air. He dropped uncomfortably to his knees onto an uneven bed of dried cones, twigs, and jagged rocks. "It's slowing him down," said Edward. "His ankle."
I know, but we can't let the others get too far ahead."
Around their campfire last night, the discussion had turned to why those creatures hadn't attacked them again, instead choosing to discreetly follow them at a distance. The conclusion they'd come to was that they were playing a tactical game, waiting for the group to become spread out enough to be able to pick them off one at a time.
This morning, as they'd made their way across the rest of the plain toward the last stretch of the journey, down into the jungle valley, they'd been almost comically bunched up. But now, hacking their way through dense foliage, the group was getting dangerously strung out.
"Come on, Edward, help me get him up."
It was then that Kelly caught a glimpse through a gap in the leaves of some dark form 50 yards below them.
"Oh, Jesus,"
he hissed.
I saw something back there.
What?
Just... There's no one else behind us, is there?
Edward shook his head. Kelly saw it again, a dark form hurrying between the trunks of 2 trees, then dropping down out of sight.
Oh my God! They're down there!
Howard was on his feet again.
Go!
Snapped Kelly.
I'll watch our backs.
Edward and Howard stumbled forward again, Kelly backing up, keeping his eyes on the downhill as he fumbled his way after them. Again he saw it, closer now, the flicker of dark olive skin leaping between the gaps in the leaves. More than one of them, and moving so terrifyingly quietly. More worryingly, they didn't seem to care that they were being seen.
Oh no! Now they were in the jungle. They were closing the gap. I'm not going to outrun them.
He realized he stood a far better chance squaring up to them, perhaps even skewering one of them on the end of his spear. Maybe a kill would buy them another day of caution, enough time to get back over that river to the camp.
Come on,
he hissed.
I know you're down there,
he heard Edward calling down.
Mr. Kelly? Go,
he shouted.
I'm coming.
The sound of the 2 boys' clumsy staggering slowly receded from him until all he could hear was the occasional snap of a branch echoing off the tall, stout trunks of the canopy trees.
Come on,
he whispered again. He was surprised that it wasn't abject terror he was feeling right now, but anger. Rage. He wanted to grab one of those scrawny things and rip its ridiculously shaped head off. His throat filled with a dry laugh.
Who do you think you are, Tarzan?
A far cry from his normal life. PR guy, meeting and greeting visitors with his cheesy, tanned smile, and his nice linen suit and expensive polo shirt. Right now, standing legs apart, in trousers ripped off at the knees to make shorts, bare-chested, revealing a pale torso tufted with silver-gray hair, and drooping man-boobs that spoke of a lapsed gym membership. Right now, he felt like that commando character in the movie his sons liked, the one featuring the alien with a crab face and dreadlocks. Oh yeah, he was ready for them.
Come on! You want some of me? Then come on!
As if in answer, in the stillness of the jungle around him, he heard a soft, high-pitched voice.
Come on.
Then ahead of him, as if it had appeared like the Cheshire Cat, only yellow eyes first instead of a big grin, there stood one of the creatures, a dozen yards downhill of him, cocking its head and studying him intently. Kelly took several steps downhill, lunging with the tip of his spear.
So that's what you things look like up close.
It recoiled at the sight of the spear, ducking back into a patch of waxy leaves, only to emerge again a moment later.
Oh yeah, I can kill you with this spear, muttered Kelly triumphantly.
The spear seemed to be warding off the creature, its yellow eyes warily locked on the sharpened tip of bamboo.
The sound of the others moving through the jungle was all but gone now. He couldn't afford to remain like this much longer. He needed a kill pretty soon, and for the rest of those things to hopefully bolt like rabbits.
Come on, he said quietly.
Just you and me. Man versus ugly lizard thing.
Its jaw snapped open, and a dark tongue curled like a serpent inside.
Lizard thing.
A surprisingly close approximation of his own voice.
So you do impressions, huh?
The creature cocked its head thoughtfully, and it was then, as the creature was distracted, working out how to replicate what he'd just said, that Kelly decided to make his move. He took a quick step and a short leap forward and thrust the spear hard. It caught something soft, and the creature flapped and flailed on the end of the bamboo, howling with a voice that reminded him of the awful noise a dog can make if you step on its tail.
Yes,
he snarled. First blood. He pulled the spear back out, leaving a large puncture wound in the creature's belly, out of which thick, dark blood began to sputter as it flailed in screeching agony on the jungle floor. He was about to stab the thing again, but he felt the spear yanked roughly out of his hands. "Huh?" He turned to see a larger hominid, standing fully erect, maybe a foot taller than him. It snarled angrily, a rattling croak in the depth of its throat. He saw others behind it, then became aware of yellow eyes all around him. The creature held his spear in both of its clawed hands, closely inspecting the long, thick shaft, and then finally the sharpened tip, wet with dark blood. It looked at the tip, cocked its head, and then looked down at Kelly, who now no longer felt so much like a commando. His knees buckled beneath him, and he found himself in a helpless squat on the jungle floor.
"Oh, God! Oh, God! Run!"
he whimpered.
"Why aren't you running? Why aren't you running?"
That was what was supposed to happen. If this were a movie, that's what would happen, right? The scrawny office guy finally finds his inner hero and saves the day.
"I killed one, so why aren't you running?"
The creature holding the spear took a step forward, and once more inspected the bloodied tip of the bamboo before turning it around so that it pointed toward Kelly.
"Oh, no,"
he found himself whimpering.
"Please."
The normal, everyday sounds of a Cretaceous jungle, the distant lowing of large ambling leviathans on the far-off plain, the chatter and squeak of small foraging creatures going about their business, were punctuated by a peculiar sound, the protracted, rattling scream of a human being. It echoed up through the jungle and out through the tops of the canopy trees, startling flocks of small Anurognathus from their branches and into the air. Chapter 59 2001, New York.
"I'm not saying another word to you,"
snapped Sal. Cartwright shrugged.
"Well, okay. But then I guess I'm not going to show you what I've got."
It was silent in the small interrogation room, except for the soft hum of an air conditioner. It was warm and stuffy. He casually loosened his tie. Sal's narrow eyes softened, piqued with curiosity.
What have you got?"
He smiled.
Now there I thought we weren't going to be talking to each other."
"Oh, Jahula, please just tell me."
He pursed his lips, giving it some thought.
"And are you going to tell me the things I want to know?"
She clamped her mouth shut, saying nothing.
"You know, I suspect you probably will."
Cartwright relented.
"After all, you, me, and Maddie all want the same thing. To bring your friend back home safely."
"He's alive? Liam's alive?"
"I believe so."
He nodded and reached into his breast pocket.
"He decided to write home."
He passed her the folded sheet of paper, and she quickly began to scan the handwriting.
"Your colleague Maddie and I were discussing it just a few minutes ago. She's really rather eager to bring him home, too. And you know I'm prepared to help you girls do that. Whatever you want, whatever you need, but—"
She looked up.
"But?"
He splayed his hands almost apologetically.
"That technology in the arch, I'm afraid that's going to be U.S. government property now. And we're going to need your help in figuring out how it all works."
"We can't do that,"
she started.
"We can't just let you have it. It's too dangerous."
"Too dangerous for the government? But apparently not too dangerous for a pair of kids to mess around with."
"We were recruited, specially recruited."
"Recruited by?"
Sal hesitated.
"I can't really say."
He shrugged.
"Well, that can wait until later. It's not so important. The fact is, somebody needs to take charge of what's in that archway."
He cocked a questioning eyebrow.
I mean, somebody's got to be in charge, right? Making sure there aren't lots of other time machines and people running around when and where they shouldn't be.
And what? That someone's going to be you, is it?
Me, for now. Perhaps. In time, I'll brief the president on what we have. But believe you me, far better you have someone like myself looking after this on behalf of the American people than some terrorist group or some crazy dictator looking for a world-beating weapon, a madman like Saddam Hussein or Osama bin Laden,
She shrugged, whatever at him.
Now,
he said, nodding at the paper in her hands.
There's a code there. Maddie seems to think you might know how to decipher it.
She looked down at the numbers, a meaningless jumble of digits that meant absolutely nothing to her at first glance. But then, very quickly, the pattern began to speak to her. Groups of 3 numbers, the first in the hundreds, the second being numbers no greater than 35, and the last seeming to peak at numbers no greater than 15, 16. She knew exactly what that was.
It's some kind of a book code.
Clever girl. But now, here's the $64,000 question. Which book?
She scanned to the bottom of the numbers and saw the last word of the message.
Magic. Magic. What the Jahula sort of clue was that?
She looked up at him, a smile slowly spreading across her face. Of course. If Bob had it in his database, so would the duplicate AI in the female support unit.
You know, don't you?
Said Cartwright.
Uh-huh.
She was almost tempted to tell him the book's title, since it wasn't going to be published for another few years yet. Instead, she attempted to suppress an irresistible urge to giggle. The old man sighed patiently.
Well, you could, of course, just tell me, which would be far more pleasant for the pair of us. Or we have a medicine cabinet full of interesting drugs I can pump into you, some of them with some quite horrific side effects. And failing that, there's always the old-fashioned way.
You take us back to the archway,
she said.
And I'll decode the rest of this message for you.
He shook his head.
Now see, my concern is that we get back into that archway of yours and one of you kids will shout out something else and pop, you and all that machinery vanish in a puff of twinkly time travel sparkles and smoke.
She hasn't told you yet, has she?
He frowned.
Told me what?
Sal's smile widened, a nervous, twitchy smile.
That's actually really funny.
Funny?
She nodded.
Funny.
Why? What's funny?
She's playing with you. How long have I been in here?
Why?
Please, how long?
He looked down at his watch.
A few hours. Why?
Exactly, please.
5 hours. 5.5 hours.
She giggled again.
You don't have much time left, then.
The last of the congenial expression was lost from his rumpled face.
Stop messing around and tell me what the hell you're talking about.
Sure,
she said amicably.
Our computer system is locked down for 6 hours. After that, it's got orders to totally break itself if Maddie doesn't give it another code word.
Brick?
Fry all the data. All the machinery. Everything.
His bushy eyebrows shot up, and beneath his jowls his jaw began grinding away again.
You ready to take us back now?
Asked Sal politely.
I'll even say please.
Chapter 60. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Broken Claw looked at the others in his family pack, predator eyes meeting predator eyes. In his claws he was holding the bamboo spear, the bloodied end of it embedded in the new creature. His mind worked hard trying to understand what he'd done. trying to comprehend the fact that it wasn't his claws that had ended this pale creature's life, but the long device that he was holding, something other than him, something he controlled, something he had used. He turned to the others, clicked and growled and mewled softly.
Do you see? We killed the new creature with this.
Their minds, all younger, less developed. His children stared, yellow eyes burning with hatred, but not quite understanding, not just yet. But he did, and his older, wiser mind stretched a little further. This long stick he held, he understood now what it was and where it came from. They grew along the river in thick clusters. But now it was no longer simply a plant. The new creatures had fashioned it into something else entirely. A deadly weapon. Something deep in his reptilian mind shifted. Concepts, very simple concepts, looking for each other amid a busy crowd of instinct-driven brain signals, finally finding each other and embracing. His pack had no communicable sound for the concept. His mind had no word for the idea. But if he'd had a wider range of words to construct his thoughts from, then his mind would have been full of words like use, make, build. His small mind suddenly produced an image of a fast-flowing river and a tree trunk lying across it, a device the new creatures had built to cross the river. He turned to the others, clicked his teeth, and beckoned them to follow. What he had growing in his mind is what any human being would have called a plan. Chapter 61 2001, New York. They approached the archway. Cartwright nodded to his men still standing guard outside. He gestured to Forby to join them inside as the shutter cranked noisily up. The other men he instructed to continue guarding the entrance, allowing no one else inside. One by one they all stooped under the shutter as it clattered to a halt. As he followed the others in, Cartwright glanced up at the sky above Manhattan, beginning to lighten with the first gray stain of dawn. Another hour and it was going to be daylight, New Yorkers getting ready to go to work, and disgruntled civilians building up around the roadblocks on either side of the Williamsburg Bridge. Traffic police, TV crews, and journalists were surely going to add to that, asking his men and the National Guard soldiers where their orders had come from. What the hell was going on? He and his discreet little under-the-radar agency could do without attracting that kind of attention. The terrorist bomb cover story those men had been given would hold for a little while longer, but not forever. The last one inside the archway, he pressed the button, and the shutter rattled down noisily again. Forby removed his bio-containment hood and then unslung his machine gun.
"It's all right. No need to aim it at the girls," said Cartwright. "But just have it in hand, okay?"
Forby nodded and lowered his aim.
"So?"
he continued, approaching the desk stacked with monitors.
"The computer, before it's all fried?"
Maddie nodded. "Yes, of course."
"Dominoes."
Cartwright shook his head.
"Of course. You idiot, Lester."
He looked at the Domino's pizza boxes strewn across the desk, and would have slapped himself if he'd been alone. The dialogue box on one of the screens flickered to life as a cursor flashed and scuttled across the screen with new text.
"Welcome back, Maddie."
"Hi, Bob,"
she said.
"I'm in time, aren't I?"
"No system files have been erased yet. You had another 7 minutes before I proceeded with your instructions."
"Christ,"
muttered Lester.
"You weren't kidding."
Sal shook her head.
"Nope."
"My camera detects unauthorized personnel in the field office."
"Yes,"
said Maddie.
"We have guests."
"Are you under duress?"
"No, it's fine, Bob. These guys are okay. For now."
Cartwright tapped Maddie's arm and spoke quietly to her.
"Anything funny, I mean it. You say anything to that computer that sounds remotely like a warning, and it'll be the very last thing you do.
She nodded. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. She sat down in one of the office chairs and faced the computer's webcam. Bob, we got a message from Liam.
I am very pleased to hear that.
Yes, so are we. Sal joined her at the table. Hey, Bob.
Hello, Sal.
She held up the piece of paper Lester Cartwright had produced earlier. This is the message. Can you see it clearly?
Hold it very still, please. I will scan it.
A moment later, the scanned image from the webcam appeared on one of the monitors, and the image flickered light and dark as Bob adjusted the contrast to get a clearer resolution on the handwriting. Then a highlight box flashed around each handwritten letter in rapid succession, until finally a text processing application opened itself on yet another monitor with an entire message typed out clearly.
Some of the message is in code.
That's right, said Sal. It's a book code.
The encryption clue is magic. Is this correct?
Yes.
I have more than 30,000 data strings that include the word magic.
I think that refers to the book you were reading the other day. Do you remember? We were discussing it.
Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows.
Yeah, that's the one. Cartwright and Forby leaned forward.
You have got to be kidding, mumbled the old man.
Hey, my daughter is reading those books, said Forby. Is that the next one?
It's the last one, said Maddie. Book 7.
Geez, what my girl wouldn't give to get a look at that.
Cartwright cocked an eyebrow at his man.
Forby, please be quiet.
The man obediently drew back and resumed his wary stance, the gun held loosely in his hands. Sal sat down beside Maddie. Bob, you and the duplicate AI will have the same digital book file, right?
Affirmative. The file was in my short-term memory cache when we downloaded the duplicate AI into the support unit.
Then this should be pretty straightforward, said Maddie. Yeah. Sal flicked her hair out of her eyes. You've just got to replace each 3-number code with the letter. You understand how the code works, right, Bob?
Affirmative. Page number. Line number. Letter number.
That's right.
Just a moment.
They watched in silence as clusters of numbers were momentarily highlighted on the document, while on another screen, pages of the book flashed back and forth in a blur. The task was completed in less than 30 seconds.
The complete message is: take this to Archway 9, Wythe Street, Brooklyn, New York, on Monday, September 10th, 2001. Message: Sip 2 Sage Chic 3 Nipni Gower 06. Key is magic.
They stared at it in silence for a few moments, trying to make sense of it.
Well, that's just gibberish, isn't it?
Said Cartwright. Are you sure you're working from the same digital book file? Asked Maddie.
Affirmative.
The original numbers on the fossil, said Cartwright. Some of them were indistinct or incomplete. I have access to the original piece of rock.
No, it's okay, said Sal. If it's just numbers, it's really easy to work out. Sip is 6. Sejig must be 7. She worked quickly, writing the numbers down on a scrap of paper. There. 6273946. It's not in the usual timestamp format, said Maddie.
Please show me, Sal.
Sal held the piece of paper up to the webcam.
It is a number. 62,739,406. Suggestion: it is the AI duplicate's best estimation of their current time location.
Oh my God, gasped Maddie. It actually managed to figure it out? She looked at the camera and smiled. Well, that's you, actually, isn't it? A copy of you, Bob. Nice work.
To the exact year? Said Cartwright. To the exact year? That's That's incredible. How could anyone possibly?
Negative. The best resolution guess can only be to within 1,000 years of that year.
That silenced them all. They could be up to 500 years before or after the specified time location.
Oh, Jahula,
whispered Sal.
Then that's no good to us.
The nearest 1,000 years? Maddie's head drooped.
How are we supposed to find him in that?
Cartwright looked down at both girls.
So, your machine can't bring back your colleague?
Maddie shook her head. It takes time to build up enough charge to open a portal, particularly for one that long ago.
I don't even know how long it would take to accumulate enough to open one then anyway, let alone do it thousands and thousands of times over.
Information. Approximate charge time, 9 hours.
So we can do it,
said Sal. Maddie laughed dryly.
Yes, we can. But 1,000 years? If we opened one window for each year, it'll take us 9,000 hours. Just over a year of constantly opening and closing portals. So? We'll do that for Liam, right?
Maddie sighed.
That's opening one window per year. What are the chances of Liam standing right there in the 2 or 3 seconds of that year, What if he was asleep at that moment? Taking a leak? Hunting for food? To stand any sort of chance we'd need to open one, like, every day.
This sounds like a needle in a haystack problem,
said Cartwright unhelpfully.
Oh,
Sal bit her lip.
But we could try, couldn't we? 365,000 attempts, replied Maddie. Do you want to take a guess how many years that would take us, Let me see,
she muttered as she gnawed on the nails of one hand.
Oh, there, 375 years or something.
She made a face, growing pink and mottled with frustration and anger.
So, what do you say we get started then?
Then I'm sorry, that's it,
stepped in Cartwright.
I'm afraid your friend is stuck where he is. This facility will need to be packed up by the end of today and shipped down to a more secure government facility.
You can't do that,
snapped Sal.
This is our home.
It's now a U.S. government asset, he replied calmly. And so are you, my dear.
Suggestion.
You can't do that. We've got, like, human rights and stuff.
Cartwright's smile was humorless and cold, the calm and empty gesture of someone who cared not one whit.
I wonder, who exactly is going to miss the pair of you, Family? Friends?
The agency,
snapped Sal.
And if you mess with us, if you hurt us, they'll come after you. They're from the future and they're...
Sal, barked Maddie.
Shut up.
She grabbed Sal's arm.
Don't say anything more about the agency, do you understand?
She clamped her mouth shut and nodded mutely. Maddie looked at Cartwright. I think I can guess what you have in mind for us. You'll keep us under lock and key in some remote Area 51 facility like freaks, like lab rats. And that's where we'll remain until you're sure you know everything about this technology. Then I guess you'll dispose of us, right? A drive out into the middle of the Nevada desert and one shot in the back of the head for each of us? Is that how you guys work?
Cartwright shook his head. Nothing so brutal, Maddie. You're worth far too much to us alive. Even when I'm sure you've told me all that you know, we're still going to need guinea pigs to test your time machine on.
He sighed.
Mind you, it would have been good to have your colleague, too. I'm not sure I'm entirely comfortable with the idea of him being out there roaming around history. But I suppose if he's 62 million years away, I can't see him doing...
Sal cast a glance back at the monitor.
Suggestion. Rapid sweep density probes.
She pointed at the screen.
Maddie, look!
Maddie spun in her chair to look at the monitor and quickly digested the words.
Oh my God, yes, probes, density probes, that could work.
What?
Said Cartwright, shaking his head irritably at the distraction.
What are you talking about?
Tachyon signal probes to check if a return location is clear of obstructions and that someone else isn't wandering through it before we open. Cartwright looked puzzled. It's like knocking on a door before entering. Like asking, "Is anyone in there?" It's a lot quicker than actually opening a portal. A lot less energy required. She turned back toward the mic on the desk. Bob, what are you suggesting? We can't scan every moment over 1,000 years, can we?
Negative. We scan a fixed moment of each day, 500 years to either side of the calculated year. That is a total of 365,250 density probes.
But that's going to take you what, months, years? Asked Cartwright.
Negative. Small signals, no more than a few dozen particles per signal, would be enough to identify a transient mass. Movement.
Yes, said Maddie. That's it. And all the signals that came back with some movement detected could become our candidates. A short list of times we could try to open a portal in. Bob, how long would it take to do that many probes? She turned back to Cartwright. It'll take a lot less time, I promise you. Maybe just a few days, tops. He shook his head.
Unacceptable. I want this archway empty by the end of today. Empty and everything inside in boxes and en route to...
Please, begged Maddie. We can't leave Liam out there. Cartwright silently shook his head. He knows the location of all the other field offices, cut in Sal. Maddie's jaw dropped open. Huh? He alone knows where they all are. Locations, timestamps. She turned to Maddie. I'm sorry, I was going to tell you, but Foster swore me to secrecy. Cartwright studied her silently.
There are others, then. Other places like this.
Her face hardened and her dark eyes narrowed. I'm not telling you anymore. I don't know anymore, but like I say, Liam knows.
He stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Bob, said Maddie, how many days would it take to do those density scans?
Calculating. Just a moment. Just a moment.
Nice try, young lady, said Cartwright eventually. You know, that was almost convincing. But it's the sort of nonsense that only happens in movies.
His croaky voice raised in pitch to that of some damsel in distress.
Oh, please, don't shoot, mister. If you let me live, I'll show you where the loot is hidden.
Cartwright laughed, pleased with his impression. Sal shook her head. Oh, I'm not lying. Where do you think the time machine came from? She replied. What, you think me and Maddie put it all together by ourselves? He had no answer for that. Maddie could see where Sal was going with this. A good bluff. She's right, Cartwright. Where do you think we get spare parts from? When the displacement system breaks down, who do you think we call to come and fix it? Some pimply kid from Best Buy? Sal nodded. You think our people are going to let you walk away with one of their time machines? There were questions there that the old man needed time to consider carefully. The room remained a motionless tableau, while from somewhere overhead came the faint, muted sound of a circling helicopter. The blink of the cursor running across the dialogue box suddenly caught everyone's attention.
Information. Running at 11 scans a second, 365,250 scans will take approximately 9 hours.
9 hours, said Maddie. See that? 9 hours. She looked at her watch. By 3 this afternoon, we'll have an idea exactly when he is, and we'll be able to bring him back. She smiled sarcastically at him. Then you'll have 3 lab rats to play around with instead of 2.
Yes.
Cartwright nodded appreciatively.
I suppose there is that.
Please, whispered Sal. Her hard, bargaining face softened to that of a begging puppy.
All right. But if either of you tries anything silly, like dialing for help with one of these signals...
He reached into his jacket and pulled out a handgun.
In fact, If you do anything that isn't explained clearly to me first, I will shoot you dead. Do you understand?"
They both nodded quickly.
"There will be no shouted warnings, girls. I will simply pick up my gun and I will blow your brains across that messy desk of yours."
He offered them that cold, lifeless smile.
"And believe me, you'd be in very good company. It won't be the first time I've blown a person's brains right out of his head."
Maddie swallowed and puffed out a fluttering breath, her eyes on the wavering muzzle of Cartwright's gun. "Sure, okay. Nothing silly. I totally promise you that." Chapter 62. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam heard the roar of the water through the trees ahead of them.
"Bex, are we close?"
"Affirmative. The river is 126 yards ahead of us."
He grinned, a mixture of relief and bravado.
"Jesus and Mary, am I glad to be back."
By the look on the faces of the others, they couldn't agree more with that. The thick canopy of leaves above them began to thin out as they approached the jungle's edge, lances of late afternoon sunlight stabbing down past loops of vine and dappling the ground with pools of mottled light. With a final glance back at the forbidding darkness behind them, and an almost complete certainty that those things were still somewhere back there watching them from a distance, they hurried forward into the light. Up ahead the river frothed and tumbled like some endlessly enraged beast. On the far side he could see their bridge, dangling like a crane's arm above the water. He was relieved to see it was raised. The four they'd left behind had maintained a wary caution. Liam stood on the bank and cupped his hands.
"Hello!"
The others gathered beside him. They'd lost 3 of their number: Ranjit, Franklin, and earlier this morning, Kelly. All of them had heard his cry, and it had hastened their efforts down into the jungle valley, knowing those things were somewhere behind. And they'd grouped together more cautiously, realizing now the creatures were looking for stragglers. Being bunched together seemed to have paid off. There'd been no sign of them throughout the morning, midday, and now into the afternoon. Not even when they'd cleared the bare peak. Liam had looked back quickly in the hope of catching their pursuers unawares, but he saw nothing. Now they were back. The job was done. Liam craned his neck to look into the thin veil of jungle on the far side of the river. He could see some slivers of light through the dark tree trunks from the clearing beyond, but no sign of anyone coming their way to lower the bridge yet.
"Try again," said Laura.
"Hello!"
Liam's voice echoed above the roar of the river and startled a flock of miniature pterodactyls from a nearby tree. The group waited with growing anticipation for a few minutes.
"They must have heard that, right?"
said Whitmore. Edward stood on tiptoe to get a look through the jungle opposite.
"Unless they're all sleeping."
"There'll be hell to pay if they are," muttered Liam. He cupped his hands again.
"We're back!"
Still nothing.
"Maybe they went hunting,"
said Juan.
"I gave instructions that someone always has to keep an eye on the windmill,"
replied Liam irritably. Laura nodded at the bridge. Someone would have to stay behind anyway, to lift that for them and lower it. He nodded.
"True.
So someone must be home.
This is not good,"
he muttered under his breath. Bex had been examining the fast-flowing water.
"I am able to cross this,"
she said.
"The current's too strong,"
said Liam.
"I do not need to swim across all of it, Liam."
She pointed along the bank on which they were standing. 50 yards down, it rose to a moss-covered hump that was well on its way to being undercut by the river.
"Information. I calculate I will be able to jump across between 30 and 40% of the river's width from that point."
He looked at her.
"And you know how to swim?" "Affirmative."
I also know how to walk, run, jump, and talk. He shot a sideways glance at her. Was that actually sarcasm? Was that another example of Bex's emerging sense of humor? She returned the smile.
Oh, you're so funny, Bex.
I am developing several files on humor traits. She nodded toward the mossy hump, changing subject. I will not be long, she said, turning to walk down the bank toward it.
Where's she going?
Asked Whitmore, unhappy to see their robot bodyguard leaving them alone.
She's going to do her superhero thing,
said Liam. They watched in silence as she examined the river for a moment, then turned to regard the height of the hump. After a few seconds, she walked away from the river's edge and came to a halt just as she was about to enter the shadowy fringe of the jungle. She turned around and, without a second's hesitation, broke into a sprint toward the river. Whitmore's eyes rounded.
She's gonna jump it?
She bounded up the side of the hump and launched herself out across the river. Subconsciously, everyone gasped and rose on their tiptoes as she gracefully sailed a dozen yards out over the water, her arms pinwheeling to give her extra momentum. Then she arced down into the water, disappearing beneath the stampeding white horses of the river. For a long half-minute, Liam couldn't see her anywhere. Then, finally, he spotted a dark head bobbing among the churning swirls of foam, gone again, back again. Then, as the river rode over a bed of large boulders and became a chicane of lethal-looking rapids, it curved around and she was lost from sight.
She gonna make it?
Asked Jasmine. Liam nodded.
I'd put money on it.
Whitmore nodded with admiration.
What I wouldn't give to have her on my school's track team. We'd win every tournament.
They waited an interminable 10 minutes before they spotted her again, jogging up the riverbank on the far side. She reached their jerry-rigged bridge, carefully untied the counterweight of bundled logs, and then, taking on the weight of the main trunk, muscles in her arms bulging from the effort, she slowly lowered it, the vine ropes creaking and groaning under the strain. Above the busy rumble of the river, they heard the crack of one of the vines snapping.
It's gonna go!
Shouted Liam. It looked like Bex had heard that too. She began to pay out the rope more quickly. But another vine snapped under the increased burden, twanging up to the overhanging branch like a rubber band.
Stand back!
Barked Liam to the others.
It's gonna drop!
And it did. The other vines snapped in quick succession, and the tree trunk swung down from its 45-degree angle and clattered heavily on the boulders on their side. Everyone heard the crack loud as a gunshot. Halfway along the trunk, jagged splinters of wood protruded from the side, and their bridge sagged down in the middle, almost into the water.
Oh, great!
Shouted Laura.
Let me see. It may be okay,
said Juan. Before anyone could stop him, he stepped up onto the boulders and then carefully onto the end of the log. He inched his way a few yards along it. It bowed a little further, now dipping into the water itself midway along, but it seemed to be holding. Juan dropped to his hands and knees, then straddled it, crawling his way across. At the midway point, he gingerly eased his way over the jagged fracture, water catching his dangling legs and threatening to pull him off. But he got over, and a minute later jumped off on the far side. Liam nodded.
All right, then. It seems like it'll hold for us. Let's go.
Whitmore ushered Edward to cross first, then had Laura, Akira, and Jasmine line up to go next. Meanwhile, Liam turned around.
Have your spears ready.
He nodded at the dark jungle behind Howard and Whitmore.
They may still be out there, waiting until it's just the one of us left. Then what?
He didn't care to think about that. Whitmore went after Jasmine, panting with exertion and fear as he inched his way across, the fractured trunk wobbling and creaking with each movement he made. Finally, he made it to the far side and beckoned for whoever was coming next.
Leonard, you go.
The dark-haired boy eyed Liam. You sure?
Uh-huh,
replied Liam, his eyes remaining on the dark jungle.
Just be quick, will ya?
He added, flashing him a quick, nervous smile. Howard nodded, and then he was on the trunk and shuffling. Liam waited until the student was nearly halfway across before taking one wary step onto the end of the log. He could feel the vibration of Howard's movements.
If they're going to come for me, it's going to be right now.
Then, as if on cue, he thought he saw movement. Some dark shape leaping through the undergrowth, moving from one hiding place to the next. Getting closer, but not quite ready to commit to leaping out into the open.
What is it?
He grunted under his breath.
You scared of me? Is that it?
That sounded good to him, fighting talk. For a fleeting moment there, he almost didn't feel completely terrified. But that soon passed as his eyes assured him something else had just shifted position one tree closer to him. He finally felt the trunk under his foot wobble as Leonard presumably jumped off on the far side. He heard Whitmore's voice over the din of tumbling water calling him over.
Coming!
Liam shouted over his shoulder. Keeping his eyes on the jungle, he backed onto the log, still not daring to turn his back on what he knew was in there, waiting for him to do just that.
Pull yourself together, Liam.
He dropped down to his hands and knees. Unwilling to turn his back on the jungle, he began inching backward, one hand still holding the spear half ready, in case he needed to defend himself at a moment's notice. After a minute's slow progress, he finally felt a sharp splinter of wood scrape the inside of his thigh, and realized he was now just before the fractured halfway point. Cool water rode up his dangling legs, soaking him to his thighs. As he shuffled to get past the jagged shards of the fractured trunk, he heard it crack and felt it lurch as it sagged lower into the river. Water suddenly rode up over his knees and his lap, pummeling his gut and chest like an enraged boxer sensing the faltering resolve of an opponent.
Oh no, please, no.
Water. Drowning. Suddenly the fear of being snatched and torn apart by some vicious predator was matched by the idea of being snatched away by the river.
It's going to break!
Shouted someone. Liam could feel the trunk being buffeted and kicked by the strong current. It flexed, creaked, and twisted under the punishing weight of energy slamming into it. He realized it wasn't going to hold out much longer, and a rising tide of panic compelled him to get off his backside and crawl. He struggled onto his hands and knees, now finally turning his back on the jungle he'd moments ago thought was hiding the most frightening thing in the world. No, the most frightening thing right now was this churning white monster roaring hungrily at him, doing its best to pull him off. He could see the others waiting for him at the far end of the bowing log, all frantically waving at him to get a move on.
All right, I'm coming!
He yelped. He began to crawl forward on hands and knees, one hand carefully placed after the other on the treacherously wet bark.
Come on, Liam, come on, you're nearly there.
He managed to make his way a yard closer to the bank, and even managed to flash the others a cavalier, "I'm gonna be just fine," grin, when his hand found a slick patch of moss.
"Ah!"
was all he managed to gasp before his hand slipped around the side of the trunk, and the unsupported weight of his body carried him over. Chapter 63. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Suddenly he found himself spinning amid a roaring, chaotic swirl of swiftly moving water. Instinctively he'd snatched a lungful of air as he'd gone under, his body doing the thinking for him while his mind shrieked uselessly with blind panic.
"Drown! I'm gonna drown!"
He knew it. His lungs were only going to buy him a half-minute of life. His mind was all of a sudden back in the narrow confines of a corridor, groaning with the sound of stressed bulkheads, flickering wall lamps, and the distant roar of ice-cold seawater finding its way up from the deck below. the certain promise of death a mile down in the cold, dark embrace of the ocean.
"Oh, no, 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 not this, not like this."
Then his head suddenly broke the surface. He flailed in the foam, still holding on to the stale breath in his lungs. He caught sight of their log bridge 30 or 40 yards behind him already and fast disappearing as the swift current carried him away. His legs thumped heavily against a boulder, and he found himself being rolled over its hard, rounded surface. His head again under the water, his ears filled with the pounding roar of the river, he felt himself being sucked down deep by a spiraling current, pressure compressing his chest. Panic. Sheer, blinding panic robbed his mind of any useful conscious thought and left him with a curdling mental scream, knowing this dark roaring depth was where it was all going to come to an end for him. But the river's mischievous current decided to play one more game with him, and shot him to the surface to say goodbye to life and air and trees and the crimson sky of later afternoon once more. Liam gasped for another lungful of air, half aware that perhaps the kindest thing he could do was simply breathe out and prepare his mouth, his throat, his lungs for an invasion of water. But then his shoulder thudded hard against something he could grasp hold of and fight the incredible pull of the river. He opened his eyes and realized it was a fallen tree. For a moment he wondered if the river had carried him right around their island in some logic-defying loop, and he was right back where their crudely constructed bridge was. He desperately grappled with the rough bark and the small leafy branches that sprouted from it, merciful handholds that their smooth and straight trunk had lacked. From branch to branch he managed to pull himself out of the strong current in the middle of the river to some calmer eddies of swirling water. Finally, his foot brushed against the river bottom, scattering pebbles, and his feet desperately fumbled for firmer footing that promised to stay beneath him. His hands followed the fallen tree, pulling on thicker, more reliable branches until he found himself wading out of the river, finally collapsing on hands and knees on wet shingle that shifted and clattered noisily beneath him. "Ah!" he spluttered between ragged gasps of breath. His breath was still pounding in and out as he finally pulled himself, exhausted, to his feet. He turned to look at the fallen tree, trying to get his bearings and work out which side of the river he was now standing on. The base of the tree was on the far side. He could see a frayed and splintered stump that looked like it had been hacked at by a team of inept carpenters armed with blunt chisels, or beavers, even. Not beavers, obviously. Perhaps some species of termite had cannibalized the tree, or it had simply rotted and split. Either way, he thanked it for saving his life. He noticed a mess of disturbed shingle and footprints around him among the leaves and branches of the felled tree, and realized that perhaps Park and the others had felled the tree for wood, but foolishly allowed it to fall across the river and just left it. Idiots. The first thing he'd do once he found them was get them to heave the tree back into the water and let it be carried away. He turned around and squinted up the riverbank. Through 100 yards of jungle, he could just make out crimson slivers of waning sunlight, the trees thinning, the clearing beyond, and their camp. He'd lost his spear in the river. No matter, he was on the safe side now. He made his way up the shingle and into the narrow apron of jungle. Up ahead, through the dangling loops of vine, he could see the sun casting long shadows across the leafy hammocks of their shelters and the wooden wall of their small palisade as it began to sink to the horizon. But as yet, he couldn't make out Park and the other 3 kids they'd left behind. Where are they? "Hello!" he called out again, his voice ricocheting through the jungle. A few moments later he was stepping out from beneath the dark canopy of foliage and into the clearing. On the very far side, he could see Bex and the others emerging. He waved at them. "Hey!" He saw their heads turn his way, and their mouths form sudden dark ovals of surprise and relief. "I made it! I'm all right!" he called across to them. "I'm fine! Have you seen the others?" Bex led them across the clearing toward Liam until finally they converged around the smoldering remains of a campfire. "The others have not been located." said Bex. Liam noticed their small turbine wasn't spinning. The crossbar was split, and the backpack was on the ground, its load of round pebbles spilled.
The windmill's broken. What's happened?
There were no answers.
We should get that running again first,
he continued. He looked around at the others.
Maybe they're out looking for us.
Bex strode swiftly toward the contraption to see whether a quick repair could be made. Liam was about to pass on some instructions to the others to split up and search for the rest, when he noted Jasmine's gaze, wide-eyed and lost on some detail everyone else seemed to have missed.
Jasmine, you all right?
She pointed at the ground.
That,
she whispered.
What's that?
Liam followed her gaze down to the ground. Nestled amid a cluster of pebbles, cones, and the dry brown decaying leaves of long-dead ferns, he saw a pale, slender object that looked to him like an impossibly large maggot. He took a step toward it and noted the ground was stained dark around it, and at one end of it, pointed yellow-white shards poked out like the antenna of a shrimp. He felt his stomach lurch and flip in a slow, queasy somersault. It was someone's index finger. The antenna, shards of bone.
"What is it?"
asked Whitmore, stooping to get a better look.
"My God! Is that a finger?"
The conclusion hit Liam like a punch.
They're here.
He looked up at them.
Those pack hunters are here, on the island.
Whitmore's mouth flapped open and shut, and produced nothing helpful.
How?
asked Howard.
It's impossible. No way those things can swim across.
They don't need to. Liam looked at the others.
They went and copied us, learned from us.
What do you mean?
I think they made their own bridge.
Chapter 64 2001, New York. Everything in the archway died, leaving them in pitch black.
"What's going on?"
cried Cartwright.
"Please,"
cried Maddie in the dark.
Don't shoot, don't shoot. It's nothing I did."
"Stay right where you are,"
snapped Cartwright.
"I hear you move or do anything and I'll fire."
"Oh, okay. We're not moving, are we, Sal?" "Nope. Sitting still, doing nothing. Just hang on, Cartwright,"
said Maddie.
"Just a second. The generator should kick in any time now."
On cue, from the back room came the rumbling of the generator firing up. A moment later, the fluorescent light in the middle of the archway flickered once, twice, with a dink-dink, then stayed on. They all stared silently at one another as the monitors flickered in unison, the computer system rebooting itself.
"What just happened?"
demanded Cartwright.
"I don't know yet,"
said Maddie.
"That was a time wave,"
said Sal.
"A what?"
"Time wave,"
she repeated.
"Something big changed in the past and it's just now caught up with us."
Maddie nodded unhappily.
"Yeah, she's right. That's exactly what that was."
Cartwright looked at both the girls, then at Forby, who returned nothing more useful than a calm, professional stare.
"Well,"
said the old man,
"what does that mean?"
"It means outside this archway, outside the perimeter of our field office time shield, things have changed," explained Maddie. "Changed a lot if we lost power."
"So what's out there now?"
he asked. Maddie splayed her hands.
"I don't know. Another version of New York, I guess."
Cartwright's eyes widened to roomy, bloodshot pools.
"Forby, go take a look."
"Yes, sir."
He stepped across the archway and hit the green button. Nothing happened.
"Won't open."
"The doorway's not on the generator circuit,"
said Maddie.
"Just crank it up with the handle, there,"
she said, pointing. Forby saw the small metal handle, nodded, and started turning it around. The computer had finished rebooting and Bob's dialog box popped up.
"We are running on auxiliary power. Resume density probing."
Maddie turned in her chair, back toward the monitors. How much more probing have you got to do?
Information. 177,931 candidate density soundings made.
She made a face. Less than half the total number that Bob had calculated they needed to make. Are there any good suspects?
There are 706 soundings so far in which a density fluctuation occurred.
Can you narrow that down any?
Affirmative. I can analyze the interruption signatures returned and identify those that demonstrate a repeat or an artificial rhythm.
Let me think. She bit a ragged edge around her fingernail. But you're only like halfway through doing the probes?
Less than halfway.
And if you stop now, we might miss them, she thought out loud.
Affirmative.
But now that we're on generator power, have you got enough power to do all those probes and open a window too if we find them?
I do not have enough data to answer that question, Maddie.
Can you guess?
I do not have enough data to answer that question, Maddie.
She cursed. All right, so you're saying it's possible we'll run out of juice if you keep doing the probes, right?
Affirmative.
The rattling of the cranking shutter door coming from across the archway suddenly ceased. Okay, Bob, she sighed, burying her face in her hands with weary frustration. Okay, all right then. Stop what you're doing and analyze what we've got already. See if we've got a hit.
Affirmative.
What the?
That was Forby.
Jesus!
That was Cartwright. Maddie spun around in her chair and saw the pair of them standing in the middle of the opened shutter doorway, staring out at a canvas of emerald green jungle. She sighed. Oh no, not again. Last time a time wave had arrived like this one, large enough to sever the feed of power into their field office, it had left New York a post-apocalyptic wilderness of shattered ruins under a poisoned, rust-red sky. She and Sal hurried over toward the open entrance. Jahula, gasped Sal as they joined the other two. And Maddie nodded. Jahula indeed. This time New York was gone. Not just ruins, but gone as in never existed. She looked down at her feet. Their cold and pitted concrete floor simply ended in a straight line, where their invisible force field's effect terminated. The ground beyond was a rich brown soil, carpeted in a mat of tall grass and lush clusters of low-growing ferns and other unidentifiable foliage. She looked up and saw no Williamsburg Bridge, no horizon of Manhattan skyscrapers, just a broad, sedate river delta of lush rainforest.
How? How did we end up in the middle of a jungle, sir?
Asked Forby. A slow, understanding smile spread across Cartwright's face. Finally he nodded.
Incredible,
he whispered, his eyes wide like a child's, full of wonder. A solitary tear rolled down one of his craggy cheeks.
This is absolutely incredible.
Sir? Forby turned to him. His calm, professional demeanor had vanished and been replaced with barely contained panic.
Sir, where the hell are we?
We haven't moved anywhere,
the old man replied. He turned to look at Maddie.
Or any when, have we? We're exactly when and where we were.
That's right, she replied. But an alternate history has just caught up with us. Cartwright's ragged features seemed to look 10 years younger. The face of a child catching a glimpse of the Tooth Fairy, or a glint of Santa's sleigh disappearing into a distant moonlit cloud bank.
Sir, the other men, where are they?
Gone, Forby, he replied in a distracted whisper. Gone.
They're dead?
Nope. They were just never born, said Sal.
I want to see more, said Cartwright, stepping off the concrete into the soft ground beyond. He grinned. My God, this is real, isn't it?
Maddie shrugged. It's another reality. How New York might have ended up if...
If what?
Asked Forby. That's just it, she replied. We don't know yet. My guess is it's some change caused by our colleague in the past. I'm sure it wasn't intentional. Forby shook his head.
You're telling me one person can actually change a whole world?
Cartwright sighed, clearly frustrated by the narrow-minded thinking of his subordinate.
Of course, Forby. Think about it, man. If a certain Jewish carpenter hadn't made his mark 2,000 years ago, it wouldn't be in God we trust on a dollar, but God's.
Forby frowned. A patriot. No one dissed the mighty dollar. Not on his watch.
And our friend's much farther back in time than Jesus, added Sal.
Small changes in the past, quoted Maddie, remembering the first time Foster had spoken to them, bringing them that tray of coffee and donuts, a simple and strangely reassuring gesture in that surreal moment of awakening. Small changes in the past can make enormous changes in the present. Cartwright glanced toward the nearby riverbank.
We should go and explore a little.
He stopped dead in his tracks.
Look!
Maddie followed his wavering finger, pointing across the broad river to the low hump of island that was once Manhattan. She squinted painfully, her eyes not so great without glasses. She managed to detect the slightest flash of movement.
What is it?
People? Asked Sal.
Yes, it's people.
A settlement of some kind,
added Cartwright. She thought she could make out a cluster of circular dwellings down by the waterside, and several pale, thin plumes of smoke rising up into the sky.
Look,
said Forby.
There's a boat.
Halfway across the river, calm and subdued, barely a ripple upon its glass-smooth surface, was the long, dark outline of a canoe. Aboard, they could see half a dozen figures paddling the vessel across the river toward them.
They look odd,
said Sal, shading her eyes from the sun.
They're moving all funny.
Cartwright seemed eager to rush down to the riverside and greet them.
We should go and make contact.
No, said Maddie. Really, I don't think we should.
Why not?
He asked.
The things we can learn from each other. The knowledge of another.
Maybe the girl's right,
said Forby.
They could be hostile, sir.
He shook his head, his face an expression of bemusement.
This is an incredible moment of history.
But that's just it. This isn't history. This isn't supposed to happen, said Maddie. Those people shouldn't exist. This is a what-if reality, a never-should-have-happened reality, Mr. Cartwright. Do you get it? The last thing we need to do is go and make friends with it.
I'm not so sure they're people anyway,
said Sal, quietly watching the canoe approach the nearby riverbank. 150 yards away, the long canoe rode up gracefully onto the silt. The figures aboard the boat put down their paddles and began, one by one, to jump off the front and onto the mud. Even Maddie could now make out that they weren't human.
My God, look at their legs,
whispered Forby.
Just like goats' legs, dogs' legs,
dinosaur legs,
added Cartwright.
In fact, theropod legs. A bit like velociraptors.
Forget their legs,
said Sal.
Check out their heads.
Maddie squinted, wondering whether her eyes were playing tricks on her.
They look like bananas. Elongated,
said Forby, shaking his own head.
Weirdest damned thing I ever seen. They look sort of extraterrestrial.
He turned to the others, his voice lowered.
My God, do you think that's what they are? A species of alien that's arrived and colonized our world?
Cartwright dismissed the man.
The legs suggest some possible ancestral link to dinosaurs. The heads, Damned if I know where that shape came from.
They watched the creatures spread out along the silt, holding spears in their hands and probing the mud with them.
What are they doing, do you think?
Asked Maddie. As if in answer to her question, some unrecognizable pig-sized creature emerged from a hole in the mud and scurried across the silt toward another hole. The nearest of the banana heads quickly raised his spear and threw it with practiced efficiency. It skewered the small creature and left it struggling and squealing on its side.
"Hunting," said Forby a little too loudly.
One of the creatures suddenly turned to glance their way. The four of them instinctively hunkered down behind the gently waving fronds of a large fern.
"Think he saw us?"
hissed Forby through gritted teeth. Maddie looked up at the ragged outline of red brickwork around the corrugated shutter door, the portion of the bridge support that existed within the archway's field. Luckily, most of it was shielded by a giant species of tree she didn't recognize. Drooping, waxy leaves the size of umbrellas hung low over them. A perfect camouflage.
"I think we're hidden,"
she whispered. They watched through gaps in the swaying leaves as the creature, still curious, slowly paced up the silty bank toward them, cocking its long head curiously onto one side. Closer now, they could see a lean, hairless body covered with an olive skin, an expressionless face of bone and cartilage, and a lipless mouth full of razor-sharp teeth.
"It's really ugly,"
offered Sal in a whisper.
"I don't want to go make friends with it."
Maddie noticed Forby raising his gun warily, a finger slipping across the trigger. She nudged him gently and shook her head.
"Don't."
He nodded.
"It's beautiful,"
whispered Cartwright.
"What a magnificent creature. Look at it."
For a moment it lingered there, scanning the rainforest in front of it, not seeming to spot them or the squat brick shape of their archway. Then, finally, it seemed to shrug, turn away, and head back toward the others, calling something out with a mewling whine and a clack of its sharp teeth.
"I've seen enough. We should go back inside,"
said Maddie.
"There's work to be done."
"Don't you want to learn more?"
asked Cartwright. She shrugged.
"Why? If we've managed to get lucky and locate Liam, then none of this will ever have happened."
She looked at Forby, who seemed relieved at the idea of heading back.
"Be pointless learning anything about these things if you think about it. They soon will belong to the world of never were."
Cartwright made a face, a mixture of disappointment and frustration.
"All right,"
he conceded.
"Let's get on with it."
Chapter 65. 65 million years BC. Jungle.
"Did you hear that?"
said Laura, her eyes round with fear. They'd heard it all right. Although the jungle was soon due to stir with its concert of nocturnal cries and calls, the sun had only just slipped from the sky, leaving behind thin, combed cirrus clouds stained a coral pink from its waning light. The jungle was in twilight, in the stillness between those that lived in the day and those that prowled the night. But there it was again, a desperate female cry for help. It was one of the four they'd left behind, either Keisha Jackson or Sophia Yip.
"Please, help me." "It's Keisha,"
said Jasmine. She turned to the others.
"It is. It's Keisha."
"Which direction did it come from?" asked Liam. It wasn't far off, somewhere within the apron of jungle around their clearing. Could be coming from any direction. The mischievous way voices seemed to bounce around.
"Help! It hurts! We have to go help her,"
said Edward.
"Negative,"
said Bex.
"The hominids could still be on the island."
Laura's eyes darted back to the finger on the ground. The light was getting dim enough for it to be almost, mercifully, easy to overlook.
"Could be?"
she exclaimed.
"They're here, all right."
"Or they've come and gone,"
added Whitmore. He looked at Liam.
"We've got to go help the poor girl. She could be dying."
"Please." Whitmore nodded across the clearing.
"It came from over there."
He grabbed the spear and turned to the others.
"I'll need help lifting her."
Edward grabbed the spear and joined him. Howard and Juan did likewise.
"Okay," said Liam. "Go get her."
He turned to Laura, Akira, and Jasmine.
"We need this fire going again. Can you see to that? Big fire, all right? Big as you can make it."
They both nodded.
"And Bex, we need that windmill contraption running."
She nodded.
"Affirmative." "And all of you,"
he called out, particularly to Whitmore and the others already jogging in the direction they hoped to find Keisha.
"All of you, stay close together. No one goes on their own."
He watched them go, 4 of them all armed with spears. In the jungle, on their way back from planting their clay tablets, they'd been infinitely more vulnerable to ambush, and yet the creatures had warily held back, only jumping Kelly, he presumed, because he'd been entirely on his own. He looked anxiously around the clearing. The girls were just a dozen yards away working on the fire, and Bex merely 30 yards from him, busy trying to rejig the windmill. Liam tried to think quickly. He wasn't exactly alone here in the middle of the clearing, but he'd have felt happier having another 1 or 2 people standing right beside him. His eyes darted to the dark entrances of a couple of the nearby lean-tos, the small gateway to their palisade, possible hiding places, possibly containing 1 or 2 of them.
"Stay calm, Liam. Stay calm."
Broken Claw watched the new creatures approach, 4 of them armed with their killing sticks. He turned to the others, crouched nearby, and softly hissed for them to make ready. He turned toward the younger one, crouched next to him. The youngest ones of the pack were best at this particular skill, mimicking the calls of wounded prey, their voice boxes being smaller, allowing them a much higher pitch, the shrill pitch of fear and desperation. He clacked his claws gently, instructing the young one to do it once again. The young female's jaw opened, and her tongue and voice skillfully reproduced the cries the female new creature had been making earlier today, as she lay dying from a fatal stomach wound.
"Help me, please."
They changed direction, veering directly toward Broken Claw and the others, just a few dozen yards away now, stepping out of the clearing and into the darkness of the jungle. The new creatures seemed to have absolutely no sense of how close to danger they were, their small, seemingly ineffective noses unable to detect the smells that filled Broken Claw's nasal cavity, the smell of excitement from his pack, the smell of anticipation of a fine kill, the smell of their female brethren lying dead amid the ferns nearby, bled out hours ago. How could they not smell any of this? These creatures were either foolish or incapable of sensing all the warning signals in the air around them, stumbling blindly. Certainly, he understood this now, nothing for his pack to be wary of anymore. He'd learned enough about them, that they were as vulnerable as the larger plant-eaters they usually hunted, more vulnerable, in fact, since they had neither their weight nor strength to throw around. And now, Broken Claw and several of the stronger males in his pack now possessed sticks that kill. The 4 long digits on each of his hand tightened around the thick bamboo shaft. Broken Claw was determined to use his stick that kills on one of them, as he had that older male earlier this morning up in the hills. A fascinating way of delivering death. An intriguing tool of death. Juan stopped and pointed at a splotch of drying blood on the back of a broad, waxy leaf.
"Keisha!"
he called out.
"You here?"
The 4 of them stood perfectly still, listening to the gentle hiss of shifting leaves above them and the fading echo of Juan's voice.
"Keisha!"
he called out again. Then, very softly, Not a crying-out voice trying to be heard across acres of jungle, but a soft whimpering close-by murmur. "Please, help me."
"Where are you?"
asked Whitmore.
"We can't see you."
"Help me."
"Where are you, Keisha? Can you see us?"
"Please, please." Juan cocked his head. "That don't sound like her, man." Edward nodded. "She sounds kind of funny." "Sophia, run!" Whitmore's eyes narrowed.
"Keisha?"
"They killed Jonah." Juan looked silently at the others. His face spoke for him. "That really isn't her." Whitmore nodded, then slowly placed a finger to his lips. He waved his hands at them to back up the way they'd come. 15-20 yards of jungle, that's all. Then they'd be out in the clearing again. They'd just begun to carefully retrace their steps when Juan suddenly convulsed, burping a trickle of blood down the front of his varsity sweatshirt. He looked slowly down at the 6 inches of sharpened bamboo tip that protruded from his belly.
Oh, man,"
was about all he could say before his eyes rolled and his legs buckled beneath him. Crouching behind Juan's collapsed form was one of the bipedal creatures, its long head cocked with curiosity and its yellow eyes marveling at the spear in its hands.
"Run!"
screamed Whitmore to the other two.
"It's a trap!"
Howard and Edward turned on their heels to head back toward the clearing, only to face another pair of the creatures springing seemingly out of nowhere. Howard lunged quickly with his spear, catching one of them in the thigh. The creature recoiled with a scream. "Go!" screamed Howard, pushing Edward away from the creatures. Meanwhile, Whitmore found himself trapped by a closing circle of 4 of them.
"You really are clever, aren't you?"
he found himself babbling through trembling lips. A couple of them were holding spears just like he was holding his.
"My God, you've learned fast, haven't you?"
The creature that had speared Juan stepped over his body and approached Whitmore with an unsettling, raptor-like bobbing movement. The creature barked an order to some more of its kind hiding in the undergrowth, and Whitmore heard the thud of feet and the swish of branches flicked aside as several set off in pursuit of the other 2 boys. Now it cocked its head, its yellow eyes drinking him in, eyes that burned with intelligence and curiosity, and 1,000 questions it probably wanted to ask, but hadn't yet developed a sophisticated enough language to know how to.
I know you can communicate,"
Whitmore babbled, his man's voice broken and mewling now like a child's.
So, can we're the same, you?"
he said slowly, pointing a shaking finger toward the creature.
Me,
he said, gesturing to himself.
"We're the same."
Its long head protruded forward on the end of a fragile, almost feminine neck.
The same, whimpered Whitmore. Intelligent.
Whitmore was only vaguely aware of his bladder letting loose, a warm trickle running down his left leg and soaking his sock. A small detail, a faraway detail. Right in front of his own face, only inches away, his world was this bony carapace of another face and yellow piercing reptile eyes that seemed to grow ever larger. Its jaw snapped open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth and a twisting, leathery black tongue that furled and unfurled like an angry snake in a cage. Whitmore let go of his spear, and it clattered to the ground between them.
Do you see? No harm. I mean, you. No harm.
The tongue twisted and coiled, and Whitmore heard an odd facsimile of his own voice coming right back at him.
No harm. That's the same.
He nodded.
Yes. We're intelli...
Whitmore felt a punch to his chest. It winded him like a medicine ball launched at his thorax. He gasped, spattering a fine spray of blood onto the creature's expressionless face. He would have doubled over from the blow, but claws from behind were holding him up on his feet. The yellow eyes, inches in front of him, looked down at something. All of a sudden, feeling oddly dizzy and lightheaded, he decided the polite thing was to do the same. And there it was in the palm of the creature's hand. His own heart, still dutifully beating away. Chapter 66. 65 million years BC, jungle. Howard and Edward stumbled through the jungle, skirting the clearing but unable to get to it because one of the creatures was deliberately blocking them. "Clever," wheezed Howard, keeping them bottled up here amid tree trunks and dangling loops of vine. It prevented them from making big sweeping strikes with their spear and hatchet. The blade or shaft was bound to get tangled or caught in something. One beast was behind them, and another to their left, preventing them from making their way to the encircling river, not that they'd be able to go anywhere. The pursuer behind them could easily have caught up, but he remained a steadfast dozen yards behind. Howard realized then that they were just wearing them out, pursuing the pair of them through the tangled undergrowth until they were certain they were exhausted and unable to offer much of a fight. Howard stopped. Edward, who'd been supporting his weight on the right leg, gasped. "Huh? We gotta run." Howard shook his head, finding his breath. "No, they're playing with us. Hurting us." All three of the hominids pursuing them came to a halt a dozen yards away on each side, and waited patiently for their next move, yellow eyes peering at them through thin veils of dangling, looping vines. Howard nodded to the clearing, the edge of it 50 yards to their right. The creature blocking that way had ducked down out of sight. "That's the way we should be heading." Edward swallowed nervously. "But one of those—" "I know." He sucked in breath again. "He's in there somewhere. But you have to make a break for it. Run for the palisade." "What about you?" He shook his head. "I won't make it. I can't run. I'll buy you time." You'll die." Howard nodded, smiled even. "Sure, I figured that." Edward grabbed his arm. "We can both run." "Don't argue. There isn't time for this. Listen." He grabbed the boy's shoulder. "Run. Save your life. Make it back home, but promise me something." He glanced over Edward's shoulder. One of the creatures was shifting position, impatient for a kill and stepping closer. "Promise me to dedicate your talent to something else, not time travel, Edward. Anything but time travel." Edward's eyes were on the other two creatures. "Promise me." He nodded. Yes, okay." "No time travel, Edward. It'll kill us all. It'll destroy the world. God help us. Perhaps even the universe. Do you understand?" he said, shaking the boy's shoulder. The creatures inched warily closer, long, athletic legs gracefully stepping over the uneven jungle floor toward them, their lean bodies bobbing with coiled energy. "Please," he hissed. "Please tell me you understand." Edward's eyes met his. He was crying. "Yes, I promise. I promise." Howard ruffled his hair. "Good." He took the hatchet in one hand and grasped the spear in the other. "Now, when I say," he said softly, "you run, Ed. You run for all you're worth, you understand?" The boy nodded. Howard could see the creature between them and the clearing now. Its head bobbed up and ducked behind a large fern, no longer trying to hide, but clearly still very wary of them. Good. He'd take advantage of that. "Ready?" he whispered. Edward nodded silently. His cheeks shone with tears, his lips clamped shut, trembling. Without any warning, Howard roared, "Wah!" and charged forward toward the creature cowering behind the fern. The creature leaped back, an almost comical bunny hop of surprise as Howard crashed through the undergrowth toward it. He stumbled over a cluster of ferns, swinging his hatchet at the creature as it recoiled, still off balance. The jagged blade caught something, and the creature screamed. Howard spun around and reached for Edward. "Go!" he shouted, grabbing the scruff of his collar and pulling him forward. "Go! Go! Go!" He pushed the boy forward with a rough punch to the small of his back. Edward scrambled past the writhing creature, across a dozen yards of stunted plants and thinning saplings, ducking loops of thorny vines that promised to snarl his throat like barbed wire. The boy was fast and agile and small enough to do a better job of dodging the jungle obstacles. Howard turned his attention to the creature beside him, snapping and clacking teeth as it got to its feet, and warily circled him, leaking dark blood from the gash on its leg. "I'm ready for this," he told himself. "I'm ready for this. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to die." His mantra back in the lab, back when he was approaching Edward Chan and fingering the gun in his bag. He'd been ready to die then for a cause only a few seemed to truly understand. He was just as ready to die now, just as long as the boy keeps his promise. There was no knowing, but instinct. Hope told Howard that Edward had seen enough of the nightmare of time travel for himself to know that his unique talent could never be allowed to find its voice. And that's all that matters, right? Howard stared down the creature in front of him. "Mission accomplished," he muttered to himself, with a growing smile spreading across his boyish face. "Come on then, ugly," he said, advancing on the thing just as the leaves behind him shuffled and swayed with the arrival of the other two, ready to finish him off. Chapter 67. 2001, New York. They returned to the archway, and Forby wound the shutter down again. "So," said the man as he shouldered his assault rifle and cranked the handle, "what I don't get is, if this is still a version of the year 2001, how come those dino-humans out there aren't a lot more advanced?" Maddie and Sal looked at each other. "I don't know," said Maddie. "I'm no anthropologist."
"It's a good question, Forby," said Cartwright.
He turned around and crouched to get one last look out at the rainforest version of the East River Delta, and the far-off cluster of rounded huts on the muddy banks of Manhattan.
"A good question, and I'll hazard a guess. They're a dead-end branch of evolution."
Forby looked at him.
"Sir?" "Those things out there."
He flicked a finger out at the narrowing window of alternative world outside.
"If they really are the direct descendants of some species that survived the end of the Cretaceous era, a species that somehow survived as a result of something that's been changed,"
he looked at the girls,
"by your friend, then they've been around for tens of millions of years."
"Well, that's exactly my point, sir. How come they aren't light years more advanced than humans? How come there isn't some gigantic lizard version of Futurama out there?"
Forby finished cranking the shutter down. The archway was dim once more, lit by the sterile, fizzing glow of the ceiling light.
"They plateaued," said Cartwright. "Perhaps their species evolved to the best it could possibly be, and then just stopped."
Sal made a face.
"I thought evolution never stopped. I thought it always changed, always, like adapting."
"Oh, but it does and can stop," he replied. "There are species alive today that are virtually identical to their distant prehistoric ancestors. Sharks, for example. Nature evolved them to be perfect for their environment, perfect killing machines. Why bother adapting any further?" He shrugged. "Perhaps in this world those reptilian hominids out there are the dominant predator, with nothing to compete against, and have been that way for millions of years. Evolution is nature's way of problem-solving. If something changes that challenges a species' ability to survive, then that stimulates an adaptive response. If there's nothing to challenge a species' existence, then why would it ever need to change?
Cartwright shrugged.
A dead end of evolution.
A dead-end world,
echoed Forby. They made their way across the dim archway.
On the other hand, maybe there's some practical limit to how much smarter that species outside can get. Maybe those long heads are already too heavy to develop any greater cranial capacity.
So their brains will never get any bigger.
That's right. And they'll never do any better than spears, mud huts, and dugout canoes.
Well, said Maddie, approaching the desk. Whatever. We'll never know because those creepy-looking things weren't supposed to happen. She sat down at the computer desk. Bob, how are you doing with those candidate signals?
Analysis completed. The last 1,507 density soundings before you ordered me to cease the sweep indicated the immediate location was occupied by a permanent physical obstruction. This could be a natural intrusion, for example a falling tree or a geological event.
So, before that? Maddie asked impatiently. The others joined her at the desk.
A total of 227 transient density warnings.
Cartwright squatted down beside her and studied the dialogue box.
That means what? So now you're down to 227 possible locations for your friend?
Maddie nodded. Can we filter that any further?
Affirmative. 219 were single incursion events. Of the remaining 8 density signatures that demonstrated a repeated incursion, only 1 demonstrated a regularly timed signature.
Sal bit her lip with excitement.
That's it, surely. That's got to be it.
Affirmative, Sal. There is a high probability that this is the correct timestamp.
Yes, said Maddie, spinning around in her chair, her hand raised for a high five. Sal obliged with a hearty slap and a shriek of excitement. Cartwright smiled.
I presume that means you found your friend.
Yes, see? Maddie grinned proudly. I told you we could do it.
So then, what happens now?
She spun back to face the monitors in front of her. Bob, we're good to begin charging up to open a portal.
Information. We have a 24-hour time period identified in which to open a window.
Maddie pulled absently on her top lip. 24 hours. But when exactly do we open it? Cartwright looked vexed and impatient.
We have to be sure they're there, right?
Said Sal on Maddie's behalf.
You know, before we commit to opening a portal, if we spend the stored charge and they're not there, we've wasted it.
Maddie nodded. We'll only have enough stored energy to open 1, maybe 2 windows. How do we make sure they're actually right there and ready and waiting to come through, though?
Wait,
cut in Cartwright.
You just said they. Are you telling me there's more than just your friend stuck back there?
Sal nodded.
Yes. Liam and some others, children, that were caught up in an accident.
Good God,
the old man whispered.
Accident? This was an accident? What the heck have you people been up to?
It was a training accident,
cut in Sal.
That's all. It went wrong. These things happen from time to time.
Information. It will be possible to open a series of pinhole windows and obtain a small resolution image of the target location.
Right. Maddie nodded. Right. Then we should see exactly when, during the day, there's somebody standing around. Yes, good idea, Bob. Let's proceed with that.
Affirmative.
Cartwright sighed.
So what's happening now?
He was clearly impatient to see the displacement machine actually finally running. Maddie turned to look over her shoulder. We're taking some images of the portal location to make sure that when we open the window, they're ready and waiting to come through.
Why don't you just open your portal and see for yourself?
Sal just explained that. We could be wasting a full power-up, and we can't risk doing that. Maddie shrugged.
Anyway, wouldn't you want to check first? This is the Cretaceous area, right? That means dinosaurs. I'd want to know if the coast is clear of T-Rexes first, don't you? The old man glanced at Forby, and the man shook his head quickly.
Taking a few photos first sounds like a pretty good move to me, sir.
Cartwright laughed nervously.
I guess you're right. Okay, we'll do it your way.
Just gonna move on before those hunters down on the beach find a railroad track in the middle of their jungle.
Chapter 68 65 million years BC. Jungle. The three girls had revived the smoldering fire. The dried moss that seemed to carpet every boulder and rock made perfect kindling, and already a thick column of smoke was drifting up into the evening sky. Liam felt a little happier now. Fire had seemed to keep those creatures at bay during the last few nights that they'd been out on their errand. They seemed to have a healthy respect for it, actually, to be more precise, a morbid fear of it. He looked up across the twilit clearing. It had gotten dark very quickly. He wondered how the others were doing with Keisha. Surely they must have found her by now. If those pack hunters really had felled that tree and made their way across, then he was surprised they'd allowed her to live. He was considering that point when he heard two sounds at the same time. One, a far-off scream, shrill and terrifying, that rattled around the clearing like a gunshot, and the other the sound of approaching sneakers slapping the hard ground. He exchanged a hurried glance with the girls and with Bex as she stopped fiddling with their damaged windmill and snapped erect like a spooked meerkat.
"Help!"
He heard Edward's voice through the gathering gloom, and then a moment later picked out of that gloom the dancing outline of his pale T-shirt.
"Edward, what's up?"
The boy joined him, gasping and looking anxiously back over his shoulder.
"They're here! They're here!"
Liam followed his gaze and saw nothing across the clearing, just the dark outline of the apron of jungle.
"Where are the others?"
The boy ignored his question, his eyes wide with terror.
"They're here! They're here!"
Liam grasped his arm firmly.
"Edward! What about the others?"
The boy looked at him.
"Dead,"
he replied.
"All dead. Oh, God, look!"
gasped Laura. She was pointing across the clearing. Where a mere second ago he'd seen only jungle, now he saw a line of the creatures approaching them cautiously, spreading out like beaters for a hunting party. He quickly estimated 30, maybe 40 of them, all sizes.
"The whole pack? Jesus!"
In the middle of the line, he thought he recognized one of them in particular. The one he'd seen in the jungle, barking orders to the others, their leader. "Liam," said Bex, stepping back from the windmill to join him and the others near the smoking fire, now beginning to take hold and crackle and spark. "Do you see the middle one?" He knew what she was referring to. The one in the middle. The pack leader was holding one of their spears in its claws. He nodded. "Like my adaptive AI," she continued. "The species has observed our behavior and learned from it." He swallowed nervously.
"Back to the palisade. We need to go now."
"Negative. I must stay."
"What?"
He looked at her. "This location has been probed in the last 24 hours. She nodded toward their broken windmill. "There are decaying particles in the vicinity of the interference device. They may scan again at any moment." She was right, of course. Utterly insane, but quite right.
All right.
he uttered, watching the approaching hominids closing the gap slowly. "You four," he said to the others. "Get inside the wall and wait there." "What are you going to do?" asked Edward. He really had no idea just then. Some notion of holding out beside the campfire, back to back with Bex until what? Until they finally worn her down and jump her? Then turn on me? But there was a slight chance, wasn't there? A slight chance Maddie and Sal were going to sweep this place again at any moment. And if they did, this might be their last chance to flag the signal, to tell them they were right here. The alternative, hiding inside their flimsy palisade until these creatures finally managed to gnaw their way through the twine, pull aside a couple of the logs from the wall, and get in. He shuddered. "There's a return window coming," he said. "It's coming soon. Bex and me need to be out here waiting for it. You four will be safer inside. I'll call for you when it opens. Now, just go." "I want to stay," said Edward, picking up one of their hatchets from a pile of cut wood beside the fire. The other three nodded. "We will fight them together," whispered Akira, her teeth chattering noisily. Jasmine looked across at the palisade, 20 yards away beyond the flickering pool of light from the fire. "They'll find a way in anyway." Liam looked at the creatures, now almost entirely surrounding them, maintaining their cautious distance. "All right. Perhaps you're right," he said. "Bex, how are we going to do this?" "Recommendation. I need to be in the vicinity of the interference device in order to detect any precursor particles arriving." Liam nodded. Yes, right. We should hold the ground over there." He reached down toward the fire and pulled out a branch. The end of it flickered with flames. "Everyone grab a torch. They don't like fire." The others followed suit, then moved together in a tight huddle, away from the reassuring glow of the campfire toward their contraption, a dozen yards beyond the growing pall of amber firelight. The creatures followed them, silently padding across the soft ground, watching them, and ever so subtly closing the distance around them. "You back off!" screamed Laura at them, waving her flaming stick. The creatures hissed, warbled, and mewed at that, one of the smaller ones attempting a copy of her shaking voice. "You back off!" Bex turned to Liam. "This location has just been scanned again. There are several hundred new particles." Liam felt a surge of hope. "Oh, come on. Why don't they just get on with it and open a bleeding window?" Bex cocked her head. She had no answer. All of a sudden, the creature holding the spear barked in a croaky voice, and, as one, the creatures surged forward toward them. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" screamed Laura. "Recommendation: use your spears to..." Chapter 69. 2001, New York. The best part of an hour passed in silence, with Maddie, Sal, and Cartwright gathered around the monitors, watching a progress bar slowly inch across one of the screens, and an empty directory slowly fill with low-resolution JPEG files. Forby, meanwhile, stood beside the doorway, cranked up a couple of feet, gazing at the jungle world outside. "They're still hunting those beach pigs or whatever those things are," he called out softly. "Good," replied Cartwright absently. "How much longer?" Maddie shrugged. "You can see the progress bar yourself, can't you? It's nearly there." The old man made a face. "If it's anything like the windows I got at home, nearly there can mean another 5 minutes or another 5 hours. "This is an operating system from sometime in the 2050s, said Maddie. "It sure ain't gonna be Windows." The progress bar suddenly lurched forward to 100%, and Bob's dialogue box appeared.
"Process complete."
"Bob, can you make some sort of slideshow?"
"Affirmative. Images are taken once every 5 minutes.
A monitor to the left of them flickered to life, revealing a small pixelated image of green and blue. Maddie squinted at the image.
What is that?
Jungle, said Sal.
That's what it is. Jungle and some sky.
Forby joined them around the desk.
Yeah, that's a jungle, I think.
A second image appeared, almost identical to the first, with a couple of pixel blocks that had changed tone slightly.
Is this as clear as the images get?
Asked Cartwright.
Affirmative. The pinhole and image data size have been kept to a minimum to conserve on energy consumption.
All we need is to see enough pixels change to indicate something moving around the area, right?
Said Sal.
Correct, Sal.
Can you play through these slides a little faster, please, Bob?
Affirmative, Maddie. Increasing display rate, ×10.
The next slide came up, just the same as the last, and another, an undecipherable flipbook of green and blue pixels. They watched in silence until approximately midway through, when the complexion of the image suddenly changed to a mass of dark pixels.
Whoa, stop,
said Maddie. She studied the shape.
What's that?
That looks like a person,
said Forby.
See, that's a shoulder and an arm.
Sal cocked her head and frowned.
It doesn't look right. What time in their day is this image, Bob?
14:35.
2:30 in the afternoon?
Said Sal. Give us the next image, Bob. Another dark image appeared on screen, the blue pixels of sky and green of jungle almost entirely gone.
Somebody's standing right in the middle of the portal location for about 5 minutes,
mumbled Maddie to herself. She looked at Sal.
That's got to be the support unit. She sensed a tachyon particle and she's hanging around for another.
Sal shook her head.
Maybe, but the shape of the body looks kind of funny to me.
Oh, come on. It's a 100 by 100 pixel image. Everything's going to look all funny. She shook her head again.
I'm not sure. It could be anything. It could be some animal.
Bob, next image. Another image flickered up, and this time the dark mass of pixels was gone, leaving the image the same even mix of blue and green squares. Maddie grabbed a pen from the desk and scribbled the time of 14:35 on a scrap of paper.
Well, okay. We know someone was hanging around then.
We've got one possible window. Let's get on with the slideshow and see what else we get. Once more the images began to flicker on screen one after another, a second apart, the blue pixels of the sky slowly changing hue from bright blue to a rose color.
It's evening,
said Cartwright helpfully. The sequence continued, with the sky pixels slowly reddening in color, and the jungle's light green becoming a deeper, darker green, until all of a sudden, in the middle of the image, they saw a single dot of bright orange.
Stop!
All four of them craned forward to get a better look.
That's fire, isn't it?
Said Forby.
A flame.
Sal nodded.
Yeah.
Someone starting a campfire, maybe. Fire, right, said Cartwright. And the only thing that can make a fire back then is going to be human.
Maddie tapped her chin thoughtfully.
Yep. So maybe this is a more reliable candidate than the other. What time is this image, Bob?
18:15.
Give me the next image. The orange pixel became a dozen pixels, and half the screen was filled by a vertical block of black pixels. In the top left corner, they could just make out the sky, the pink evening becoming a deep purple with the onset of dusk.
Someone's standing right there again. And that thing doesn't look as weird as the earlier one,
said Sal. Maddie looked at her.
How can you tell? Squint your eyes a bit, Maddie. It sort of blurs the pixels slightly. You can make out shapes more easily.
A campfire, and someone standing right there,
said Cartwright.
Looks like the best time so far.
Yes, she replied absently. What do you think, Bob?
This image looks most probable.
Quickly run through the rest. The slideshow flickered through the last 68 images, 1 image per second. A stuttering animation of time. The fire slowly dwindling, dying, and vanishing. The sky darkening until the final few dozen images were simply a sequence of black pixels.
Sequence complete.
Looks like we have a winner, said Cartwright. Can we now proceed? He looked up at Forby. You know, before those hunters come knocking on our door.
Okay, let's begin powering up, Bob.
Affirmative.
Cartwright stood up straight, his arms caressing a stiff back.
So, what happens next?
He glanced at the large plexiglass tube.
They're going to appear inside that?
Maddie shook her head and pointed to a circle of chalk scrawled across the concrete floor. There. You and Forby need to stand clear of that. Cartwright's man stepped away from the table and faced the circle, unslinging his assault rifle in readiness. Maddie turned to regard both men. I'd be happier if Mr. Forby could take his finger off the trigger. Cartwright smiled.
Of course.
He nodded at his man.
You can stand down, Forby. But just stay alert, all right?
Forby nodded, slackening his grip and lowering the barrel of his gun. Chapter 70. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Liam lashed out with his hatchet, swinging the serrated metal blade in one hand and probing and prodding with his bamboo spear in the other. But the creature dodged back with graceful agility, keeping their eyes on the weapons. The fire nearby had taken a firm hold of the branches that had been thrown on top of it. Occasional tongues of flame lashed up into the almost dark sky, and upward cascades of sparks danced like fireflies. The flickering light, the warmth from the campfire, and the dancing flames on the ends of their torches were causing the hominid's probing attack to falter. "Go away!" screamed Laura, prodding the flaming end of her branch toward the nearest of them. Bex, meanwhile, had managed to kill one of them and severely wound another. She could move forward with the same sudden speed as these things, catching them off balance. The wounded creature, now thrashing around on the ground, had lost a limb to one vicious roundhouse sweep of her hatchet. The creature she'd managed to grasp hold of moments ago had had its fragile spine snapped over her knee. For her efforts, she'd received a deep gash down one thigh. Her left leg was red with her own blood, soaking the sock rolled over the edge of her combat boot almost black. The wound was already clotting, but Liam couldn't help notice how much blood she'd lost in that one sudden crimson gush, and worried whether her engineered body was capable of replacing that blood with the same efficiency as it could staunch a wound. The creatures probed and circled, clacking teeth and claws and mewling like foxes, occasionally testing them with a lunge and snap of jaws. So far the 6 of them were doing better holding them back than Liam could have hoped. But then he realized there was a patient thinking going on behind what these creatures were up to. Wearing us down. That's all they're doing. Wearing us down. His eyes picked through the lean olive-colored hides, the flickering chitinous teeth, until he found the pack leader, holding that spear and looking strangely human because of it. If we got him. Yes, if Bex could somehow be fast enough to reach out past the others and grab him and snap his neck in her hands, then the others would surely panic and run. He had a spear in his hand. He realized he could at least try. The pack leader was only 14 or 15 feet away, and unlike the others circling in that strange, bobbing way, he stood perfectly still, watching them with keen, studious eyes. Liam dropped his hatchet at his feet. "What are you doing?" yelled Jasmine. "Gonna get that one there," he said, nodding toward Broken Claw. He steadied his balance on his back leg, lined up the creature staring at him with cocked head curiosity down the length of the bamboo shaft, and then hurled it like a javelin. A straight point-to-point throw instead of an arced trajectory. He surprised even himself with his accuracy, and would probably have caught the thing square in its narrow chest had not another smaller one bobbed into the way unintentionally. The sharp tip of the bamboo punched into its long, bony skull, and the creature crumpled to the ground with a short, brittle scream that sounded almost like the wail of a human child. Liam winced and cursed that he'd missed the leader. And now they were down to one spear. Out of the black, one of the smaller hominids suddenly ducked down low and swiped with a claw, knocking Akira off balance. Her leg buckled, and with a thin yelp, she dropped heavily into the dirt. Winded and worn out, she struggled to get up. Yet more spindle-thin arms emerged from the gloom, and clawed digits wrapped tightly around her ankles and wrists.
"No!"
she screamed, her pale face just two wide eyes and her mouth an O of horror. Within a second, two beats of a pounding heart, they'd dragged her struggling form out of the pall of flickering light, her screaming voice smothered, muffled, and then brutally silenced. Bex took advantage of a careless incursion and lunged forward again, sweeping her blade and missing as the creatures leaped once more back out of her range.
"We can't keep this up," said Laura. Not all night." "I know," replied Liam. Just then, something whistled past his cheek.
"Huh?" He looked down and saw the shaft of a bamboo spear rattling and flexing on the ground. He looked up at the empty-handed pack leader and understood.
"Oh no,"
he gasped.
"You see that? It threw its back."
"Good going, Liam. You just taught them how to toss a javelin."
"Ah, Jesus. If they start throwing missiles at us, we'll be in trouble." "Like we're not already?"
muttered Laura, lashing out at one of the smaller creatures bobbing too close. Liam watched the leader, moving around the rear of his pack, those yellow eyes no longer on him, but flitting across the ground, looking for something.
Looking for another spear to throw?
"Information!" Bex's voice suddenly cut across the clacking and mewling. "I am detecting a burst of precursor particles."
Is that good?"
asked Jasmine. Liam nodded.
"Yes. Oh, Jesus, yes."
He turned to Bex.
"That's a window, right? Tell me it's a window and not another probe."
"Affirmative. The configuration suggests an imminent window."
"Yes. Oh, yes."
He grinned breathlessly. "We must move out of this space," said Bex. "They will not open the window until it is completely clear."
"Right. Together,"
said Liam.
"Keep together, back to back. Move toward the fire."
The five of them backed up toward each other until they were almost bumping together. Then Bex stepped a little ahead, swiping and spinning a hatchet in each hand at the creatures with ballet-like precision. They wisely backed away from her, creating a path for them to shuffle along in her wake. "Enough!" barked Bex, after they'd moved half a dozen yards across the clearing, toward the increasing heat and flickering light of the campfire. She turned around to face them. "The extraction area is now unobstructed." It was then a sharpened tip of bamboo erupted through her abdomen, ripping through her flesh and the tattered material of her black tank top. Bex glanced casually down at the bloody tip.
"Bex!"
gasped Liam. With a blur of movement, she reached around and grabbed the creature that had skewered her from behind. She flipped it over her shoulder onto the ground in front of her. Its claws viciously flailed at her, shredding the skin on her forearm. With a savage jerk, she twisted its long head. The creature's yellow eyes and leathery black tongue bulged under the sudden tension in its slender neck. They heard a cracking sound, and then the thing stopped squirming.
"Bex, you okay?"
cried Liam. "Negative. The damage is significant," she replied, looking down at the point of the spear, still protruding from her waist. One of her legs wobbled beneath her, and she dropped to her knees.
"Bex, hang in there!"
yelled Liam. Then they all felt it, the solid push of displaced air. Liam looked behind him and saw a shimmering sphere, the faint, dancing pattern of a reassuringly familiar place, the archway.
"Look! That's it! That's the window!"
Right now, in this instant, there were no creatures between them and their way home.
"Go!"
Liam yelled. For a moment, the two remaining girls and Edward stared at him, unsure what he meant by that.
"Now!"
he screamed, his voice breaking.
"There! Run for it! Go! Go! Go!"
Laura nodded, more than happy to obey. She turned on her heels and sprinted for the window. Jasmine followed suit. Edward lingered.
"What about—" "Now!"
screamed Liam. Edward turned and sprinted after the girls. Liam turned to Bex.
"Come on!"
She struggled to her feet unsteadily.
"Information. I have lost significant levels of blood." "Just shut up,"
he snapped, sliding his hands under her armpits and hefting her up. She staggered to her feet.
"Leave, Liam,"
she ordered him.
"Protect Edward Chan."
Liam shot a glance over his shoulder. He could see Laura hovering just outside the spherical boundary of the window, hesitating to step in. Between her and them, Edward and Jasmine sprinting.
"God damn it, go through!"
he shouted.
"Go through! Ah!"
He suddenly felt a searing pain through his leg, and saw that one of the smaller creatures had grasped his shin, the razor-sharp edge of its claws sliced through his shorts, through his skin, and now grated against his shin bone. Bex swiped with the hatchet still in her left hand and cut through the creature's thin wrist. Its claws and its hand were still attached to Liam's lower leg like the jaws of some tenacious, decapitated soldier ant. Despite the grating agony in his leg, he dragged Bex with him, she barely able to drunkenly stagger, yet still swinging her blade in powerfully vicious, yet groggy, ill-aimed arcs that thwacked and cracked against the hungrily grasping reach of those creatures, determined enough to reach out for them. Around him, Liam could hear a mixture of frustrated snarls and startled whimpers, and a sudden high-pitched scream that sounded unmistakably human. His mind solely on dragging Bex, heavy despite her slight frame, he could only fleetingly hope that it wasn't Edward Chan's voice he'd just heard.
"Mission priority,"
Bex began to chastise him.
"Just keep hitting the bloody things,"
he bellowed back at her. She shut up and obliged, swinging a booted foot out at a long, bony jaw, getting ready to snap down on her blood-caked thigh. Her boot made heavy contact, and the skull spun on its turtle neck like a bowling pin, a handful of toothpick-sized teeth whizzing out into the dark. 10 seconds later, 10 seconds that to Liam could easily have been a minute or an hour, 10 seconds of dragging, hacking, swinging, kicking, and screaming, and all of a sudden he felt the hair on his head lift in response to the warm soup of energy and excited particles around him. Over his shoulder he could see Sal, actually see her shape, dancing and undulating, as if seen through a thin veil of oil, and other shapes, Edward and Laura, standing beside her. He could see the flickering blue, fizzing archway light that normally irritated him so much as he read on his bunk.
"We did it!"
he found himself yelling, as his foot seemed to lose touch with solid ground, and he felt that all too familiar, nauseating sensation of falling. Chapter 71 2001, New York. He felt his face smack against a hard concrete floor, the dead weight of Bex landing heavily on top of his back, knocking the air out of his lungs.
"Good God!"
he heard from somewhere nearby, a male voice he didn't recognize. While his eyes were still seeing stars, he could feel Bex struggling to lift herself off his back. He heard the pounding rasp of labored breath nearby, presumably, hopefully, Edward and the other two. He could hear the faint, muted chug of the generator in the back room, and through the still open portal, hovering a couple feet above the tangled pile of himself and Bex, the far-off sounds of a jungle night stirring to life, and the click-clacking and mewling of those things getting louder, closer.
Close the portal,
he mumbled into the floor. His bloodied lips still mushed against the hard concrete as Bex struggled to lift herself off him.
Liam, is that you under there?
Maddie's voice.
Yeah,
he mumbled.
Close the bleeding portal.
Then all of a sudden, he felt another heavy load land on his back, and the excruciating pain of 3 sharp blades digging deep into his left shoulder blade.
What on earth is that?
Another unfamiliar voice, another man's voice. The weight was gone as quickly as it had arrived, and he heard the skittering of claws across the concrete floor, and the startled bark of 1 or 2 of those creatures echoing off the arched brick ceiling.
My God, Forby, shoot it! Shoot it!
The piercing scream of a girl. He couldn't be sure who. Then, with a rattling sigh, Bex finally flopped off the side of his back, her pale face spattered with dark dots of drying blood thudding to the floor beside his. Her gray eyes stared lifelessly back at him, as if looking at something far, far away. He managed to lift himself up onto his elbows, grimacing at the sharp pain in his shoulder and his head still spinning from the impact of the heavy landing. He attempted to get his first glance at what was going on around him. 2 of the creatures had managed to follow them through and were now darting in confusion and panic one way and then the other across the archway floor. He spotted 2 men he didn't recognize, one old in a rumpled suit with a loosened tie dangling around his throat, like a hangman's noose. The other man was younger, with buzz-cut sandy hair and an army-trained physique beneath what looked like a baggy, light green jumpsuit. He raised a gun.
Where did they go?
Snapped Maddie. They heard something fall off a shelf in a dark corner of the archway and roll noisily across the floor.
Over there!
With trained, quick precision, Forby squinted down the weapon's barrel and flipped the night sight of his scope on. A soft green glow poured across his face as he slowly panned the weapon around the archway, then up toward the curved brick ceiling.
Ah, I see one.
Liam followed the direction of his gaze and thought he could just about make out some dark shape moving among a crisscross of old rusting pipes and loops of electrical cable. Age-old dust and the grit from crumbling bricks and mortar trickled down past the soft glow of the ceiling light, giving away the hapless creature's position. The man fired 2 aimed shots in quick succession. The creature screamed, then plummeted to the floor, bringing down a small flurry of dust and grit with it. It squirmed and screamed and drummed arms and legs against the floor until the young man put a 3rd shot into its long skull. As the echo of the last shot rattled off the brick walls, Liam looked around him. He could see Edward and Laura huddled together by the displacement machine's plexiglass tube, and Sal and Maddie beside the computer desk. All of them looking from one dark recess to another, listening intently for the sounds of movement.
Where's the other one?
Whispered Sal. The man with the gun placed a finger to his lips to hush her.
Hiding,
he whispered.
Well, for Christ's sake, find him, Forby,
hissed the older man. Liam watched as Forby stepped across the floor into the middle of the archway, continuing to slowly pan his gun, studying every nook and cranny until finally he came to a halt, aiming at the arched recess where their bunk beds were.
Uh-huh. I think he's skulking under there.
He squatted down low and pumped his finger. A single shot danced and ricocheted under Liam's cot, sparking against the metal frame. It was then that something dropped down from above, past the ceiling light onto Forby's back, a blur of movement and flashing claws and teeth, a bright arc of crimson.
Help me!
His voice was cut off as the creature's claws flailed at his neck. He dropped the gun as he staggered and struggled to wrestle the thing off his back. Liam picked himself up and scrambled across the floor, reaching out for the heavy assault rifle as Forby's legs buckled and he dropped to his knees, what was left of his face almost entirely unrecognizable. The creature leaped off his shoulders and darted toward the shuttered door as Forby flopped the rest of the way to the ground, quite dead. Liam raised the gun and pulled the trigger. The gun kicked his shoulder as he emptied the clip with a protracted and unaimed volley that produced a dozen shower of sparks and brick-red plumes of dust. With the gun angrily clicking in his hands, he finally eased his finger off the trigger and peered through the gun smoke at the inert body of the other creature, now a shredded mess.
"Jesus,"
whispered the old man, his croaky voice shaking. Chapter 72 2001, New York. They stared at the naked body floating in the pink-red soup of liquid in the plastic cylinder.
"Will the support unit survive?"
asked Sal.
"Bex,"
said Liam quietly, his voice little more than a gentle croak.
"Her name is Bex."
The soft glow of red light coming from the base of the birthing tube was the only illumination in the back room. It was enough for Maddie to see the lost expression of post-traumatic stress on Liam's face.
"She'll live,"
said Maddie, with the hesitant smile of someone not really sure. Bob said their combat frames can sustain roughly a 75% blood loss, and still be able to recover from that, given enough time. She glanced at the shredded remnants of the female unit's lower left arm. Almost all the soft tissue had been clawed away, leaving a skeletal forearm surrounded by tatters of skin and tendon that floated and swayed in the gloop like so many ends of frayed rope.
"Unlike Forby,"
said Cartwright somberly.
"I'm sorry,"
said Maddie.
"He seemed like a good guy."
The old man nodded thoughtfully.
"The best. The very best,"
he sighed.
"Family man, too."
The only sound in the back room was the gentle purring of the tube's filtration system. Maddie had shut down the generator to conserve the half-tank of fuel they had left. There was no need for the generator to be chugging away right now. A row of steady green LEDs showed the displacement machinery was fully charged and ready to use again. She'd shut everything else down. The computer systems, the lights, the other birthing tubes, and the fridge containing the other embryos they'd keep in their cryo tubes for a few more hours without refrigeration.
"So, how long?"
asked Laura, wiping her nose on the back of her hand.
Until she's all better again."
Maddie looked up at the girl. She could imagine her in another time, confident and popular in her high school. A pom-pom-wielding cheerleader, everyone's favorite, always invited to parties, always surrounded by friends and acolytes. That Texan accent, the confident bray of someone who'd never need to question her place in the world. Well, she didn't look quite so much like a future homecoming queen now. Even in this muted light, Maddie could see how badly affected she was by the portal's corrosion effect. Her face looked ghostly pale, the flesh around her eyes dark, and it seemed her nose was still leaking a steady trickle of blood, a ruptured blood vessel somewhere inside that quite possibly might never heal. The boy, Edward Chan, seemed to have fared only slightly better. Apparently, according to Chan, there'd been another girl with them, but she'd been jumped by one of those things just before she could reach the portal. If she'd suffered the same fate as Forby, then Maddie could only hope her death had been as mercifully quick. Although, after what she'd witnessed only half an hour ago, merciful felt like entirely the wrong word to use. She watched Chan's large round eyes staring at the mush of organic soup, at the foggy figure of the support unit inside. Both these two, Chan and the girl, seemed to be in a deep state of shock, well beyond grieving for a lost classmate. Liam said there'd been others. 16 of them had survived the blast back in time. Only these two, plus Liam and Bex, had made it. God knows what they've been through. How long? Asked Chan again. About 4.5 hours, Maddie replied. 4.5 hours and her condition should be stable. She'll have replenished enough blood to function again. What about her arm? Maddie shrugged. I don't know whether this healing thing actually regrows limbs and stuff. Bob, our computer system, just told me she'd be able to repopulate blood cells. We'll see, I guess. Liam's eyes came back from far away and met hers. You said, function again? She nodded. She has to go back, Liam. You know that. There are loose ends that need fixing. The others looked at her. It was clear to her that she was the only one doing any strategic thinking here, thinking beyond the moment. That's your job, Maddie. Team strategist, remember? She has to go back and correct what happened. What it is that's made the present the way it is.
It's those creatures, isn't it? Said Cartwright. The ones that came through your portal. They're the thing that's different.
Maddie turned to Liam. Liam, is that... Oh my God. She hadn't noticed it before. Actually, she had, but she'd thought it was a streak of dust, or perhaps a dusting of some exotic jungle pollen. Looking at Liam right now, even in the dim crimson glow of the birthing tube, she could see a shock of white hair on his left temple. And his left eye, the white of it mottled with the web-like blur of a burst blood vessel. Yes, he said after a few moments, not registering the look on her face. Yes, those things. They learned a few tricks from us.
There's more? Asked Sal. He nodded. Yeah, 30 or 40, I suppose. A pack of them. His eyes remained on the outline of Bex's form, curled up like a fetus. In her sleep, vulnerable-looking, just a teenage girl. She managed to kill some of them, but the rest are back there. Maddie looked at Sal and Cartwright. Then those hunters across the river, they must be distant ancestors. They're somehow linked, right? The long heads. Cartwright nodded.
It's an unusual configuration.
He stroked his chin.
No, it's a unique configuration.
Maddie had lifted the shuttered door briefly after they'd seen to Bex and shown Liam and the other two the jungle that now replaced New York. The hunters were no longer probing the riverbank for mud creatures and had returned to the settlement on the far side of the broad river. They're descendants, Liam, she said. Distant, very distant descendants.
And their ancestors,
cut in Cartwright.
Must have learned something from you, something that enabled them to survive and prosper. Something, some sort of skill that helped them survive the KT event, whatever wiped out the dinosaurs.
Liam nodded slowly. She could see he'd figured that much out already.
So, someone has to go back and kill the whole pack?
Yes, said Maddie, reaching a hand out and holding his arm gently. They can't be allowed to live and develop any sort of intelligence that could save them. They should have died out with all the other dinosaurs. Okay. He took a deep breath.
Okay, I'll go.
No, she said, a little too quickly. She tried not to let her stare linger on his bloodshot eye. Not you, Liam. You need rest.
If not me, then who? No one else.
The support unit.
Bex?
He shook his head.
No. She'll take days to recover, surely. And she'll not be able to face them all on her own. They'll kill her, to be sure.
Her? She? She held his arm.
Listen to me, Liam.
She nodded at the birthing tube.
I know you've been through a lot together, but remember, it's just a support unit in there. A meat robot. A tool for the job. That's all it is. It's expendable. I'll go with her, he said.
No. Maddie shook her head firmly. No, you can't go back there again.
Why?
He doesn't know, does he? He hasn't looked into a mirror. He hasn't realized how much damage going so far back in time has already done to him. She wondered why he hadn't yet noted the condition of the girl and Chan. Both looked like people suffering from advanced radiation sickness. But then, from his time, Liam wouldn't know anything about radiation sickness. Perhaps he attributed the bleeding noses and the pallid complexions to shock. Perhaps he was too much in shock himself to have noticed. Because you're too valuable to lose, Liam. We need you here. We need you, added Sal. And her face dipped out of range of the soft peach glow, and in the darkness they heard movement. A scrape, the heavy thud of something metallic, and the rattle and tinkle of a buckle. Her face returned, and she held up something that glinted in the dull light. And she'd have this gun, Liam. Not just a bamboo stick. Maddie nodded. You saw how good it was earlier.
High-caliber MP-15 assault rifle, said Cartwright. It'll slice those monsters up no problem.
We'll give her a few hours to rebuild herself, okay?
I'll go and see how many clips of ammo Forby had, said Cartwright.
Maddie pressed out a smile and nodded. You do that. She turned back to Liam, watching the floating body of Bex. She could see he felt something for the support unit, that they'd bonded in the past, that this time, unlike last time, if the support unit fell, there'd be no one to retrieve its AI, no one to dig the computer out of its cranium and bring it back.
Be the leader, Maddie. There's no discussion here. It's decided. Sorry, Liam. She has to go, she said forcefully.
That's how it is. She has to do this. We need New York back. We need our power feed back before we run out of fuel. Anyway, she glanced at the silhouette of Cartwright shuffling cautiously out through the doorway by the light of a wind-up flashlight. She lowered her voice. Anyway, there's going to be one more job for you to do before we've dug ourselves out of this freaking hole. Chapter 73 2001, New York. Liam watched the sun setting across the river, picking out thin tendrils of smoke from the settlement perched on the muddy banks on the far side. He saw several pinpricks of light in the middle of the round huts. Fire. One of the earliest markers of intelligence. He wondered how many eons ago this descendant species had learned they could control it, use it. A far cry from the primitive animal fear for it demonstrated by their ancestors. He heard the shutter rattle as Maddie stooped under it and joined him outside. Hi, she said. How are you feeling? Tired. Squatting against the outside brick wall of their archway, watching the jungle turn dark and the sky's rich palette change from crimson to violet, he realized how utterly spent he felt. Finally, after 2 weeks of nervous tension, 2 weeks of fearing something primal, savage, and hungry could snatch him away at any time, here he was, somewhere safe at last. Somewhere he could close his eyes for a moment and actually rest. She's nearly ready, said Maddie. We're prepping the portal to take her back to 1 minute after we closed the last one. Those creatures should still all be gathered there, scratching their heads and wondering where you went. How is she? The arm looks like it started to repair itself. I noticed there's some new muscle tissue, no skin yet. I presume that regrows at some point. Anyway, Sal's wrapped her arm and hand in bandages to protect it. How is she? He asked again. Can she do it? She says she can operate to 47% functional capacity. Maddie smirked. And she's really rather pleased about the weapon. Liam laughed softly. Just like Bob. They could be brother and sister. Well, they are, I suppose. True. Liam nodded toward the village. It feels wrong in a way. What? What we're doing. Killing the rest of that pack, I mean. Look what they became. He shook his head and laughed. What's so funny? I'm almost proud of them, so I am. They're like, I feel like they're sort of my creation. We showed them how to build a bridge, how to use a spear. And after Lord knows how many thousands of years. Millions, actually. Millions of years. They've become this. A brand new, intelligent race. And here we are going to wipe them all out. What's that word for it? Genocide? Aye, that's it. Like that Hitler tried to do to the Jews. And we're going to do it to those things. They're not just dumb animals, Matty. They were clever back in the jungle, you could see that, very clever, and now here they are, just as smart as us humans. No, Liam, they're not. Something that old man Cartwright said. What? Ask yourself this. Just how long have they been at this stage of development? They could have gotten this far, canoes, spears, huts, and all, millions of years ago, and yet this is as far as they ever got. She gazed at the distant village. Otherwise, why aren't they walking around in suits and talking on cell phones? He shrugged. Maybe they did once. Maybe millions of years ago they were that smart, and this place was a big city like New York. And what? They chose to become savages again? Who knows? Maybe they had some sort of war. Maybe they once had an incredible civilization that eventually collapsed into ruins. Or some doomsday weapon wiped them out, but for a few poor, bloody survivors. Matty nodded. It's possible, I guess. A lot can happen in 65 million years. Aye, and who's to say it doesn't one day happen to us too, eh? And soon? She looked at him. Foster's time, perhaps? You remember the things he told us about the future? The dark times ahead, all that global warming, the flooding, pollution, and the poisoned seas, the starving billions. She did. It was a future she'd thought she was beginning to see in her lifetime. That big meeting in Copenhagen that was supposed to be the last, best chance for the world to agree on how to stop global warming, it had failed miserably. She wondered whether historians from midway through the 21st century would point to that day as the very beginning of the end. Well, that's the future whether we like it or not, Liam. And it's our job to fight to keep it that way. He nodded. But do you ever wonder, Matty? Wonder what? He looked at her, with his bloodshot eye and thin shock of snow-white hair, and for a moment he looked both old and young at the same time. Do you wonder whether that future, the one Foster told us all about, whether that's the right future to fight for? I don't know. I suppose we just have to trust him that it is. The sun dipped behind the far horizon of trees, behind the thin lines of campfire smoke. From inside the arch they could hear the voices of the others. Sal helping the support unit, Bex, get ready. She's been given orders to kill them all, then destroy your camp. Burn everything so there's nothing left behind to leave fossil traces. We'll know if she's successful. Matty nodded out of the jungle. When this all goes and we get New York back and... She lowered her voice a little. And the tricky situation we were stuck right in the middle of just before Jungle Land arrived. Cartwright? She nodded. So? He cocked a brow. I'm presuming he and the poor fellow with the gun are the chaps who found our message? Not exactly. It was found a lot earlier. In the 1940s, apparently. But Cartwright runs this little government agency, she snorted. An agency a little like ours, I guess, small and secret. Its job for the last 60 years has been to be a custodian of your message, and to finally make contact with us in 2001. And he came knocking? Oh, he came knocking, all right. Just before the last time wave, we had men with guns standing guard outside in the street. In fact, they had several areas of the neighborhood sealed up with roadblocks and soldiers and stuff. Helicopters overhead and everything. Quite a big deal. You'd have loved it. My fault. Liam looked guilty. Sorry about that. She shook her head. Don't be. You had to send the message. There was no other way we would have found you. Sal was calling for her. It was time. Thing is, Liam, she said hurriedly, we have to be ready to move, and move quickly. If Bex is successful, we'll get all of that situation right back in our faces. We'll be right where we were. So I'm going to need to send you back to make sure they don't get your message. Dinosaur times? Oh no, not that far. She managed to stop herself from saying, because that would probably finish you off. No, it'll be the 2nd of May, 1941. You need to prevent some kids from finding a particular chunk of rock. He smiled. And Cartwright and his agency will never have existed. She was ducking down under the shutter when she paused. Well, his agency might not exist, or maybe it will, but it will be busy with some other secret it's trying to keep from the American people. Right. When that time wave comes, Liam, we'll need Cartwright standing outside when I turn on our time field. His life will be rewritten along with the rest of the corrected reality. He'll have no memory of all of this. Liam bent down and looked under the shutter into the archway. He could see Forby's dark boots poking out the end of the blanket they'd wrapped his body in. And what about him? Forby? Not sure. If his body is outside the field, I suppose he gets to live again, doing whatever job he was doing before Cartwright and his agency suddenly winked into existence. The point is, whatever that means for him and the old man, we won't have a back street full of guys with guns. We'll be back to normal. She grinned up at him. Which would really be nice. True, but do we not still have to get Edward Chan back home? One thing at a time. She sighed. Come on, let's send Bex on her way. Liam followed her under the shutter and cranked it down after him. He rejoined Maddie and the others gathered around the computer desk. He saw Bex standing in the middle of them, the assault rifle cradled in her arms, one of them swathed in bandages up to her elbow. How are you feeling? He asked over the hubbub of other voices. Questions from Cartwright and the kids that Maddie was busy trying to field as she configured the return timestamp. I am fine, Liam. What about that spear wound? That looks pretty bad, so it did. Are you sure you're healed enough to go? My organic diagnostic systems indicate my kidney was ruptured and is no longer functioning. The organ can be repaired later. She added, it will not affect my performance. Your arm? My arm is operable. Okay, said Maddie. I've set it to 1 minute after the other window. There'll still be background tachyon particles around from the previous window, but I've moved the location 30 feet away, so there shouldn't be any disruptive effect on your arrival portal. Okay? Affirmative. You understand the mission parameters? Kill all the reptile hominids. Destroy all evidence of our camp. Return window set for 2 hours after arrival. Maddie nodded. You got it. And of course, remember to bring the gun back with you. One of Bex's dark eyebrows arched slowly. Well, duh, she said flatly. Sal giggled. That's cool. Maddie grinned at Liam. Looks like she's been doing some learning of her own. He nodded. All right, we haven't got time to fill the tube. She's going back dry. Stand clear of that circle on the ground. She pointed to the circle of chalk, and within it, a patch of concrete floor darker than the rest. She sighed. We're going to need to fill in the floor again after all this is finished. The others pulled warily back, and Bex wandered over and planted her feet inside the circle, her knees bent, ready to react at a moment's notice. The gun loaded, cocked, and raised, the assault rifle's butt pressed firmly against her shoulder and ready to fire. Be careful, Bex, said Liam. We want you back safely. She nodded hesitantly. Affirmative, Liam O'Connor. I will be careful. Are we all set? Asked Maddie. Affirmative. All right, Bob. Maddie turned back to the desk mic. On my countdown. 10, 9, 8... The archway filled with the sound of power surging into the displacement machine, the green LEDs winking off one after another as they indicated the drain of stored energy. A 3-yard diameter sphere of shimmering air suddenly enveloped Bex. The ceiling fluorescent light dimmed and flickered. 7, 6, 5. Her cool gray eyes turned to rest on Liam, and she smiled uncertainly. 4, 3, 2. Good luck, he mouthed, unsure whether she could read it in the flickering light. 1. And then she was gone. Air whistled past them all to fill the sudden vacuum. Wow, whispered Edward. Now we wait, said Maddie. She shot a glance at Liam. And we make sure we're ready. Chapter 74. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Bex emerged from the surrounding sphere of undulating air and dropped the last few inches with a soft thud of boots on hard mud. Crouched, ready for action, her eyes panned across the fire-lit clearing, a dancing, flickering impression of hell. The creatures had converged in the center of the area, picking through the shelters, the palisade, watching the campfire hungrily consuming the last of the branches that had been stacked on it. A knot of them were gathered around the space where, only a minute ago, the return window had opened. They were examining the ground, a cluster of low ferns nearby, their heads cocked with confusion and bewilderment, like curious crows studying roadkill. None of them had yet noticed her standing there. She had a 30-round ammo clip, and in the blink of an eye had organized the order in which she was going to drop the targets. Larger male creatures first. The first rapidly fired half-dozen shots echoed across the clearing like so many dried and brittle branches snapping, and 5 out of 6 of her targets dropped like leather sacks of bone and meat. The one she'd missed had bobbed unpredictably, the shot skimming across the top of his head. The other creatures froze where they were, uncertain as to what the rapid cracks of gunfire actually meant. Bex took advantage of the moment of stillness and confusion and selected another 6 targets, all the larger males again. But this time the muzzle flash of her gun had attracted their attention, and they began to bound toward her. She killed 4 and wounded another before their short-lived charge faltered. They drew up a dozen yards away and fanned out, snapping and snarling. Beyond them she could see the others, female and cubs being herded away from harm by a large male. She recognized it as the pack's leader, a claw from one of its 4 digits missing on its left arm. It was holding one of their spears, waving it around and using it to prod and cajole the pack away into the darkness. Assessment. Primary target. The pack leader, the alpha male, logic and observation dictated that that particular creature was the one who'd been learning from them, the shrewd one, the clever one whose genes and unique acquired knowledge were going to pass on to its offspring. In only a few nanoseconds of silicon-based analysis, she realized that the one creature she had to be absolutely certain of killing was the one with the missing claw. She was striding forward like an automaton as she fired another rapid succession of single shots, killing half of the creatures bobbing and snarling in front of her. Those still standing turned and fled. The noise and the muzzle flash were as startling to them as the sudden inexplicable death it seemed to deal out. The entire pack was in motion now, scattering like birds startled by a hand clap. But her eyes remained on the back of the alpha male. She swung the assault rifle toward it, aimed, and fired. The shot spun the creature off its feet. Chapter 75. 2001, New York. Maddie looked over at Cartwright. He was with the 2 children and Sal, standing beside the half-raised shutter entrance, staring out at the jungle and eagerly awaiting to see the spectacular sight of a new reality arriving from a distant past. Sal was doing a great job keeping them all over there, telling them all about time ripples and waves and her job as an observer. "You understand what you've got to do?" she asked Liam quietly. He nodded. "But are you sure it's the right date?" "Well, I hope so." "He said your fossilized message was discovered on that day. I presume he's not lying. I've got Glen Rose National Park entered in as the location. I'm sure he mentioned a river called the Paluxy River, so that's what I've put in. And you're looking for the 2 boys who found it." "Boys? How old?" "I don't know. You know, boys." She shrugged. "Boy age, I guess." Liam glanced furtively over her shoulder at the others. "Well then, what do they look like?" She ran her hand tiredly through her frizzy hair. "Geez, how the hell am I supposed to know?" she muttered irritably, then immediately felt guilty and angry with herself. She looked at Liam, his bloodshot eye, the streak of white hair, and felt like a real witch. "I'm sorry," she sighed. "I guess they'll look all excited and very pleased with themselves, okay?" She turned toward the desk. "Bob, are we ready for a portal?"
Affirmative. There is sufficient charge for this displacement.
"Okay." She nodded. "All right." She looked at Liam's face again, pale like the other 2, but not as bad. No nosebleeds, no apparent nausea or any other apparent hemorrhaging. "You sure you're okay to go, Liam?"
He nodded. "I'm fine, so I am. Tired, I could sleep for a year, but I'm all right."
"Why not go in his place, Maddie? Look at him. Look at the damage that last portal did to him. And now you're sending him through again?" She stilled that guilty voice in her head quickly. She needed to be right here, coordinating Bex's and Liam's returns. It was all going to be pretty tricky. She wanted to tell him what she knew, what Foster had told her. She wanted to tell him so that at least he could decide for himself if it was worth it, killing himself slowly, one corruption at a time. "Shall we?" he said. She pressed a digital watch into his hand. 6 hours, she said softly, then glanced at the chalk circle and the concrete already gouged out of the floor in the middle. Liam understood. He had 6 hours back in 1941, and then she'd open the return window. He casually ambled across the floor toward the circle as Maddie silently initiated the countdown sequence. The machinery began to hum. There was no way to avoid that, and the ceiling light flickered and dimmed. She was hoping Cartwright would be too engrossed in listening to Sal and watching for the time wave to immediately notice something was going on, but the wily old man spun around and looked back into the arch.
"What's going on?"
Liam stepped quickly into the chalk circle just as a sphere of air began to twitch and fidget around him.
"What's happened? Wait, what's—"
His eyes widened.
"Where the hell is he going?"
Maddie ignored him. Cartwright reached into his jacket pocket. "No, don't shoot!" shouted Maddie, realizing what he was going to do. "Please!" Cartwright pulled out his pistol, straightened his arm, and aimed.
"Stop it, now!"
"I can't. Please, I can't stop it, don't He fired a single shot at Liam, just as the sphere wobbled and collapsed in on itself with a puff. 1941, Somervell County, Texas. At the very same moment that Liam landed on the riverbank of Pebbles, something whistled past his ear and shot off into the sky. "Jesus!" He ducked and then looked around, wondering what the hell that was. He saw nothing, just a narrow river, rolling sedately along a shallow creek of sandy-colored rock, small and mean-looking yew trees and arid tufts of sun-bleached grass that hissed softly alongside the soothing gurgle of water. Perhaps a bird? A bee? A fly? It could have been. A fast one, though. His mind turned to more pressing matters. Which way to go? He had no idea at all, other than to look out for a pair of boys. He looked at the digital watch, Maddie's. She'd set a countdown on it, 5 hours and 59 minutes. Right, he muttered to himself. Where do I start? A midday sun beat down on his head as he stood there, unsure which way to turn. He decided before walking anywhere that he was going to mark the window location with a small cairn of rocks, a dozen fist-sized, worn, and rounded rocks stacked in a small pyramid. Big enough so that he wasn't going to walk right past and miss it. Then, caught on a lazy midday breeze that had the nearby yew trees stirring and hissing, he heard the faint call of a voice and what sounded like a splash of water. That way, downstream. He set off, walking along the riverbank, shingle and pebbles clattering underfoot. For a moment he recalled an image of that huge sweeping bay and the calm prehistoric green sea spreading out to an infinite horizon on his right. It was here. Right here, an incredible tropical sea. Quite a breathtaking notion. In the vast dimensions of geological time, even seas and oceans, just like any other living creature, had lifespans that came and went. He heard voices again, echoing up the creek. The sound of children playing around. Chapter 76. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Bex followed the spatters of dark blood into the jungle. By moonlight, the streaks of blood were black and glistened wetly. The trail didn't lead too far into the jungle, fortunately. If it had, she suspected she'd have been unable to follow it. The moonlight was beginning to fail her, blocked by the drooping leaves from the canopy trees above. She heard them before she saw them, the rattling breath of one snorting like a winded buffalo, and a chorus of mewling voices that sounded like a pitiful choir of simpering children. Her eyes picked them out. The creature she'd managed to hit was curled up on the jungle floor. Around it an array of the smaller creatures, females and cubs, all pawed and stroked the wounded one, as if somehow that would magically heal their pack leader. She stepped forward until she was looking directly down at the creature with the broken claw. The pack, perhaps 20 of them here, became quiet, a forest of yellow eyes that glowed with soft fluorescence and narrowed with fear looked up at her. "Help me!" The facsimile of a human voice came from one of the females. Bex recognized it as an attempt to duplicate the cries of the human called Keisha. A part of her computer mind calmly informed her that a mission parameter remained outstanding, and could not be successfully flagged as completed until, at the very least, the wounded creature was confirmed dead. But another part of her mind, a much smaller part, a part that contributed thoughts as foggy sensations rather than runtime commands, spoke to her. Just like me. She remembered being born, released from growth amid a cascading soup of warm liquid, lying like this creature, curled like a fetus on a hard floor, feeling bewildered, frightened, confused. An animal mind of sensations, feelings, but no words. She squatted down to get a closer look at the creature. The wound was in the middle of the creature's narrow chest, and from the pulsing of ink-black blood down its olive skin, was almost certainly going to prove to be fatal. "You will die," she announced coldly, and then realized talking to them was illogical and pointless. These wild things were no more intelligent than monkeys. But, on the other hand, it felt like another way of processing, filtering her own thoughts, giving words to that part of her mind that wasn't high-density silicon wafer. "I am here to kill you," she said. "This is a mission requirement." The yellow eyes studied her silently. Perhaps those eyes were trying to communicate something, pleading for mercy. She stood up again and changed the clip in the assault rifle for a fresh one. The mission voice had no time for such an irrational sentiment, and gently cajoled her to proceed with the task. "Complete mission. 1. Terminate alpha male of species. 2. Terminate remaining hominids. Optional. 3. Retrieve all evidence of human habitation. I am sorry, she said. She cocked her head, curious. There had been a strange effect in her voice. It had fluttered ever so slightly. It had actually made her sound more convincingly human. She'd sounded almost indistinguishable from the students she and Liam had spent the last 14 days in the jungle with. Those 3 words really had sounded so very human. For a moment, she was almost tempted to say them once again. Instead, she raised the rifle swiftly to her shoulder. Her bandaged finger slipped onto the trigger, and beneath the dressing the recently vat-grown muscle tissue tightened and pulled. A shot rang out. Her finger muscles released and pulled again, and again, and again. By the time the last of the creatures flopped lifelessly across the body of Broken Claw, the clip was empty and the barrel warm. The jungle was still, every nocturnal species stunned into silence by the rapid crack of gunfire. For a few moments she listened to the shifting breeze, the muted rumble of the nearby river. I am sorry, she said again, and realized this time her voice sounded flat and emotionless, as it always did. She turned on her heels and headed back toward the remains of their abandoned camp. 2001, New York.
Where did you send him? Barked Cartwright, swinging his gun onto Maddie.
I just sent him back to help Bex kill the...
You're lying, he snapped.
Honestly,
He fired a shot past her head. Behind her, one of the computer monitors exploded amid a shower of sparks and granules of glass.
Really? He said. I wouldn't advise lying, young lady. I can put a bullet through your stomach right now, and believe me when I say that's one of the most painful ways to go. Slow and very, very painful.
He took a dozen steps toward her.
Now, I'll try again. Where did you send him?
Maddie swallowed nervously, her eyes on the gun.
Maddie,
yelped Sal.
Something's coming.
Cartwright stopped where he was.
What's that?
He shouted back over his shoulder, keeping his eyes firmly on the older girl.
Did you feel it? A tremor?
No,
he replied, his eyes and aim still on Maddie.
I didn't feel anything.
I felt something,
said Edward.
Oh my God, the jungle's changed,
said Laura.
Something different. I don't know what, something.
Sal nodded.
The settlement's gone. It's an early ripple. The big change will follow.
Cartwright cursed. He desperately wanted to see this.
You!
He snapped at Maddie, waving his gun.
Over there by the entrance now.
Maddie nodded meekly and hurried across the archway to the others standing in the entrance, looking out at the jungle. Cartwright joined them, keeping a cautious few yards distance and holding his gun on them as he watched the evening jungle.
What happens next?
The big wave,
said Sal.
You'll feel dizzy just as it...
She looked at him, her eyes round.
Do you feel it now?
His eyes widened.
My God, yes. Like an earthquake.
On the horizon, the orange stain of dusk was blotted out by what appeared to be a rolling bank of rain cloud, a storm front rushing in from the Atlantic at an impossible speed.
What is that?
He gasped.
The wave?
Whispered Edward. Maddie nodded.
Another reality.
It crossed over the island beyond the broad river and amid a churning soup of thick, shimmering air. Realities mixed and became fleeting impossibilities. In the roiling reality soup they saw the winking, flickering outline of tall buildings warping and twisting, and Maddie thought she saw, for a fleeting moment, a swarm of creatures in the sky like gargoyles, dragons, a possible reality, a possible species that in this correcting reality had no place, existing for a mere heartbeat, then erased. Then the wave was over the river and upon them. The archway flexed and warped around them, the ground beneath their feet momentarily dropping away, becoming void. Then, just like that, they were staring at a brick wall, 10 feet opposite across a cobblestone back street. The rolled-up tarp with Forby's corpse inside, which they'd placed just outside the entrance, was gone. Instead, he was standing to one side of the entrance, talking in hushed tones with 2 other armed men. A spotlight flickered across the back street as overhead they heard the whoop-whoop-whoop of a circling helicopter. Cartwright's jaw hung slack and open, his gun arm lowered down to his side.
"This is incredible."
"Isn't it?" said Maddie. Forby looked up from his conversation.
"Huh? Oh, sir."
He looked perplexed, as did the other 2 men.
I didn't hear the door opening. You okay, sir?"
Cartwright's face was still immobile, still frozen with incredulity.
"Sir, everything okay?"
He looked at his man.
"Huh? Yes, just fine."
Alive once more. A faint smile of relief stretched across his thin lips.
It's good to see you again, Forby."
Forby frowned and nodded.
"Sir?"
Then he noticed Edward and Laura.
"Who are they?"
Cartwright shook his head, gathering his confused wits.
I'll explain later."
He turned to Maddie and the others.
"Inside, all of you, let's close this door."
Forby stepped forward, but Cartwright waved him back.
"You better stay outside for now, Forby, all right?"
He flicked his gun at Laura.
"Close the shutter."
She began to crank the handle, but Sal stepped in and pressed the green button. "It's okay, we've got power now." The shutter clattered down as a small motor beside the door whined. The old man took a moment to compose himself, to try to make sense of what he'd seen and what he may yet see before the night was through. The shutter hit bottom and the whining motor was silent.
"All right,"
he said presently.
"All right. So this means your friend and the cloned girl, they've been successful. They've killed those freaks in the past. So that means no reptile hominids."
He nodded as he talked.
"All right. I get that, I understand that."
"Cartwright," interrupted Maddie.
And Forby's alive now because...
His eyes narrowed as he tried to make sense of things.
"Because what happened didn't happen. No reptile monsters means he couldn't have been attacked. But then that's just crazy. That doesn't make any... I actually saw that thing rip his..."
He was rambling. "Cartwright," said Maddie again. "Listen to me. You need to hear something."
"And he was dead."
He turned to look at the floor. Halfway across, a pool of blood had congealed. Forby's blood.
There. Look, it's his blood. He was...
"Cartwright!" The old man's confused eyes darted from the blood back to Maddie. "This new reality is still wrong," she said. "This reality with you and Forby and men outside and a helicopter buzzing overhead and your secret agency, it's all wrong, too. This is something else that should never have happened."
"What?"
His face creased with confusion. "Your life," said Sal, "should be a very different one. In our timeline. In the correct timeline. You've lived a different life than this." Maddie tried appealing to him with a friendly smile. "Perhaps even a much better life. I don't know, with children, grandchildren."
"I'm not married," he snapped. "I don't have children."
"But see, that's what I'm saying."
"This agency is my wife. This secret. Time travel.
It's my secret. I know things that even our president doesn't. I know time travel's already happening. That's what I'm married to. This knowledge, that's my life.
He raised his gun again and aimed at the frown between Maddie's eyes.
And you're not going to take that away. Do you hear? No one is going to take that from me.
Chapter 77 1941, Somervell County, Texas. Liam spotted them farther up the river, 2 boys. One splashing around in the water, the other perched on a shelf of rock, sheltering from the scorching hot sun in a cool nook of shade. Neither had seen him yet. His first instinct had been to call out to them, to find out what they'd been doing so far today, to ask them if they'd found anything interesting. But then, if they hadn't yet, his intrusion on their day might alter what they did, change the sequence of events, and they might not make their discovery. So he decided to lie low and watch. He hunkered down in the shade of a yew tree and waited. An hour passed, another, and another. The sun was well past midday, the shadows slowly shifting and lengthening. He checked his watch again. The countdown was telling him he had less than 2 hours to go. He was beginning to wonder whether he was watching the wrong 2 boys, and perhaps another several hundred yards up the river 2 different ones were right now cooing and marveling over some incredible fossil writing they'd just discovered. Then the boy on the rock ledge called out something.
"Saul!"
"What?" He couldn't quite make out what the boy on the ledge said next. But from where he was, he could see the boy was turning something over and over in his hand.
The boy in the water, Saul, didn't seem particularly interested, content to continue paddling around in aimless circles. The other, frustrated at his companion's lack of interest, suddenly leaped off the ledge and into the river, swimming across to join him in the shallows. He showed Saul what he had in his hands, and among a garble of exchanged words, Liam made out 2 distinct ones. Look and message.
"That's it, then." He pulled himself up, grimacing at the stab of pins and needles in his feet, and made his way toward them.
"Hey there, lads,"
he called out.
Both of them turned to look at him. "Hey there,"
he said again, trying to sound as friendly as possible and not frighten them off. But as he drew close, he could see both of them regarding him warily.
"Hey, it's all right now. I'm not going to eat you, just saying hello is all I'm doing." "Ma says we can't talk to no strangers, mister,"
said the boy holding the rock. Liam drew up a few yards short of them. He hunkered down on his haunches and offered them a friendly smile.
"Well now, my name's Liam O'Connor. So I suppose I'm no longer a stranger."
Both boys nodded at the unfailing logic of that.
"I'm Saul. This here's my brother Grady."
Saul looked at him.
"You sound funny,"
he said.
"And you got strange clothes. Where you from?"
"Ireland," said Liam. The boy looked at his face curiously.
"What's wrong with you, mister?"
Liam shrugged, bemused by the odd question.
"Nothing's wrong with me." "You sick or something?"
He really didn't have the time for this.
"No, I'm perfectly fine."
He gestured at the rock Grady was trying to keep from his prying eyes.
"What's that you got there, lad?"
Grady hid the rock behind his back defensively.
"Ain't nothing." "Oh, come on."
He inched a little closer.
"Is it money? Did you find some money up there?" "No."
Grady shook his head warily.
"Didn't find no money. It's just some words on a stupid stone,"
said Saul.
"Somebody made a message on a stone."
Liam offered them a look of mild interest.
"Really? How interesting, can I see?"
Grady shook his head.
"It's mine."
If he'd been a bit smarter about this, if he'd thought ahead, he'd have brought something to trade, a cool toy, a pack of baseball cards, a bag of candy or something, even some...
"Of course,"
He suddenly remembered he had on him something way better than any of those. Something either boy couldn't fail to be entranced by. "Hang on," he said, digging into the thigh pocket of his tattered shorts. It was in there somewhere still. His fingers found the sharp edge. A moment later he pulled out a 4-inch-long fishhook-shaped object. He held it out in front of him, and their eyes widened. "It's a claw," said Liam. "A real dinosaur claw." Saul's and Grady's jaws dropped open synchronously as 4 young eyes admired the vicious-looking nicks along the curved edge of the claw. "See, I just found it this morning up the river, so I did. I heard you can find all sorts of fascinating old things along this river. Want to hold it?" Both their heads nodded vigorously. "We could swap," said Liam. "You can take a look at my claw, and I'll look at that message stone of yours." "Sure," said Grady quickly, the passing fascination with his curious find more than trumped by the 4-inch glistening claw dangling from Liam's fingers. He passed his rock over without another look at it. "Message don't make no sense to me anyways." He reached out for the claw. "Careful, it's quite sharp," said Liam. Grady took it off Liam and then hunched over, turning his back on his brother. "Hey, Grady! Let me see, too." Grady shook his head. "My stone, my first look-see." "Oh, come on, let me see. Liam found a boulder nearby and let himself stiffly down onto it, ignoring their squabbling. As he turned the flat nugget of dark slate over in the palm of his hand, his heart silently skipped a beat. "Jesus, there you are again. After all this time, my silent messenger." There it was, his own handwriting, reversed and faintly embossed with web-thin ridges and grooves of rock compressed and preserved by time. "You're right," he said, looking up from the rock. "The words make no sense at all, do they?" But Grady wasn't listening. He was entranced by the vicious-looking claw and too busy fending off Saul's grabbing hands. "It's just a load of gibberish," he said. A knowing half-smile spread across his face. "Want to swap, mister?" asked Grady. "My stone for your claw?" Liam shrugged as casually as he dared. "I dunno. My claw's a pretty good find and all." "Please?" The boy dug deep into the pockets of his own shorts and produced a wooden yo-yo. "I'll throw this in for extra." Liam made a show of interest in the toy. He'd had one just like it back in Cork, large, cumbersome, and one he'd never managed to work right. "Well, all right then, I suppose. Yo-yo as well, you've got yourself a deal." They exchanged a solemn nod in silence, a deal officially sealed, and then Liam picked himself up wearily, for some reason feeling as old as the hills, and politely bade them farewell. But both boys were already in a heated debate about the rights of access to the claw and who was going to hold it all the way home. He picked his way back along the shingle of the riverbank, through sliding, clacking wet pebbles, running his fingers across those faint, embossed lines and looking for that small cairn of stones. Chapter 78 2001, New York. Sal felt it again, the early ripples, the faintest sensation of dizziness. But it looked like no one else had felt it. Cartwright still had his gun on Maddie.
This is my life, this world, this reality."
"You have to step outside now. Rejoin your men," replied Maddie firmly. Sal was impressed with her calm, her cool in the face of the wavering gun. The old man shook his head and laughed.
"What? You're expecting me to just walk away from this? The greatest discovery in the history of mankind. And what? I just walk out into that back street and try to forget about it?"
Sal glanced at the other two kids. They met her gaze, eyes exchanging a shared imperative. "We've got to do something." "Listen," cut in Maddie. "If the wave comes and goes while you're in here, you'll be left behind. It'll rewrite the present without you." He smiled.
"Oh, I think I could live with that, Maddie. In fact, I've been waiting a long, long time for something like—"
Her eyes narrowed. "This isn't about state security anymore, is it?" He shrugged.
"All right, yes, and why not? This thing, this time machine, it's a boy's dream. It's a man's dream. Mankind's dream, goddammit. To travel anywhere, to any time, to see it all. To see things no other human will ever see."
"It's not a toy, Cartwright. You know you just can't think of it that way."
"Oh, right. You, some snot-nosed teenager and her buddies, you're to be entrusted instead, are you? You're the guardians of time, huh?"
Sal glanced at the others again, then took a hesitant step toward the old man. She looked to see if the other two were going to do likewise. Laura remained where she was, trembling, face ashen. She shook her head, too frightened. Edward, however, took a silent step forward along with Sal. She had no idea what she intended to do. Make a grab for the gun? Oh, God! The thought made her knees wobble.
"I was selected," replied Maddie. "I didn't freaking want this, Cartwright. Jesus. In fact, I didn't have much of a freaking choice at all."
The old man shrugged.
"Guess what? I don't really care."
He stepped toward her across snaking cables.
"This is what I want. And I've spent my life waiting for it. Preparing for it."
Sal noticed something blinking on one of the monitors.
"I'm an old man,"
he continued, stepping onto the concrete floor in the middle of the archway, clear of any cables that would trip him up. All the while, the aim of his gun remained resolutely on Maddie.
"My whole life, my whole adult life has been leading to this moment. And I've known for so many years that a time machine was going to arrive under this bridge, in this archway, on September 10th, 2001.
He sighed.
"Can you imagine what knowing about something like that does to you? Knowing that near the end of your natural life something truly wonderful is going to happen."
He shook his head.
"And what?"
He laughed dryly.
"You're telling me to just forget about it. Just walk away and forget about it."
Over Maddie's shoulder, Sal could see the blinking cursor in Bob's dialogue box. He was trying to tell Maddie something. A warning of the impending time wave?
"The things I've wanted to see, Maddie Carter. The things I've dreamed of seeing over the last 15 years. The destruction of Pompeii, the fall of Atlantis, the crucifixion of Christ, the Battle of Bunker Hill, George Washington crossing the Delaware, Lincoln giving his Gettysburg Address, the arrival of Columbus."
His roomy old eyes were alive with naive wonder.
"My God, the impact of the KT asteroid that ended the time of the dinosaurs. Can you imagine actually seeing that impact for yourself?"
He shook his head.
"How far back can I go? Do you know?"
Maddie spread her hands. I don't know,
The beginning of life on Earth. The first division of cells."
Cartwright seemed lost in his reverie of the things he could see, the places he could go. All his now for the taking. Sal suddenly felt the hairs on her forearms stand on end, and knew it was here, the time wave. A moment later the ceiling light dimmed and flickered, and they all felt it. A moment of imbalance, the floor dropping away beneath their feet, The monitors over Maddie's shoulder all flickered and went dead. Laura cried in alarm, and Edward gasped as the ceiling light flickered off, leaving them for a moment in complete darkness.
Then the monitors flickered back on and the ceiling light fizzed, blinked, and bathed the archway in its cold blue glare once more. Cartwright giggled joyously.
Good God! That was it, wasn't it?
Maddie nodded slowly. Yeah, I think it was. She looked at him accusingly. You should have been outside our field. You should have been out there with your people. This messes things up, this—
But I wasn't outside, he said calmly. So why don't you just get over it?
You don't understand. You've been written out of the present. I've got no idea what that means to you or—
That suits me fine.
He smiled. Sal noticed the blinking cursor was back on screen, and all of a sudden it occurred to her what Bob was desperately trying to tell Maddie. Maddie, she cried, pointing at the monitors. You need to look. Maddie turned to glance over her shoulder. Oh no. She turned back to Cartwright. Get out of here. His wiry brow furrowed.
Huh? What's up?
Move! She screamed. The displacement machine's hum changed in tone as stored-up energy prepared to be released. Look! Shouted Maddie, pointing to the ground at Cartwright's feet. He looked down, wondering what was so special about a chalk circle and within a small irregular section of grubby concrete floor scooped out and— Oh God, Cartwright, get out! It happened in nanoseconds. The instant appearance of a sphere of energy around the old man. Most of him was inside, all but his left hand. Sal thought she saw in that fleeting moment dark shapes swirling around him like demons or ghosts, a window onto some world that an uneducated person, a superstitious person, someone from the Dark Ages might have called hell. Then he was swept away. Gone. The sphere pulsed and shimmered, and now she could see what appeared to be an undulating Texas blue sky, and an arid and drab landscape, and the wavering outline of a shape stepping through. Liam staggered into view with a distinct look of nausea on his face, and a moment later the sphere of supercharged tachyon particles vanished with a soft pop of rushing air. Jeez, that was an odd one, he said queasily, bending over, nauseous and heaving. Liam! Yelped Maddie. Oh my God, I thought you were going to get all mushed up with Cartwright. He raised a hand to hush her. Just a second, I'm gonna— He threw up on the floor and onto the still, twitching hand Cartwright had left behind. Sal rushed over to him. Liam, you okay? He wiped his mouth and looked at her with his bloodshot eye. I'm all right now. He straightened up and looked down in disgust at the hand and the acrid-smelling puddle at his feet.
That wasn't like I'm used to. That one felt really odd, so it did. Maddie shook her head. I'm not sure what happened.
Cartwright was standing in the circle. I forgot the countdown was due. There were tears in her eyes, running down her cheeks. Oh God, Liam, I thought you were going to end up a twisted mess with him and— Well, Liam rubbed his mouth dry and grinned. I'm all right now, aren't I? He spread his hands and looked down at himself. Or have I got an extra arm or something stuck on the back of me head? She nodded, wiped her eyes, and laughed. No, you're just fine as you are. Did it work? Asked Liam. Has anyone looked outside? I think a time wave came, said Laura, looking at Sal for confirmation. That's right. Sal nodded. I'll go see. She turned back to the entrance, hit the button, and the shutter slowly began to crank up. They gathered around the rising corrugated shutter, and as it lurched to a halt, they stepped outside into the dark night.
Manhattan glistened brightly across the East River, a towering wedding cake of lights. A commuter train rumbled overhead along the Williamsburg Bridge, and the evening was filled with the soothing white noise of far-off traffic and the echoing wail of a police siren.
"Normal New York," said Liam. He puffed out a weary sigh. "That was a bleeding mess and a half we got out of, so it was." Sal reached over and hugged him tightly, embarrassed by the tears rolling down her cheeks. She squeezed him in a self-conscious way, just like anyone might a big brother, and then let him go. "But here we are again," she whispered. They watched New York in silence, each of them lost in their own thoughts for a long while. Maddie stirred. "I better go and set up the return window for the support," she corrected herself. "For Bex." She turned and headed back inside. The rest of them savored the evening panorama, watching beads of car headlights edging forward along the FDR across the river, and a ferry cutting the mirrored reflection of Manhattan with its wake. Finally, it was Edward who stated the obvious, as yet unfinished business. "Me and Laura, we got to go back, don't we? To get things back to the way they were?" "Yes," Liam nodded. "But I don't suppose it has to be tonight." "Good," whispered Laura. "I'm not feeling so good." "We've got some beds back inside," said Sal. She looked at the girl and the boy. Both looked pale and ill, their faces smudged with 2 weeks' worth of grime. And Liam, she realized he looked disconcertingly old and young at the same time, with that streak of white hair at his temple. "I'll go make some coffee," she said. Chapter 79. 65 million years BC. Jungle. Bex watched the pyre of logs and branches burn. Amid curling tongues of flame, she could just about make out the outline of the several dozen bodies she'd stacked on top. The log bridge was gone now, its counterweight device dismantled like their windmill and tossed on the fire as kindling. The palisade, the lean-tos, all gone as well. The assorted backpacks, baseball caps, jackets, cell phones that had flown back into the past, all of them tossed on the fire. By morning, those things would be nothing more than soot or contorted puddles of plastic that would eventually break down over tens of thousands of years into minute, untraceable contaminants. Her computer mind took a moment to make a detailed audit of all the other items of forensic evidence that marked their 2-week stay here. The human bodies she'd been unable to retrieve, Franklin, Ranjit, and Kelly. Of those, only Franklin had died in a location that would one day yield fossils, and even then it was statistically unlikely that his body was going to be preserved in a way that would produce anything. A corpse needed to be almost immediately covered by a layer of sediment to stand a chance of that. Those 3 bodies, wherever they lay, were exposed to the elements, to scavengers. Bullets and casings littered the clearing. But they, too, would soon become unidentifiable nuggets of rust in this humid jungle. Perhaps 100 years from now, no more than stains of oxidized soil on the jungle floor. She was satisfied that the sheer weight of time and natural processes would wipe their presence clean. There was always the remote possibility that a footprint or the unnatural scar of an axe blade on a tree trunk might just somehow become an immortalized impression on a fragment of rock. But the probability factors she crunched yielded an acceptable contamination risk. Her partially healed stomach wound had ripped open as she'd labored on the funeral pyre, but a dark plug of congealing scab prevented any further valuable blood from leaking out of her. The dressing on her arm had also unwound earlier, revealing raw muscle tissue and bone. A layer of skin over the top of that would have offered her damaged limb some protection. Instead, the fragile workings of her arm were now clogged with dirt and twigs and leaves and all manner of bugs. An infection advisory flashed quietly in the background of her mind, along with several others that warned her that her biological combat chassis had suffered enough damage to warrant immediate medical attention. As she watched tongues of orange lash up into the Cretaceous night sky toward a moon a hat size too big, she detected the first precursor particles of the scheduled window and stepped toward the open ground where it was due to open. She looked back one last time at the fire and picked out the dark, twisted limbs of the hominid species in the flames. For a moment, she felt something she couldn't identify. Sadness, was it? Guilt? All she knew was that it came from a part of her mind that didn't organize thoughts into mission priorities and strategic options.
A sphere of churning air suddenly winked into existence in front of her, and calmly, impassively, she stepped forward through 65 million years into a dimly lit brick archway. The first face her eyes registered through the shimmering was Liam O'Connor's.
He smiled tiredly, and she momentarily wondered if his mind was flashing the human equivalent set of damage advisory warnings. "Welcome home, Bex," he said softly, and then, without any warning, he clasped his arms around her. "We did it," he murmured into her ear. She processed the strange gesture, and her silicon swiftly came back with the recommendation that returning the demonstration of affection would be an acceptably appropriate response. Her good arm closed around his narrow shoulders. "Affirmative, Liam. We did it." Chapter 80. 2001, New York. Monday. Time cycle 50. They stayed for a few days, Edward and Laura. Maddie said they were probably suffering some sort of radiation sickness from the lab explosion and needed rest and recuperation. It was nice to have a few new faces around here for a while anyway. But Maddie said they had to go. She was right, of course. They had things to do, lives to go lead, but not long lives. Not Edward, anyway. I read his file on our computer. This is so sad. He will write his great math paper in 2029 that will change the world, and he'll be just 22 when he does that. But then he'll be dead from cancer before his 27th birthday. Cancer at 27? That seems so unfair. 27 years isn't a life. It's just a taste of life, isn't it? I know I couldn't have told him that. And even if I could, would it have been fair to tell him? Would anyone want to know the exact day they were going to die? I know I wouldn't. We were going to send them back to 2015. That was the original plan. But Maddie figured that wasn't going to work. They'd both seen too much. They both know too much. Maybe that's not so important for the girl Laura. Maybe her life isn't ever going to affect the world that much. But Jan, he's everything the future's going to be. It all kind of starts with what he's going to one day write in a paper. So what did we do? We left them outside when the field reset. We watched with the shutter open. We watched time come and take them away. Reality just erased them, like someone deleting files off a computer. Maddie says she's pretty sure that's going to make things all right again. Reality will bring them back. They'll be born once more, like all the other kids who died. They'll be born, be babies, toddlers, kids, teenagers, a second time. Only this time, they'll visit some energy lab in 2015 and then get to go home and tell their moms and dads. What a totally boring day trip they had. Well, at least that's what we're hoping. And what about the person, whoever that was, who tried to kill Edward? I suppose we'll know whether history's been changed enough that he or she makes some different choices. If we get the same message again from the future, then, well, we'll have to deal with this all over again, won't we? Hopefully not. We just have to wait and see if this fixes everything. Nothing's certain. Nothing's final. Everything's fluid. That's Maddie's phrase. What does that really mean? So the female support unit, Bex, still trying to get used to that name, is still healing. Those creatures really messed her arm up by the look of it. Bob says the regrown skin will probably show a lot of scarring, and the muscles and tendons may never be fully functional again, which led to an argument between Maddie and Liam. Maddie suggested flushing the body and growing a new support unit, one of the big, tough male ones. But Liam got angry. He said, "She deserves better." I don't know what I think. After all, they're just organic robots, aren't they? And whatever knowledge her AI picked up would be saved, right? But Liam says there's more to them than just the computer. There's something else in there, something human-like in their heads. So maybe he's right. It does seem unfair to do that to her. After all, it seems she did really well. Anyway, she's got a name. I mean, how can you just flush something away that's got, like, a name? It's wrong, isn't it? Seems like the argument's all settled now, though. Looks like we're keeping her, but also growing another Bob. Maddie said there seems to be nothing in the how-to manual that says we can't have 2 support units. So why not?
Chapter 81 2001, New York. The old man was sitting on the park bench and throwing nuggets of dough from the crusty end of a hot dog bun to a strutting pack of impatient pigeons. "I knew I'd find you here," said Maddie. He looked up at her and smiled a greeting. She closed her eyes and turned her face up toward the clear blue September sky, and for a moment savored the warmth of the sun on her pallid cheeks. "Unobstructed sun and a good hot dog. That's what you said," she added. "And where else in Manhattan's forest of skyscrapers are you going to get that?" Foster laughed dryly.
"Clever girl."
She flopped down on the park bench next to him. "We've really missed you." "I've missed you."
"It's only been a few hours,"
he said, tossing another doughy nugget out among the birds.
"What? It's been months."
"Yes, but for me," he said, "just a few hours."
He looked at her.
"Remember, I'm out of the loop now. I'm out of the time bubble. I said goodbye to you on a Monday morning."
He looked down at his watch.
"And now it's nearly 1 o'clock on the very same Monday."
She shook her head.
"Yes, of course. Stupid of me, I knew that."
They sat in silence for a while and watched a toddler on a leash attempt to scare away the pigeons by stamping her little feet. The birds merely gave her a wide berth as she ambled through, and then they returned to hungrily resume pecking at the crumbs of bread on the ground in her wake.
"You hinted you'd be here, didn't you? When we parted?"
Foster nodded.
"I suppose I felt a little guilty leaving you so soon."
He puffed out his sallow cheeks.
"But I'm dying, Maddie. I won't last very much longer."
"The tachyon corruption?"
"Yes. It plays merry havoc at a genetic level. It's like a computer virus, rewriting lines of code with gibberish. Out here," he sighed, "outside the time bubble, I might get a little longer to live. I might get a week or 2 more. Maybe a month if I'm lucky. That would be nice."
She thought about that for a moment.
"But you'll always be—"
"That's right, Madeline. From your point of view, I'll always be here in Central Park at 12:52 p.m. on Monday the 10th of September. Like all these other people," he said, gesturing at the busy park, the line of people standing beside the hot dog vendor across the grass. "Like them, I've become part of the furniture of here and now, part of the wallpaper. That's the other reason why I left."
She frowned, not getting that.
"If I stayed with you and the others, I'd be long gone by now. This way I can still help you. Someone to talk to."
"Ah,"
she nodded.
"But each time you come and find me, Madeline, remember each time you come and find me, it'll be the first time for me. Do you see what I mean?"
Of course it would. She realized for the old man, Monday had been a coffee and a bagel and a goodbye. And now, 3 hours later, a momentary reunion in Central Park. Each time the field office reset itself, any conversation he had with her never happened.
For Foster, there'd be no memory of it. He laughed.
It'll be like visiting some senile old fogey in a retirement home. You'll have to get used to repeating yourself.
She shared his chuckle. I had a boyfriend like that once. He never listened to me. He sniffed.
You came here, I presume, because you need help?
Well, we did have a problem, but it's all fixed now, I think. He patted her arm.
See, I knew you were ready.
Hardly. We scraped through this one, Foster. It was a close call. She gave him the bare bones of their story. Foster shook his head.
Dinosaur times, he whispered. I never thought the machine could take us so far back.
You never did that?
No, never that far. How's Liam?
Well, that's just it. I don't know how much damage that did to him. It's definitely done something to him, aged him in some ways. He has... She looked at Foster, and for the first time she noticed the roomy whites of his eyes were faintly laced with the scars of old, burst blood vessels. Like you, hemorrhaging, and a streak of white hair. Who knows what's been damaged inside him? I mean, that's just what I can see. Foster, how long can he take this kind of punishment? How long do you think he will live? He sucked in air through his teeth.
Well, he's a tough old soul, I can tell you that. But you see, it all depends on where and when he goes, Madeline. Who knows how long he's got?
That didn't help much. Do I tell him or not, Foster? You know, he's not blind. He's seen his bad eye, he's seen his hair. He jokes about it, but he's not stupid. He must know this isn't good for him. Foster shook his head.
I know he'll cope. But whether you tell him has to be your call. You're the one in charge now. I can give you what advice I can, but command decisions are yours. That's how it is.
He tossed the last of his bun to the birds.
I can't run the field office from out here on a park bench. You're the boss now.
But what about the agency? Is there someone else I can talk to? Someone in charge?
I'm sorry, Madeline. That's off limits. You have to treat this like you're entirely on your own. Do you understand? You're on your own.
She cursed. What sort of useless freaking agency is this? He pursed his lips sympathetically.
I'm afraid that's just how it is.
She ground her teeth in silent frustration for a while, knowing there was nothing more Foster could offer her on the subject of Liam. In any case, there was a new pair of glasses she was due to pick up from the opticians. They'd promised her they'd be ready in a couple of hours, and another day of squinting at monitors and getting a migraine for her troubles was something she could live without. She stood up. I'd better go. Things to do. He stood up slowly, achingly. Polite, like a true gentleman. You'll be here again? Asked Maddie. For sure? Every Monday at this time?
Of course.
He grinned.
I do charge by the hour, though.
She laughed, then hugged him, awkward and faltering. Enjoy your day, Foster.
Oh, I have a fun-filled afternoon planned.
She squeezed his arm. Take care. I'll drop by and see you again soon. She turns to walk down the path leading to the southwest gate. But a thought suddenly occurred to her. She stopped, turned, and saw him standing there among his pigeons, watching her go, almost as if he'd been expecting her to stop and turn. Foster, how can you be so sure Liam will cope? What if he figures out he's dying? What's he going to do? He might choose to leave us.
He'll do the right thing, he replied. You'll always be able to rely on that. The right thing. He's a good fellow.
He turned away and began to wade through a parting sea of ruffling gray feathers and curious beady eyes. Foster, How can you be so sure? He stopped in his tracks and looked back over his shoulder.
How can I be so sure?
She nodded. I mean, come on. Who the hell would be stupid enough to keep doing something they know's killing them? What makes you think you know him so well?
Oh, I know.
He cocked an eyebrow.
Because he's me.
This has been an Audible Inc. production of Day of the Predator, written by Alex Scarrow, narrated by Aaron Landon. Producer, Mike Charsik. Copyright 2011 by Alex Scarrow. Production copyright 2013 by Audible Inc.